from legendary Franklin Field here in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. It's the New Balance Outdoor Nationals, day number 3, and beautiful weather on deck. I'm Trevor Fulkerson, joined by Keenan Gray here for this morning session. You're watching live on Runner Space, as you have been all weekend long, and we will kick things off here on day number 3 with this boys championship mile race walk. We'll have the girls after that. But Keenan, it has already been an incredible couple days of action.
Really has, and just what kind of transpired last night in that boys 4x8, a record that thought a lot of people thought was untouchable, unreachable. The Harriman boys proof that otherwise, and ran an incredible 7 minutes 26 seconds, and we'll go over that a little bit. But as you said, it's been, other than maybe the little bit of a weather delay we had on Thursday, it's been picture perfect. Clear skies here over the next 2 days. Should be a great day, and tomorrow as well.
You see the weather graphic there. Those weather woes seem to be behind us, and just what a beautiful view we have this morning as we continue to ramp up the action. Well, you mentioned it. We've had a national record. We've had, I think I've lost count. I don't know if we can check the number, but 10, 12, 15 meet records. I mean, it just keeps getting faster and faster. Incredible marks all around. We've had some great competition. One of my highlights yesterday, Keenan, was that girls' 400 hurdle race.
Without a doubt. I mean, you throw, two of the best in the country at it against each other, and you're going to have, one of the best races you'll see all season long in the 400 hurdles. And, of course, Natalie Dumas, just a star in the making. Know what she's capable of at the New Jersey state level, but to see it on a national stage is special, too. So, 55.99, 7th girl in high school history to break 56 seconds in the 400 hurdles is something to not take lightly.
And being pushed the whole way by Sydney Sutton as well. So incredible competition, and it continues here this morning with this championship race walk. And we'll get our competitors introduced here shortly. This will be the full mile, and sometimes, just as we do on the running side of things, we'll have 1,600-meter marks, we'll have full mile marks, so we'll do our best to give all the credit where it is due. But here's the young men that will be contesting this event. Starting off with Ryan Hanlon out of Lisbon. We'll have Ian Pullen out of Gardner, Maine, representing his state. Ethan Hahn, he's gone 8:01 for the full mile out of Potomac, Maryland. And Ross Gaffney walking himself out there, another Maine competitor. He's gone 7:42 for the 1,600. Braden Taylor, another Maryland product here. State so well represented here in the Northeast. Oliver Sikora, 7:34, third fastest in the nation thus far this year over 1,600 meters. Cameron Kuhn, he's got the fastest full mile thus far this season in the nation, 7:25.21. So we'll talk more about those times, but he leads the nation in the full mile. Hanson Chu out of BC. We've got Nolan Moore, another Maine product here. He's gone 7:42 this year, just a freshman. Bryce Upton, well, he leads the nation in the 1,600. Representing Noble there, as you can see, 7:18.71 he's gone in the 1,600-meter distance. Ian Britt out of Topsham. He's second in the 1,600, 7:27 his best thus far this year. So a number of athletes contesting this full mile here today, and as we said, Keenan, some of them have done the 1,600, some have done the full mile. We talked about it in a few other events. This certainly is one that you really have to know what events are going to contest this event, and they get the chance today to do the full mile distance.
It's one of that, I mean, as simple as it sounds, race walking, it's actually, to me, challenging in the sense of, you have to, there's certain, little critique things that the officials look at, whether it's, keeping your one foot on the ground and 1 foot in the air, or what exactly the rule is. I mean, I'm not an expert in race walking by any means, but, having watched it, having tried it myself just to see what it was like, it's not easy. It's difficult.
Well, they will do their full 1,609 meters here, and we are off and walking. But one thing I compare it to, Keenan, for those who are maybe still getting to know the event and can see it's happening here in the morning, so not always front and center, but certainly I relate it to swimming, because there's certainly, obviously we have different strokes and the butterfly or the breaststroke, whatever the case may be, and there are rules within that event. So you have to follow those rules just like you do in other track events, of course. But as you said, the challenge is staying within those limits. Now, there are officials here, and as you said, there's some very specific rules. So no flight phase allowed, 1 foot on the ground, and keeping that knee straight while it passes. So we've got Britt out to our early lead here. This is Ian Britt. As we said, he's gone 7:27 for the 1,600 meters, and I think that's one thing people need to understand. Now, it's just the mile here today, but at the International Olympic distance, 20K, 50K, that's longer than a marathon. I mean, it is absolutely incredible what these athletes are able to do for such a sustained period of time.
Well, and we were just talking about a little bit off air about it. Like, you have Olympic gold medalists, you have world championships in this event. So I mean, this is a sport that is taken seriously at the highest of levels. And so I think when high school athletes see if this is something I could do for a profession later down the road, why not take advantage of the opportunity and start in high school and then continue to build my way up. So I think anything you can do to grow the sport and give opportunities out for people, I am all for.
Well, and I'll tell you from my own experience, so I ran at Azusa Pacific back when it was still NAIA, and if you look at the list, especially in the U.S., it hasn't historically been a very strong event at the international level for the U.S., but that being said, we have sent multiple people to international championships and Olympics, and if you draw the roots back, many, if not most of them, come from NAIA programs, and that's because that's an event that is still contested at the NAIA level. So I know in my own college career, there were some opportunities for distance runners who maybe hadn't qualified in other events, and it turns out that they were able to do so in the race walk because that was just one of their qualities that they could take to that quickly, and they were able to go to nationals. So if you're a young athlete looking at some different events, NAIA is a great option because this is an event that's contested at the national level.
And the events, of the recent House versus NCAA settlement, a lot of athletes are kind of like reflecting on the fact, well, if Division I is not going to have any scholarship opportunities or opportunities for me to be a part of their program, then that opens the door for programs like Division IIs, Division IIIs, and NAIAs, take advantage of and try to bring those kids in.
Well, this is Ian Britt with the early lead here. I'm a little surprised not to see Bryce Upton up there as well. He's coming up on halfway here, Ian Britt. And keep in mind, of course, it doesn't mean you can't contest other events during your high school career as well. You can dip your toe in the water in a lot of different disciplines, and the race walk certainly can be among those. Ian Britt coming through 3:16. 1:35 on his first lap, 1:41 on his second. A few seconds back is Oliver Sikora.
Meet record in this event, 6:55.38. And through that first half of this race, already underneath that pace. And this guy's no stranger to racing at New Balance Nationals at all. I mean, he won the indoor title in the mile back in Boston. Ran 6:57. So right here on this penultimate lap, just trying to maintain that pace, and as long as he probably about 30-40 meters separate him and the next guy. As long as nothing really changes, I think he's really got this one.
As you said, keep an eye on that time. I mean, we were talking about sub 8-minute miles, which is just impressive enough in its own right, but the meet record sub 7 minutes last year was won by Rowan McDonald in a time of 7:04.14. So Britt trying to make his own presence felt. Rowan McDonald actually is the one with the meet record as well. So he took the last couple of titles, has moved on in his career. But Ian Britt coming through here, dominating this field. The boys championship 1 mile race walk, and you watch that form. The challenge here, it's hard enough to maintain that form the early going, stay within the rules. But just like in any other discipline, any other distance, fatigue starts to set in. So you see just a tick over 5 minutes there, 5:02 with 1 lap remaining. And if he stays on the same pace with those 1 minute 45 second laps, he will be well under that meet record pace. And making quick work of this one is Ian Britt.
So anything under 100 seconds, even 110 seconds would be fine. I mean, he doesn't have to do anything crazy here. He just has to maintain the speed that he's been having the entire time.
He's able to duplicate those previous laps. He will be well on his way to a new meet record here. And boy, it just seems like they are piling up. And we see year after year these records getting broken. Even this year, us talking about, I said it before, I think the oldest meet record I've seen is from 2022. And so most of these from 23 or 24, these kids just getting faster and faster. So impressive. But keep an eye on that clock here, as Ian Britt's going to pass the top of the curve and try to bring it home. Keeping that form. No red cards, no warnings. He will be well on his way to a meet record. MERW, Maine Race Walking, just as Rowan McDonald was the last couple of years. So Ian Britt says, let's do one better. You hear the fans there bringing him home. 6:55, that meet record. But Ian Britt out of Topsham, Maine, is going to be right on pace there. Can he go sub 6:50 as well? He will do all that and more. Huge meet record here for Ian Britt, 6:46.15. He takes down the record from another Maine race walker, set just 2 years ago. Rowan McDonald won the last couple of titles, set that meet record, but now it belongs to Ian Britt, 6:46.15.
I've already mentioned it, Trevor. The national record, or not national records, the meet records, the longest one 3 years ago, 2022. We expect, it seems like every single year there's going to be a meet record in something. And the amount of meet records that we've had here so far for the first 2 days, this should come to no surprise that we finish off the kick off the penultimate day, I should say, with another one.
Well, it should go without saying, fastest time in the nation this year. Only a young man under 7 minutes, in fact. And even in the 1600, that's faster than the fastest 1600. He took down the previous list topper, Bryce Upton, who had gone 7:18. But Ian Britt, just a junior. He will likely try to come back and pick up another national title next year. But for today, he gets the job done and leads Oliver Sikora, 7:09.63 for him. Cameron Kuhn comes in third, 7:31.96. But what a way to start the day off. Meet record here at a big one in this boys championship race walk. So as we see our final finishers there, plenty of action on deck. As we said, confirmation there of those results. We'll, of course, have the girls' championship race walk here coming up shortly. We'll have the middle school 800. And, I have to be honest, Gideon, I have not had the pleasure of doing a lot of middle school action before this, we have some of these different races. It's been a pleasure to see. Well, let's introduce the field here for the girls' side. Maya Pisek out of Burnaby, Rachel Lee, Jericho, New York. We have Natalie Rivera from East Meadow, New York. And just as with the boys, we'll get you some of these times, the 1600s and the miles as well. Emily Zhang, another New York native here, and it so often comes down to the clubs that they represent. Samantha Benson Tyler, another New York representative here. Juliana Wadawa, also out of New York. And she is the national leader in the 1600. Gianna Mori of Farmingville, New York. Summer Familio also out of New York. And our final competitor, also representing the great state of New York, Taylor Nugent out of Amherst. But Juliana Wadawa, 1607.18 earlier this year, the senior. She certainly will be one of the favorites here today.
Handful of athletes from the state of New York, and then the one Canadian making up this field. So might as well call it the New York State Championships, and then you throw in one Canadian to mix it up.
Well, listen, we talk about track being a small world, and it's certainly true, and gets smaller and smaller depending on where you spend your time, whether it's high school or college or the pro circuit. But I can tell you certainly that the race walk is a tight-knit community. Handful of names that have been so supportive of this side of the sport over the years. Tim Seaman, multiple-time Olympian and U.S. champion, among others. I believe he's still a coach out of Cuyamaca College, East County, San Diego, where I hail from. And we are off and walking here in our second race walk of the morning. This is the Championship Girls Mile. Just like we mentioned, Keenan, with the boys, the 1600 sometimes contested, the full mile sometimes contested, but this is really preparation for longer distances, because similar to road races as well, you can go do road walks, you can do stuff on the track, and you do need to get used to early mornings, I can tell you that, because especially at the longer distances, they need to make sure you have time to complete this.
And yes, even at like the World Championships levels, I remember, you know, when it came to Eugene, Oregon, the early mornings that they had, the race walk, and how many kilometers. I think it was a 50K or something like that. They were racing in Eugene, Oregon. I mean, that takes, you know, a long time, and that's, you know, doing the same movement over and over again can, you know, tire you out. Can also, you know, I don't know if saying, you know, throwing you off does anything like that, but I mean, it's having the same rhythm for a couple hours is not easy. And for those that, you know, that are watching this event and think they can just go out there and do it, no, this takes years and years of practice.
Well, we've talked about it with the technique of other events. Talk about hurdling, talk about some of the different disciplines within track and field that take time to get to know. Same as using a block start or going over a hurdle. There's a technique here that is really crucial, because you saw the officials before the start giving him the instructions, letting him know what the warning system would look like. But Ian Britt on the boys' side took this one out early and was a clear leader from the beginning. And a small gap here, but it is not a clear favorite just yet. Rachel Lee out in front there. Oh, no, excuse me. Rachel Lee was our early leader, but now the pack coming up and catching up with her. Summer Familio. I believe that's Gianna Mori as well now into the lead, with Maya Pisek right there also. So this one is a bit more of a tightly contested battle than the boys' side. And the meet record here, 7:07:31, set by Taylor Farrell of Corning Track Club. Also set recently, just a year ago in 2024.
And just like, you know, any other distance race that, you know, it's everyone's still there together. You have to, you know, respond to the different moves that people make throughout, you know, the ladder of this race. So as they, you know, continue to go on through the next 200 meters or so, you know, who's the one that, you know, starts to pull away, and then who's the one that responds and tries to stay in contact with them.
You saw the official there. I'm not sure if I was able to see exactly who got the warning, but warnings add up, and we've seen it at the international distance. It can be heartbreak for some of those athletes. Sometimes, well, they'll finish on the track after a long road walk, and they'll come in, and you have to maintain that form. If you have the time, go look it up on YouTube. It's been not a regular occurrence, but multiple instances of athletes coming in fatigued, seeing the finish line, just slacking a little bit on their form, and getting disqualified towards the very end. So, of course, we don't hope for any of that here, but it is an ever-present danger in the race walk event. Well, still tightly contested. Mori out in front. Gianna Mori leads the way here after a 1:53 first lap.
The other thing to keep in mind is a lot of people think this is all they do for their their athletic careers. Well, no, a lot of them actually do compete in cross country as well. They actually do run instead of walk, and so there's that that urgency to when you're getting close to the finish line, you want to be able to sprint to the line. Well, that can't happen because then you get automatically disqualified, of course.
Well, and fitness still matters. We've been talking about the technique, but so much of this is fitness, and as you said, that fatigue that sets in really unique ways. I talk about this in the 400-meter hurdles versus the 400. Yes, it still hurts, but it hurts in a different way. So there's different challenges when you're doing the race walk event versus just running an open mile. But I even have to give my little anecdote here. As I mentioned, I went to Azusa Pacific NAIA school, and there was a race walk being contested one morning early before the event started at our just a regular season invitational. And one of the girls on our team had been a race walker in the past, and I used to ask her all these questions about it, and I think maybe like a lot of people, I thought, this can't be as hard as they're saying, right? Keenan, I jumped in to that race walk just to find out. I made it one lap. My hips were on fire, and I was a collegiate hurdler. I mean, I wasn't great, but I was in pretty decent shape, and boy, this just lit me up. So I have certainly a respect for this event because it is a difficult one. We've got a good race developing here.
Nice response here. I believe this is our lone Canadian, Pysak. Maury was just looked like had about maybe a 5-10 meter lead at the bell, or at the last lap. And then Pysak was able to, take full control over here the last 200 meters or so, and now less than 400 meters to go. It's a championship's on the line, so the pressure's on between these two, and really it's just going to be these two battling out. Maybe third makes their way up here towards the end of the race, but it's all coming down to the Canadian Pysak and then Maury from Farmingville.
Gianna Maury was our indoor 1 mile champion. She would love to take this outdoor title as well and sweep it, just like Britt was able to do. But that gap is growing, and Maya Pisek with a very strong move, and the same things apply that we talk about in the distance races. Make a move, make it confidently. Try to break your opponent and open up a gap here, and Maya Pisek doing so well to move past the indoor champion. Maury, as you said, from Farmingville, New York, went 7:15 indoors in this full mile distance. So very, very quick personal best has Maury. But this looks like it is going to be Maya Pisek's championship to lose here. Coming into the home stretch for the final time. It's going to be a very quick time. We'll be outside the meet record of 7:07 that was set last year, but still a very, very solid mark here for the championship girls race walk mile. Maya Pisek, as you said, coming down from Canada here to Philadelphia, and she will take the title ahead of the indoor champion, Gianna Maury, who will cruise in for second. Maya Pisek, 7:16.63 ahead of Maury, 7:23.32. It's still one of her quickest times, and a fine race from her. But Maya Pisek gets the win out of Burnaby, BC, 7:16.63.
And if you look at her split, she cut down a lot throughout that entire race. Opened up with a 1 minute 53 second opening split, then went down to 1:49, 1:48, and then kicked in 1:45. So that was a nice strategic type of race for her. Kind of get the feel of what the race is going to look like the first couple of laps, and then start making that cut down in the ladder.
It was a definitive move, and her last lap, as you said, was the quickest of all. Maya Pisek gets the win. Well, we'll move in a few minutes here. I was starting to say before, Keenan, it's been so much fun to see these middle school athletes, just such a high level. And next up will be some of those middle schoolers. But quickly, we will take a moment and kick it downstairs. We're going to hear from our boys championship race walk miler, Ian Britt, downstairs. Let's have a word.
Call it back-to-back titles and back-to-back records. Ian, indoors and outdoors, New Balance national champion and meet record holder. How did it feel?
It was amazing, thank you. That was the plan going into this race, try to get the meet record, go for it hard from the start, and that's what I did, so I'm happy with it.
All right, so I know that most people would love to run as fast as you can walk. When did you start race walking?
I started race walking 2 years ago, freshman outdoor season, and I've been working at it since.
And you were 6th then, now you're back-to-back champion. Congratulations, I know you're closing out your season. We can't wait to see you next year.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Ian Britt, as Kate said, takes the indoor and outdoor titles here at New Balance Nationals, and you see confirmation there of the girls' mile results as well. Gianna Mori was hoping for that sweep. Gets turned away from a great race from Piesic there. So on to the boys' middle school 800 meters. 8 sections on deck here and a very full field in section number 1. Twice around this track, it's going to be Calvin Lance, Justin Sellinger, Isaac Cox, Logan McQuaid, Jalen Jefferson, Mason Hiltner, Western Mast, Zachary Stupar, Kyle Brannon, Aiden Bernard, Lucas Lyle, Deegan Rude, Elliot Wilson, Emmett Cleese, Marco Pokai, Mason Shanahan, Lincoln Geeney, and David Loosman.
The popularity of this event is looking like a cross-country race, and I know we have a handful of these guys racing. You know, normally we'd see them start in their lanes, but this was an alleyway start, so, and you have to when you have 18 guys in this race. And it's with such a short race and short time, you have to like position yourself right from the gun, and it's really difficult with just, as I said, a 2-lap race, and there's not enough time to, you know, make up a lot of ground.
We've said it in the 2 mile and the mile strategy so important. Well, of course, even more so here in this 800 meters, as they will come through very quick. 62 seconds and change for Lucas Lyle out of Virginia.
And Lucas Lyle has had enough so far of this field. He wants to get away as quickly as possible, and with less than 300 meters to go, you know, trying to create separation. Looks like Marco Pose from Dolestown, Pennsylvania is the only one that wants to go with him. And he's right there with him with 200 to go, and now he's starting to respond and see if he tries to move on to the outside of Lyle, and does so. He goes in the lead for the first time.
Lyle has a 2:11 personal best that came earlier this year. Can he respond? Big move. The top of the curve coming in now to the home stretch here in section number 1 in this middle school boys 800 meters. Keep an eye on that clock. Incredible running from these youngsters. The 8th grader Lyle, the 8th grader Posai, and it is going to be quick, under 2:10. Very nice for Marco Posai out of Doylestown, PA. 2:06.50 for the win. Big personal best for him.
Only 6 seconds off the meet record, which tells me by the time we get to Section 8, we could see, you know, potentially 157, 158 from some of these boys. Because, again, I've been able to watch, you know, at least in the case for like Gunnar Hammett, who's actually our reigning champ or defending champion in this event, has gone under 2 minutes already this outdoor season. Has ran 158. And the trend not only at the high school level are things going faster and faster, but it is at the middle school too.
Well, as we prepare for the next race here, we will take another moment to look backwards for our... Well, we'll do it in a moment, but we'll get a word with Maya Piesic, our winner of the Girls' Championship Race Walk. But let's introduce the field here in section number 2. It's going to be Joseph Stahl, Liam Horneman, Mikio Ijima, Peter Lichteg, Luke Brames, Cruz Carbonell, Spencer Parsons, Maxwell Kelly, Arav Malhotra, Reef Danner, Max McCormick, Haston Hay, Nicholas Masson, Lachlan Bernarski, Jeremiah Spainer, Drew Catlin, Vahan Deveretti, and Jaheim Neely. Again, a full field, 18 athletes towing the line. Let's kick it downstairs and hear from our winner.
Ago, and at her first New Balance Nationals, she comes away with a big win. Maya, how did that feel?
It felt pretty awesome. I was not expecting to do that good, so I'm really excited.
Well, you're coming all the way from British Columbia, Canada. That's a big trip to make. I'm assuming we're going to see you back at New Balance in the future?
I hope so.
And I know you got some good support with you. Who's in the crowd?
My mom and my sister.
Let's give a shout out for Maya's mom and sister with the sign. And also congratulations to our brand new race walk champion at New Balance Nationals. Maya, we can't wait to see you back.
Thank you. I hope to be back.
Congrats.
Well, I hope Maya knew who she was talking to there, fellow Canadian, an Olympian, of course, as well. If you've been with us, you recognize Kate Van Buskirk. Pretty cool to see one generation talking to the next. Well, Joseph Stahl is our leader here, comes through in a very strong 61 mid and put a few meters on the rest of the field. Cruz Carbonell and others trying to keep pace, but correction, Jaheim Neely. It's Joseph Stahl giving chase. Jaheim Neely out in front.
And Stahl's catching right up to Neely right now. His arms are a little bit out of control right now. His head's starting to bob. The same thing with Stahl just right behind him. And so if Neely, at least can, maintain his form here over the next 200 meters or so, he can probably hold off Stahl here in the closing stages.
Neely, the 8th grader out of Miami, Florida. He's got a 2:11 personal best, trying to go under 2:10 for the first time, just like we saw in our first section. But Stahl out of Ohio is right there as well. Joseph Stahl is going to try to take the win here in the final stretch. And it is going to be Joseph Stahl coming through, or is it all the way to the line out of nowhere? Mikhail Lajima out of New York, 2:07.77. He was off like a shot in the final stretch there. We were ready to give that one to Stahl, but it ain't over till it's over.
I was about to say, Trevor, once I saw the peloton move right into the home straightaway, I was like, one of these guys from that group is going to run down those top two guys, and they did so in the case for Lajima from Benswick, New York. Closes in 65.60, opened up in 62.17, was only about a second and a half off of our early leader, but found enough room towards the end to go right past Stahl and Neely.
Should mention that meet record, as you said, from Gunnar Hammett a year ago, 2:69. So you want to talk about trackflation, and you said maybe we'll see some multiple, perhaps, sub 2 minutes. We won't get too greedy just yet, but I love seeing these middle school athletes because you can get such big chunks of time. I know I've said it multiple times, but it remains the truth. 2:06 down from 2:12, or 2:07 down from 2:11. I mean, just great running here. And when the conditions are right, you have to take advantage of them, as we are off now in section number 3. Elijah Osborne Jr., Karan Thompson, Andrew Collins, Nathaniel Bloxon, Ben Elwell, Gray Auger, Ivan Lafrock, Troy Verhel, Cruz Cisneros, David West, Abel Caravelli, Lawson Curran, Peyton Gibson, Jax King, Tyler Kim, William Wormus, Dalen Calkins, and Mark Hinojosa, as West out to the early lead.
No slowing down early on here from our front runner. Try to see who that is here that's leading us through the
I believe it's David West coming through. And he is out quick, Keenan. This is quick. Remember, our first couple sections, 61 seconds or so. So David West comes through in 59.1. He's got a 2:07 personal best, but remember, the section before just ran 2:07, and they came through in about 61, so he is a couple seconds quicker than that. If he can maintain this, he's well on his way potentially to a new personal best. But West now starting to have company with Bloxon and others. Nathaniel Bloxon.
And even with the hot start, his form is still looking really good, Trevor. Even if it looks like, the next three guys right behind him are closing in on him, his form has looked great. Maybe might get caught here. Now it looks like he's about to get caught towards the end. Kind of just have to see what happens here the last 100 meters.
David West trying to maintain the lead he had early. and now it is gone. This is Nathaniel Bloxon coming through, but I'm not going to call it too early. Bloxon on the inside starting to tighten up as well. And just as we saw in the previous section, a late winner, Karan Thompson, gets it done, 2:04.89, representing the Motor City Track Club out of Detroit, Michigan, the 8th grader with the win, and a perfectly timed move once again, 2:04.89 for Thompson.
You know, a lot of the kids that do run this race in middle school are kind of they're deciding whether or not they're 400 or 800 meter runners. And, you know, someone like a David West, who, you know, he's probably primarily ran the 400, probably went out in that thinking that, all right, I'm going to try to go as hard as I can and then just kind of hope for dear life on that last lap. And, you know, unfortunately, a 59-second might have been a little bit too quick for him. But even then, though, I mean, he comes away with a time of 2:07, which for any middle schooler, you know, anything under 2:10 is a really good time.
Thompson as well with a personal best, knocking his best down about 5 seconds, in fact, from his former 2:09 PB. So good racing. Continuing on here, that was section number 3. We will move now to section number 4 of 8. It's going to be Brant Rogers, Erickson Liu, Noah Haviza, Cohen Taylor, Ben Sosia, Nolan Smith, Oliver Miller, Joe DeProspero, Gavin Prosser, Joseph Manzo, Jackson Lovely, Mateo Sanchez, Landon Bass, Robert Dudley, James Stewart, Cameron Martinez, John Kelly, and Avery Clinton Barnett, who we've already seen. So I think, Keenan, that the tendency of at least one of these athletes in each section to go out quickly really benefits the entire field, helps string things out early, sets a good pace, lets people kind of stay out of trouble, even though there can be a little bit of traffic sometimes.
Well, and as I said from the first section, it's about positioning, because just how fast this race really goes by, and especially when you have this many kids in one 800-meter race, because normally at the minimum, it's 8 kids. Maybe at the most, you have 10, 12 that are kind of stacked up in their lanes. But it's a rarity to see the waterfall start in 800. But you have to when you have this many kids.
A slightly more measured pace here in section number 4. Remember, we had 59 low lap in the previous section, but West paid for it on the second lap, coming through right about 60 point here in section number 4.
Pay attention on the outside there in lane 2 right now.
Manzo making a move out of Brooklyn, New York. Joseph Manzo, Prospect Park Youth Running, goes around our leader, trying to avoid the same fate that had befallen our previous leaders. Joseph Manzo trying to hold on and take a victory here after making a big move. Manzo has a 2:09 personal best. That will be improved upon here. Can he hang on for the win? Remember, a short straightaway here at Franklin Field. Manzo trying to hang on. He's not going to be able to. Once again, we have a late surge, and Brant Rogers out of Hummelstown, PA, comes through 2:06.21 ahead of Manzo, 2:06.67. So still a personal best for Manzo there, but there just always seems to be something left in the tank, and Brant Rogers likes it. He gets the win.
Well, if you look back on the backstretch, he was able to make his move on the outside in lane 2, and I thought that's where he was going to strike initially on the backstretch, but then he kind of patiently waited on the curve. A lot of kids make the mistake of making their moves on the curve, which means a lot more running for you on the outside. You have to go wide, of course. I know you have to go wide sometimes on the straightaway, but it's not as much running and it's not as much effort you put into running a curve, because when you're running on a curve, you are turning at the same time, of course. So it seems like, there's a lot more effort that goes into it. So that's why coaches always say, wait till you get to the straightaway to, kind of slingshot yourself into the home stretch.
Brant Rogers did that perfectly. He's rewarded with a 3-second or so personal best. So PRs abound here. Remember, we will be getting quicker and quicker by seed times. It doesn't always play out that way exactly, especially in this 800 meters. And our fastest time of the day still belongs to Karan Thompson of Detroit, Michigan, 2:04.89. And as you said, anything under 2:10, just incredible for these young athletes. Let's move now to section number 5. And once again, a very full field. Cooper Looney, Adam Bello, Dominique Laporta, Hamza Salahuddin, Gage Matson, Ashton Kashat, Xander Vertriest, Jack Magnuson, Leonardo Trevino, Oscar Edelin, Mason Pope, Trevor Berquist, Asher Baltensberger, Blake Moon, Evan Herbert, Huck Rundo, and Tamir Maram.
You already see a little jostling. This is the first time we've been able to see it all day because of the amount of guys that are in this race, and guys trying to not necessarily push each other, but like make sure they have enough room between themselves so they're not tripping over each other's feet.
All about timing, all about strategy here in the 800 meters. Not a lot of room for error. We've seen it time and again in our first few heats as the drama has unfolded into the final 60 meters or so here at Franklin Field. But coming through, Jack Magnuson out of Pittsburgh, New York, 60 point, and now he gets past. I believe that's Dominic Laporta making a move.
Laporta being aggressive here, and one of the mistakes that a lot of 800-meter runners is they think they can go for the full 400 meters with a kick. Be patient. Wait until about 250 to go. You got kind of be about 90% at the 200 meters. Then, of course, when you hit that home straightaway, it's all 100%. You send it all the way to that finish line.
Well, this is Leonardo Trevino making a big move now. Talk about timing. Magnuson not out of it yet. Laporta trying to find something here in the home stretch. But Leonardo Trevino in the white and the sunglasses. Can Magnuson reel him back in? Leonardo Trevino is going to hang on to this one, and it's going to be quick. Will it be our fastest time of the day? It's going to be very close. Remember, 2:04.89 from Karan Thompson is the current standard. Not anymore. Leonardo Trevino out of Bloomington, Illinois, 2:03.93 ahead of Jack Magnuson, who hangs on pretty well for second, 2:04.61.
Trevino read that perfectly. He'll open up in a 61 and about pretty even split for that second lap. And as I said, don't have to be super aggressive on that at that bell lap. You can be patient. You can wait until you hit the backstretch to really start revving it up a little bit. So as I said, when you get to about 300 meters, you can kind of hit 85%. Then you get to 200 meters, about 90, 92%. And then once you hit into that final home straightaway, it's just got to go for it. 100%, give everything you got there in that last 10, 12, 13 seconds.
We've seen so much drama over the years here at iconic Franklin Field, coming off the top of that bend and into the home stretch. And the drama continues here at this great venue. On to section number 6 now of 8. And the hits just keep on coming. Landon Sleer, Cade Lambert, Tyrell Edmonds, Ben Moss, Tyler Robinson, Dylan Warner, Grady Tim, Alexander Riley, Calvin Heifus, Frankie Lynn, Matthew Mueller, Braden Taylor, Langston Bickert, Tim Samuel, Pierce Wilson, Bryce Bressler, Asher Wrigley, and Keanu Lawson.
Quick start, 26 seconds to that first 200 meters.
And that's Bryce Bressler, who's the one setting that standard early on. Confident running from the White Lake, New York native.
And I think you said it perfectly, Trevor. He's looking so confident right now. I mean, heck, if you're going to be wearing sunglasses, you better be able to shade off the bright lights and be able to, lock in and zone in. Simeon Birnbaum, one of those guys that's always wearing the iconic sunglasses, always making sure that, he is locked in and everyone's keeping their eyes on him, knowing that he's the dude out there to beat.
Bryce Bressler, all eyes on him, comes through very quick, sub 60 seconds, trying to improve that 2:07 personal best that he ran just a couple of weeks ago, a couple times under 2:10 this year for Bressler. But it has rarely been the case that our early leader ends up as our victor, so keep an eye. And here now is a move from Sleer. Landon Sleer out of Butler, PA, takes the lead. Landon Slayer bringing it home, trying to build up a lead that will prove to be insurmountable here in his home state. Landon Slayer has got a 2:06.5 personal best. This home stretch has been a killer in the previous sections, but Landon Slayer is going to hang on, and it will once again be a very quick time. Will he set a new standard? Yes, once again, we continue to chop down time, and so does he. Personal best for him by a significant margin, coming in with a 2:06.5 PB. He's able to get the job done here. Perfectly timed move. 2:02.73 for Sleer, ahead of Langston Bickert, who finished strong, the 7th grader out of Detroit, ending up with a 2:03.53.
Butler, PA, home of Drew Griffith, one of the best milers in high school history, of course, at the University of Notre Dame now, and perhaps this is the next great athlete that is going to be coming up here to Butler in just about a couple months or so, because he's an 8th grader, so got to start high school here in the next couple of months. But you look at all those times right there, and as I said, too many guys probably in the 800, but you see the result, and it's just how many guys are all right there with each other, and they're all running under 2:10. Because of the amount of guys that are in that race, they're all able to lock on to each other and push each other to the end.
Our penultimate heat on deck now as we inch potentially closer to that 2-minute barrier, which is a watershed mark in its own right, but also our meet record. This is going to be Alexander Yu, Landon Rodriguez, Cody Lamb, Jacob Oblander, Zachary Creighton, Julian Minkov, Leif Gustafson, Ryan Patrick, John Paul Rimbert, Kai Fiesel, Colin Woods, Raven Wiley, Charles Steffen, Aiton Goldberg, Mateo Signorilli, Gadek Herwani, and Jesus Velasco.
I'll be bold here, Trevor, and think there's going to be the first sub-2 performance in this section.
Well, that would certainly set the bar. We haven't seen one here in the middle school boys 800 meters in New Balance Outdoor Nationals history. Can we see one in our penultimate heat here as Woods goes out to the early lead? Colin Woods coming up from South Baton Rouge, representing for Louisiana, setting the pace early.
And again, a quick start, 26 seconds to that first 200 meters. If these guys are right around 58 seconds, it gives them a legitimate shot to, get under that 2-minute barrier. Maybe even have to go 57, which I know for a lot of these guys is probably a little bit quick, but if that's what it takes to run under 2 minutes, that's the pain you're willing to put yourself through.
They'll be right at 60 seconds, so plenty of work left to be done. But the strength coming into play on the second lap, certainly, as you see our leader there, Colin Woods, fading a bit. Kai Fiesel, now Fort Wayne, Indiana, but Woods not out of it yet. Look at the backstretch. This battle is going to be good.
I count 10, almost 12 guys still in this one. I mean, even with the 200 meters to go. Yes, they are starting to string out a little bit here, but everyone is still in this race. And again, too many guys probably in an 800-meter race, but that's what makes it exciting, because then you see just how many guys are still remaining in contact with each other as we get towards the end of this race.
Well, Colin Woods was our early leader. He clawed back this lead, but now here comes Kai Fiesel. And Kai Fiesel in the hot pink trying to hold off the challenge. And once again in the final stretch, we have a big move to shake things up, and it will once again be our fastest time of the day. Landon Rodriguez out of Ohio, 2:01.82. The timing has just been incredible for these athletes. The finish has been so strong. He goes 61 high, 59 high to make it 2:01.82 and take the win ahead of Kai Fiesel.
It's a rarity you'll see a negative split in an 800, Trevor, and that's what he did here. He was about 11th place, 61.84. So he knew, those guys went out a little bit quicker for that in that front pack. They went about 59 seconds probably for that first lap, and then he timed it perfectly. As we've seen a lot of these kids here in the last 100 meters, and 59.98. It's really rare to see, a middle schooler to go, run a slower time that first lap and then close much faster on the second lap.
Big PB there for Rodriguez, who came in with a 2:05 personal best. So he continues to inch closer to that 2-minute barrier. Well, hopefully so do we. One final reminder, 2:69, the meet record set by Gunnar Hammett a year ago of Virginia. Lucian Paula kicks off our competitors here in section number 8, eighth and final. Jack Riley, we've got Tristan Stevenson, Wyatt Wachtler, Desmond Sullivan, Ulrich Swan, Derek Lochtish, Landon Brzezinski, Dylan Rayner, Lolo Coma, Dominic Moscatello, Ryder Kent, Tommy McCormick, Braden Miller, Caden Page, Gunnar Hammett, last year's champion, still just a 7th grader, and Hudson Dahl, who we saw yesterday have a great day. That should be a good battle between those two.
Hammett's the one in the neon over black, so keep an eye on him. He's on the outside right now, just ahead as they make the turn and head into the break.
Hudson Dahl, the 8th grader out of Ann Arbor, Michigan. Gunnar Hammett out of Williamsburg, Virginia, but it's Page, our early leader here.
This will be an
Page
impressive
well
trip.
out in front.
This will be an impressive triple if Dahl is able to, complete this. He's right there right now in 2nd place with the sunglasses, black over black. Won the 2-mile, won the mile. Completing this 800 will be, a busy 3 days, but he's probably putting everything into this one and knowing that if he can complete the Triple Crown, that's a very, very good week.
And a really good chance of him doing so. Measured running as he'll come through right at about 59 seconds. Caden Page, though, out of Pennsylvania, 58 mid for him. But Hudson Dahl does own a 156.6 personal best. So if he measures his effort correctly, he could potentially take down that meet record and dip us under 2 minutes for the first time in New Balance middle school history.
Defending champions right there in that 4th position. But there goes Dahl now on the outside. He knows what's at stake here, Trevor. A 3rd national title in just 3 days. Actually, less than 72 hours he's been able to accomplish all of this, Trevor. This is unheard of. This is a special talent. But fighting back, though, Caden Page. He didn't like that move by Dahl there with 200 to go. Dahl's responding back.
Hudson Dahl has the strength. Gunnar Hammett has 50.400 meter speed. Caden Page has a heart that won't quit, but Hudson Dahl is going to make it 1, 2, 3 national championships. What a weekend for this young man. Make it a meet record to boot. Ann Arbor Track Club well represented here. Hudson Dahl gets the job done, 1:58.43. Caden Page, though, dipping under as well, 1:59.05. Tommy McCormick also comes up for a sub-2-minute time, so that makes 3, in fact 4, as Gunnar Hammett goes 2 flat 50. 4 athletes faster than the meet record. What a race.
Again, I mentioned, won the mile on Thursday, came back, won the 2-mile yesterday. This was it for him. All or nothing pretty much was probably the mentality he had going into this one, and it paid off towards the end. He was patient at the beginning of the opening lap, sat in 2nd, just right behind Page, just a little under a 2nd. But what I was most impressed with was the response that he had, that Page, after he passed Page tried to go with him. Page didn't catch up to him, and once they hit that home straightaway, Dahl just let everything out there on that last 100 meters and pull off one heck of a triple here at New Balance.
Looks to be the 2nd time under 2 minutes for Caden Page and a personal best for him. Just 8th graders, incredible. And we'll see Gunnar Hammett again. He's down there in 4th. Ran faster than he did last year, but still just a 7th grader. Incredible run from Hudson Dahl and a great race all around. And that will take us quickly now to the first also of 8 sections here in the girls middle school 800. Section 1, Emma Genovese, Brooke Pelkey, Evelyn Jenkins, Lulu Killian, Gabriella Diaz, Adriana Aaron, Audrey Miller, Kate Silvis, Breslin Klein, Hope Zimaniak, Lila Flores, Hazel Cherney, Eliza Schloth, Sienna Hausman, Natalie Hawley, Olivia Wang, and Brittany Cowdell. Speaking of great weekends of racing, Caitlin Estep owns the meet record here, 2:11.68. That set a year ago And she had a busy weekend herself, setting a couple of meet records. 2:11:68, we'll keep an eye on that. Plenty still in contention. On the boys' side, we seem to have somebody in almost every race that went out very quick and set that pace, though they may not have ultimately won the race overall. Call it 69 seconds or so through the first 400 meters. Kate Silvis is the one who moves into the lead. Natalie Hawley right there. Those two starting to string out the rest of the field.
Well, it's stringing out, but everyone's still in contact with each other, even though, they're trying to pick up the pace here. They go hit the backstretch now, and this is where the tempo, of course, starts to pick up. But there's 5, 6 girls in that front pack, and then you got another 8 or 9 of them chasing them. So still lots to go here, even if it's short time. But 200 meters is still a lot of time here in an 800.
Working hard out in front. That is Hope Zmaniak now, with Emma Genovese out of Massachusetts trying to make a move. How about Audrey Miller coming up there with hip number 7? But those two duking it out front. Genovese is going to lead the way there in the orange into this home stretch. Can we see a maniacal kick from anybody back there like we've seen on the boys' side? And it looks to be Emma Genovese who is going to take this one. 2:24 and change, 2:24.41 to kick things off here with Hope Zmaniak hanging on for a second. Also sub 2:25, 2:24.93.
So, Trevor, if I had to do some comparisons, to say, what would be like a 158 middle school 800 to, what would that be for, a girl in the 800? I would say that's probably about, 215, 214 would be right around that range. Because once you get under that 210 range, I think that's where you become, more of an elite athlete. Because once you're seeing the 09, the 08, 07, once you start getting under 210, that's when you become a legitimate 800-meter runner.
And to also put in perspective these splits, 70 seconds through the first 400, 74 on lap number 2 for Emma Genovese. That's how she won that. You pointed out earlier a bit more of a rare negative split from a couple of the boys. Well, we'll set the standard here as Emma Genovese just did in section number 1, as we'll move now to section number 2. Again, out of 8 total, continuing to get quicker by seed times. But section number 2 here will be Maeve Corgi, Leah Raniker, Breezy McKinnon, Claire Murphy, Cora Minnick, Bryn Waters, Carly Devlin, Lauren Acosta, Olivia Kay, Miriam Wajid, just a 6th grader. She's coming back from previous events yesterday as well. Michaela McKenzie, Lydia Hollingsworth, Juliana Hausman, Lillian Higgins, Avery Hastings, Aria Boshin, and Lindsay Carney.
No messing around early on from Raniker here for the first 200, right around 31, 32 seconds here on that opening 200.
Don't count out Wajid. I liked how she ran yesterday, very confident running. I thought she might be out towards the front as she seemed to enjoy leading at the longer distances. But Leah Raniker out of Maryland is our early leader here, and this one a bit more strung out than section number 1. Raniker has already run 2:26 this season. Ran 2:18, in fact, a year ago. So Raniker confident running, and now the gap begins to open up. 67 seconds mid on that first 400 for Raniker. Looking for a PB here.
You said it perfectly. She's running confidently right now. There's no show. She's not showing signs of slowing down by any means. Of course, we got 300 meters to go in this one, and the form hasn't changed either. She's looked great this entire time, and if you're able to maintain it here over the last 250 meters, then this is a wire-to-wire type of run for her.
This is Leah Raniker, Prince Frederick, Maryland, representing Speed and Endurance Track Club. Well, if that doesn't sum up the 800 meters, I don't know what does. As Raniker looking for a touch more of that endurance right here, coming around the bend for the final time. Can she hold off the challenge? It is going to be a close one. Into the home stretch here at Franklin Field. The final time, section number 2 of this girls' middle school 800 meters. Look at Leah Raniker digging deep, finding something there to hold off all challenges. She will be just outside of 2:20, but a season's best for her and a very fine run, just about wire to wire for Leah Raniker, 2:20.86, and that was Avery Hastings from Contahawken Electric Force here in Pennsylvania, who came on strong at the end to finish second, 2:21.93.
You notice her arms started to go because she could sense the second place was right on her heels. And once those arms started to go, that's what really carried her towards that finishing line. A lot of athletes, when they're in that home straightaway, their arms kind of flail all around, but she kept it pretty smooth and straight, kept pumping those arms, and that's really what, pulls you all the way to the finish line, still with really good form. As long as, those arms are still upright and going, they're driving the power. That's what's driving you to run faster in the 800.
Confirmation there of Section 2 results. And the fastest time thus far of the morning goes there to Leah Raniker. But we'll move on now to section number 3. Addie Davis, Clara Aschenbach, Shamika Wiley, Jalen Alexander, Abigail Seo, Parvati DeBrawl, Cade LaRue, Loria Taylor, Jaza Rahman, Najada Thomas, Arabella Smith, Lena Kaufman, Georgina Harrington, Emmeline Kim, Naomi Akapo, Emma Laycock, and Rafaela Friedman. That's Naomi Akapo, who's out there to the early lead. Emma Laycock, another one who is coming back from the event yesterday. Multiple events under the belt of a number of these athletes, but Naomi Akapo out to the very early lead here, and it's a big lead. Can she be one to take a win from gun to tape?
Went through 28 seconds on that first 200 meters, so a hot start. She's definitely slowed it down here over these next 200 meters, and just will be right over that 60-second barrier through that first lap.
Coming through right at about 66 high, 67 low for a copy, but she has some company now. Jalen Alexander with a measured race behind her, the Youngsville, North Carolina 8th grader. And here comes Jalen Alexander stalking her prey. It was a capo out to the early lead, but Alexander making a move.
So Raniker was able to respond to what, Hastings was able to do on that last 200 meters, and so far, no response from a capo as Alexander goes right by her.
Alexander runs a 2:25 best. She's got some strength as well, having run a 5:09 mile this season outdoors. But she will be well on pace to a new personal best here. Keep an eye on that clock. Remember, our fastest time of the day thus far, 2:20.86. Very, very strong finish here from Jalen Alexander. Can she dip under 2:20? It's going to be very close. Yes, she does for the first time, 2:19.75. Emma Laycock, who we mentioned, comes up strong. She has that strength as well. Second place for Laycock, 2:21.16. But our first time under 2:20, Jalen Alexander gets the win at 2:19.75.
So talking about, for middle school boys breaking 2:10, that's really good. For middle school girls running under 2:20 is really good as well.
Confirmation there, 2:19.75 for Jalen Alexander. And we will continue on with the girls. We'll also have a chance to chat with our boys winner, triple winner, in fact, Hudson Dahl, shortly with Dave Milner. We'll kick it down to him in just a moment. The We'll introduce section number 4 here. Jennifer Friedman, Brielle McDonald, Sofia Suarez Escobar, Taryn Moore, Amelia Lopez Murphy, Vespa Latino, Daniela De Franceschi, Lucia Smolders, Attila Hoffman, Kinley Haig, Janelle Johnson. We'll introduce the rest of the field, but let's kick it downstairs and hear from Hudson.
Auburn, Michigan, who just won his 3rd race here at Franklin Field. He won the middle school 2-mile, he won the middle school mile, and he just set a new meet record, clocking 1:58.43 to win the 800. Walk us through the race, tell us what your goal was going into it, and are you happy with the outcome?
I'm happy. When I went into this race, I tried to do my best, give it my all, and I think I did that.
What's your favorite thing about racing here at New Balance Nationals and Franklin Field?
I like the competition. I love the atmosphere. I love everything about it.
And we'll see you back here next year, right?
Yep.
Thank you so much, Hudson. Congrats once again.
Great weekend for that young man as we see the conclusion of lap number 1 here in section number 4 of this girls 800 middle school sections. And it's Jennifer Friedman out in front, the New Jersey native, 67.8 on that first 400.
And DeFreshney's just kind of getting a sense of what Friedman wants to do here. So she's just sitting right on the heels of her and, waiting patiently, maybe trying to make a move at some point. Looks like she's trying to move with her on the outside of her right shoulder, but still right there. Again, waiting about 200 meters. Don't necessarily have to go right now, but once it's that home straightaway, then you kind of full send it there.
De Franceschi out of Ontario, Canada, hasn't raced a ton this year, but does have sub 60-second 400-meter speed. But Jennifer Friedman, our early leader, is the one who continues to lead into this home stretch. Jennifer Friedman trying to make it a statement win here, and Jennifer Friedman out of New Jersey is going to take care of business in section number 4. She's already run 2:24 this year, but what a huge personal best for her. 2:15.53. That's an incredible personal best and a great run from De Franceschi as well. So iron sharpens iron here in section number 4, and we continue to get quicker and quicker. Remember, our meet record is 2:11.68 from a year ago. This is only section number 4, and we just saw 2:15 and 2:16. We're getting quicker and quicker.
And the crazy thing is you look at the small details of that race. So she opened up in 67.82, and she ran another 67, but it was a negative split because she ran 67.71. I mean, that, again, the little details with a short race like that, go a long way, and, coming away with a lifetime best. I mean, 2:15.53, that's not a slow time by any means for a middle school girl. And we're in the fourth section as well.
Yeah, just about as even as you could split that within a tenth or so of each other on those 2 laps. So the new standard has been set. As we move now to heat section number 5, Kate Ferris, Ava Wells, Amelia Cluley, Iris Salisbury, Niley Sieg, Janelle Jones, Talia Kirsch, Aubrey Burt, Kunusasha Matis King, Daniela Morgan, Eden Solorzano, Zara Williams, Ariana Madera, Megan McKinney, Emerson Sandifer, Anna Radwanski, and Mia Kim. Daniela Morgan, it looks like, trying to set the standard early here, along with Matis King making a move.
And I like how this section has gone out. They're all aggressive. They're all right there with each other. Although I have to say, the gal running in the knee on top, a little bit, maybe a little too aggressive. As I said, don't necessarily want to have to run on the outside of that curve, but then you have someone on the inside with the long white sleeve who kind of responds back. Doesn't want to give up that lead, but again, you have to remind yourself, you have another lap here and another, 450 meters to go in this race.
Kunusasha Matis King in the white sleeves over blue. She'll settle into second now as Ava Wells, the 7th grader out of Akron, Ohio, comes through in 66.1. So Matis King still right there with her. Kate Ferris comfortable in 3rd as well, another 7th grader. In fact, all of our top 3 currently are 7th graders. Ava Wells moving very well.
That was the fastest split of the day so far here in our 5th section. And in fact, that's actually our fastest, opening split for any section for all the racers here, because we've, had a handful of girls that were under 67 seconds here with 400 meters.
Kate Ferris now out of Hershey, PA, is our leader. But look at the move coming into this home stretch. It's going to be a battle once again. How about a long kick from hip number 5, Niley Sieg out of Houston, Texas. Trying to bring some Texas speed up here to Philly, and she does just that. Keep an eye on that clock. 2:15 the time to beat. She will be just outside of that, but a very fine run for our winner there. Niley Sieg, the Texan, the 8th grader, with a perfectly timed move to take victory. Second fastest time of the day, 2:15.68.
Another evenly run race. Really good race, too. 67.5 in the opening lap, and then 68.17. And again, you have those racers out there that, you don't have to be out front early on. I think a lot of the, mistakes that athletes make, at least at the middle school level in the 800, is like they have to be out front. Well, guess what? You don't win the race on the first lap. You win the race on the second lap.
Well, and she showed us that 56.1 400 meter speed, but a huge personal best for her. First time under 2:20, and she blows right past that barrier. Good run from Morgan as well there in second, 2:16 and change. So you see those results in section number 5. It is worth mentioning our national leader as well, 2:07.54 from Shina Collins at the middle school level. And a couple athletes under 2:10. In fact, the middle school level this year, just crazy, crazy speed from these youngsters. Well, section number 6 now. Liz Brazil, Ayati Bendelli, Alexandra Scapatici, who we've seen already, Leilani Levy, Gabrielle Godeker, Leighton Archer, Emma Bryles, Gianna Schumann, Elizabeth Grogan, Isha Awasti, Fairfax Walker, Haley Matroka, Hallie Moss, Angelica Wolf, Sophia Short, and Danica Kosier. I believe that's Short who's leading the way for Hershey Blaze TC in the early goings. Sophia Short, confident running from this 7th grader. Talk about the quickest 400 meter split. She may go even a little quicker than that, or at least be there or thereabouts. Yeah, it will be the quickest of the day for Sophia Short, 65.47. Angelica Wolf of Montverde Academy down there in Florida, another 7th grader giving chase.
Well, she saw what the standard is to meet at the first, at least the last 2 sections when the couple girls have gone 2:15. So trying to match that, because 2:15 probably is going to get you on the podium. Maybe it might not, especially with the amount of girls, running down here on this backstretch, trying to chase down Sophia Short. At least 6, 7 girls are giving chase now here to Sophia Short.
Sophia Short out in front, and we have a fall. Unfortunately, that is one of the byproducts sometimes of larger heats, but it's part of learning how to run these middle distances. But look at this move here from Gianna Schumann, wearing hip number 8, as Liz Brazil out of Cedar Park, Texas, tries to respond on the outside. Liz Brazil, the 7th grader, with a big move coming through to overtake the lead and cruise to victory here. As you said, the all-important time, it's going to be a bit slower than the previous sections, but it will be under 2:20 once again. Incredible run from the 7th grader. Liz Brazil takes the victory, 2:18.75.
And a really tough fall right there from our athlete. We'll have to see who that was, because to me, she was one of those athletes that was charging down Sophia Short, and I figured she was going to be in the mix with both Brazil and Schumann towards the end of that race. But that's the tough part about the 800 is when everyone is right there with each other. Even when you have a race that only has 8, 9 athletes in there, everyone's like right on the heels with each other. perfect example is what happened last year at the Olympic trials with the thing Mo. Everyone right there with 200 meters to go. There's a lot of strategy that's involved in the 800, and if you're not careful about where your placement is in the race, and how much space you're giving somebody, something like that can happen there towards the end of the race.
Breakthrough race there for Liz Brazil. So many times under 225, but just knocking on the door with a 221 personal best. Comes through and runs sub 220 here at New Balance. What a time to do it. Section number 7 now of 8 in total. It's going to be Dylan Husty, Addison Davis, Anna Blodgett, Julia Norris, Savannah Forrester, Emerson Strickland, Sophia Descher, Madison Brown, Micah Ajayi, Meriden Algie, Flannery O'Daniel, Taylor Short, Melody Ashford, Kate Brochu, Giada Lynn, and Louisa Hofstrom.
It's rare you'll see 5 across there in an 800-meter race, but again, when you have that many people in there, you can expect a lot of them to be as far as out as lane 3 to find their positioning.
Madison Brown out in front in the black and yellow jersey. Now starting to settle in. Well, maybe we've been greedy with so many meet records, but I will remind you once again, 2:11.68, the meet record set a year ago by Caitlin Estep, who had such an incredible middle school career. Madison Brown is going to take us through the first 400 meters here. One of the quicker times of the day, 66.91. Dylan Husty there as well with Brown. Hosty and Brown duking it out. New Jersey for Hosty, Maryland for Madison Brown. Those two out in front, but you're right, running so wide for so long is Dylan Hosty, and you have to wonder if that's going to catch up with her.
And an interesting strategy here to run in lane 2 as well, and no one taking up on the inside, which at any given moment somebody can just go right past them. But it looks like they slid right back into lane 1.
Brown finding something to respond to the surge of Hosty. It looked like she may be fading, but now Madison Brown up on the shoulder of Dylan Hosty. Sub 220 performers, both of them. Hosty, though, does she have the strength and the endurance to bring it through? Keep an eye once again on that clock. She will be just outside our quickest times of the day. But she will be 5th overall with that 2:17.10, and it was Meriden Algie who came on strong. The Rhode Island native to also go under 2:18, 2:17.47 for her. Confirmation of the Section 7 results. They're 2 sub 2:18, but this is not just fast, it is deep as well. Jennifer Friedman, still our fastest time of the day, 2:15.53 out of Section 4. Nylee Sieg had a great run as well to go 2:15.68. She currently sits in 2nd, but Friedman will be watching this final section with bated breath, certainly, as we will see how quick we can go.
You said it perfectly.
Eighth and final
she's
section.
watching this closely to see, if that 2:15 can get the job done. But as we continue to, get to the fastest section, it hasn't been proven that no other time has been able to beat that 2:15.
Well, the flip side of that is that these young ladies know exactly what they have to do if they want to stand atop that podium. And this section will be comprised of Liliana Griffin, Abigail Dunn, Lauren Ewell, Belle Perrell, Annika Kindorf, Claire Jenkins, Madeline Soror, Sophie Menker, Hadley Razor, Abigail Clue, Molly Mako, Grace Love, Alexandria Frazier, Eliza Schwass, Brooklyn Brown, and Layla Kirk. And they are wasting no time taking this one quickly, right about 29 seconds through 200 meters. They know what they have to do if they want to take down the top dog here in the middle school girls 800 meters.
Very aggressive first 200 meters for our leader, 27.5 through the first 200 meters. Again, the girls that have gone out fast have paid the price towards the end. This being the fastest section, perhaps maybe they can string together another quality couple of 200 meters in this one, coming about 62 seconds for that opening lap.
Very quick, call it 63 low, but remember Jennifer Friedman ran her 2:15 mid with very even split, 67 and change on both of her 400 meters. But Layla Kirk out of Torrance, California, my neck of the woods, SoCal, representing here on the East Coast. Layla Kirk, 63-second first 400. Abigail Clue there as well, but Brooklyn Brown and others trying to make a move on the backstretch here.
135 through the 600 to go. The meet record 2:11.68 is within striking distance, and she's not slowing down at all right now, Trevor.
This young lady has a 54-second personal best over 400 meters. Look at that stride. You can understand why. She has gone 2:07 in the past and has not lost over 800 meters this outdoor season. But is today the day? It may be. Great first 600-700 from Layla Kirk, but it is not going to be enough. Keep an eye on that clock. Will this be our first sub 2:10 clocking in New Balance history? Yes, it is. Eliza Schwass comes up from nowhere, the Michigan representative, the 8th grader, 2:08.54. Layla Kirk hangs on for second, and she'll be second overall, 2:10.11. Also under the old meet record is Brooklyn Brown in third with 2:10.84. But what a run from Eliza Schwass.
It's another meet record for Eliza Schwass. She set the meet record in the girls' mile the other night on Thursday. The second fastest all-time middle school mile, just behind Sadie Engelhardt. Of course, we'll see Sadie race here in the high school championship section of that mile in the 800. But, absolutely incredible double. And again, as I said, for the boys' race, when you break 2 minutes, the equivalent for the girls is around 2:15, maybe 2:14. For her now, in the case for Schwass, this is elite company that she's a part of now, 2:08.54. That's, not only one of the best middle school times, that's also, a really good high school time as well.
Improves upon her 2:10 best from earlier this year, and by my count makes her number 2 in the nation at the middle school level. That's got to give you confidence going into the high school competition. Great run from Eliza Schwass. Scottville, Michigan. She sets the meet record, takes the victory here in the girls' 800 meters for the middle schoolers.
Well, and the other thing, too, the way that she ran that race, too, Trevor. I mean, she opens up in 61.18, and then, to come back and then run 64.36, 64.18. Then 64.36. Like that's not a hard. That's a hard thing to do, going back to back, running the same splits, and especially when you're running that fast for an 800.
Very even split for our winner there. Well, next on the track will be the freshman girls 100-meter hurdles. The first round will take the top 8 times to final. We'll set to begin here shortly in just a few moments. Live on Runner Space all weekend long. This is the New Balance Outdoor Nationals.
New Jersey is in 3. Amber Williams from North Carolina is in 4. PG from Motor City Track Club in Detroit goes in 5. Keep an eye on her. Ryan Gatlin from Denver, Colorado goes in 6. Jade Lee from Pennsylvania is in 7. Reagan Farrell from Rhode Island is in 8. And out in lane 9 is Sadie Hamilton from Maryland.
Well, we move now to the hurdles. As you can see, the freshman girls 100-meter hurdles. This event has been so strong, really at every level over the years here in the U.S. Multiple Olympic gold, silver, bronze medalists, multiple world champions, and so many of them started their career at the age group level. This, of course, though, the freshmen set to represent here, and in section number 1 of 7, it's going to be Taylor Smola, Grace Sparks, Tatum Jones, Amber Williams, Peyton G. She is one to watch. In lane 5, Ryan Gadlin, Jade Lee, Reagan Farrell, and Sadie Hamilton. And, in fact, it looks like lane 5 will be vacant, unfortunately. But the meet record here belongs to Salai Russell, 14:34. Represents Bullis, of course. I believe we'll be seeing her later. And if that combination of hurdles and a last name Russell and the school name Bullis rings a bell, she is the younger sister to Masai, last year's Olympic gold medalist and the latest in a long list of U.S. hurdle greats. 14:34, the meet record here. Seven sections. The top 8 will advance by time. Cutthroat qualification here. No big cue, just the little cues. You've got to run fast. And the advantage, I think, that a lot of these athletes have, we talk about how sometimes some of the various events, they change or the implements get heavier, the hurdles get higher. Well, for these girls, they're able to run the same distance, the same height, really for most of their career. So as they get quicker and quicker, those times come down. And it just is so impressive to see these athletes get better and better at this hurdle event. So technical, technique plus speed, as we'll kick things off here in section number 1. And G, in fact, is a non-starter, as you can see in lane 5. Section 1 of 7, freshman girls 100-meter hurdles. It's Smola, Sparks, Jones, Williams, Gadlin, Lee, Farrell, and Hamilton. And in lane 4, moving very well, Amber Williams, so too Ryan Gadlin. It's a battle between those two. Jade Lee trying to be in the mix as well, but it now is 2, and now there is 1. Amber Williams out of Greensboro, North Carolina, takes the victory, 14:76. Ahead of Ryan Gadlin out of Denver, 14:85. You want to talk about barriers, sub 15 seconds for these freshmen. Very impressive times. Certainly more to come in the finals as well. But every athlete, even if you win your section, will be your heat, I should say, you will be holding your breath, keeping an eye on the clock in the following heats, because it will be all on time. Well, we have a moment. Let's kick it downstairs and hear from our middle school girls 800-meter champion, Eliza Schwass.
Well, Eliza just told me she likes the mile better, but you ran a killer 800, and it all came down to the last 150. How did you decide to make the move there?
I know I didn't want to go out too fast, so I sat back on the first lap a little bit. And then I started my kick on the second lap, and I saw that I was starting to gain. And so that pushed me even harder to finish it strong.
Finish strong in a new meet record, her second this weekend. Eliza Schwass, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up.
Schwass having a great weekend, as she said, a meet record there. First time sub 210 at middle school 800 meters. Incredible talent and incredible result. Well, we will move now to section number 2 of 7. Maya Scott, Kayla Plock, Aubrey Atkins, Aaliyah Bailey, Courtney Horn out of Goose Creek, South Carolina, ran those 400 hurdles for the freshman yesterday as well. Isabella Alvarez, Mackenzie Hayes, Vanessa Edinburgh, and Chloe Saintable. Full field here. We saw a really good battle. Two athletes going sub 15 seconds in the previous section with Williams and Gadlin. So these athletes know what they have to do. Of course, different than a middle distance or long distance race where there's a little more strategy involved. This one is all out from the gun. 100 meters, 10 hurdles off and running here in section number 2. Really good start in the middle of the track for Courtney Horn. Coming back from the 400-meter hurdles. Good form, cleanly through. Courtney Horn is going to take care of business and get the win. 14:20, that is a new meet record. And the wind, yes, is legal. Courtney Horn takes victory, 14.20, another meet record, and it's just the prelims.
Well, I was just about to say, Trevor, the meet record held by Soleil Russell, 14:34. I figured that was going to be a tough one to get. Well, Sydney Horn proved me otherwise. She was clean from the start there through all those hurdles. Did not even, I don't even think, hit one of the hurdles. And the execution was there for her to, even in the prelims. I mean, 14:20, it's safe to say that one's going to be a challenge to beat in the final once we get there.
She has gone a windy 14:16, but having gone 14:20 to win her state championship there in South Carolina, the great season continues for Courtney Horn. And as I mentioned, we saw her in the 400 hurdles as well. That tall stride, eating up those hurdles, so a really, really good start. And it's just becoming commonplace to see one meet record after another, and I love seeing that happen in the prelims. We talk about it at every level. Sometimes you're a little more relaxed in the prelims. You know what you have to do, but that, of course, is our fastest time of the day. 14:20 for Courtney Horn as we move now to section number 3. Margot Depew, Tanique Edmonds, Paisley Whiteley, Charlie Reed, Patricia Costa, Nyla Boyd, Marissa Brenwalt, Imani Brim, Macia Owens. That's your lineup here in section number 3. Current bubble time, 8th fastest, 15:65. Expect that to get much quicker, certainly under 15 seconds, perhaps around the 14, maybe 14:7 or so, if I had to venture a guess, to get you into that final. Away here, Depew, Edmonds, Whiteley, Reed, Costa, Boyd, Brenwalt, Brim, and Owens. And in lane 5, once again, Patricia Costa out of Lauderhill, Florida. A bit of a stutter there. No, it's disaster for her as she bangs that hurdle and gets off kilter. Charlie Reed, in fact, comes through for the victory, 15:42. She will be our new bubble time. Unlikely that will hold up for the final, but she took advantage of it. Charlie Reed takes a victory for 15:42, just ahead of Marissa Brenwalt, 15:43. And Costa, unfortunately, down there in 4th overall. She was having a great race and just got a little off kilter.
So a tough position for Charlie Reed there in 15:42, and it's sitting in that 8th position right now. Normally in these hurdle races, it's the top 9 times that would advance on to the final, but in this case, it's the top 8. So this is a tough position for Reed here to be in, with 4 more sections to go, or 4 more heats, I should say.
Reed right on the bubble, but you have to think that bubble will pop, as you said, with multiple heats still remaining. It will take us now to heat number 4 of 7. Marley Ashford lines up here in 1. We'll have Carson Clark, Taylor Brinker, Nia Milliner, Nia Armstrong, Kalia Montgomery, Samantha Baines, Chika Ake, Angelina Hallahan. Milliner, another athlete coming back from 400 hurdles yesterday. Keep an eye on her. Keep an eye on Nia Armstrong as well out of Tampa, Florida. And away we go. Ashford, Clark, Brinker, Milner, Armstrong, Montgomery, Baines, Ake, and Hallahan. No surprise to see Nia Armstrong here. She's a sub 14-second performer at her best, an absolute beast. And there she goes. I had a hunch we might not see that 14:20 meet record last for long. Is the win legal? Yes, it is. Nia Armstrong, 13:63. The wind is a legal 1.2. These kids are running out of their mind.
I'm sure there's not a way, to find an extra lane for this athlete to go into the championship section, because she's rightfully earned herself into that championship final. So 13:63 is not a slow time, not even just for, seniors, juniors, sophomores, but let alone this is a freshman that's running this time.
Well, and she's the one last year that ran that 13:99 to set the record here in the middle school section and had an undefeated season in finals, running a 13:8 personal best last year. Well, now it's a new personal best for her as her great season continues. Nia Armstrong, just incredible. She's a sub 60-second 400 hurdler as well. Second in both of these events at the Florida State Championships 4A.
And that's the other thing, too, is her range. Like, if you're able to, run under 60 seconds for the 400 hurdles while also running, sub 13:80 for the 100 hurdles, it's a rarity to see nowadays, athletes, excelling in multiple events. And, of course, Natalie Dumas is one of those athletes that, we're going to be seeing. Of course, yesterday she did the 400 hurdles. Today she's back in the 400 against Sydney Sutton again, which that will be a really, really good battle between those two. But, yeah, as I said, like, when specializing in multiple events is a rarity in, not only in just track and field, but, like, multiple sports in general.
Heat number 5 here. Lauren Hickey, Kendra Cook, Rhodesia Patil, Bella Everett, Kaylee Payne, Valenisha Calhoun coming back from really great long jump yesterday. She goes in 6. Lydia Wright, Esther Ofadile, and Abigail Leclicklin. Away cleanly here. Payne of the Durham Striders, a great track club with a good start, but now on her outside it is Calhoun out of Martinez, Georgia, showing us some Georgia speed. She's going to cruise on through to victory here, and another quick time. Well, the order of these heats, she would have been the meet record holder for a moment at least. 14:06. Talk about setting the stage. Valenisha Calhoun out of Martinez, Georgia, 14:06. Second fastest on the day, of course. We move the bubble time now to 14:86 with a couple sections remaining.
And you throw Calhoun against Armstrong here in the final, and that you could potentially see, two girls under 14 seconds here in this final. I mean, 14:06, that was pretty much a solo effort from the gun for her.
She has run under 13 seconds before, 13:94 windy, her all conditions best. So absolutely setting the stage here for an incredible final. As we said, she's a great long jumper as well, knocking on the door of 20 feet and was second in that event. Well, it just doesn't stop here, Keenan. Meet record after meet record, and seeing multiple times under that very quick 14:3 from a year ago, but these freshmen just getting faster and faster. So we move now to heat number 6 of 7. Sophia DeAngelis, Corin Williams, Jasmine Johnson, Caitlin Lindo, Jasmine Jackson, Lauren Lynch, Nyla Flowers, and Trinity West.
American hurdling in general is just getting faster and faster, especially on the women's side. I mean, already what we've seen so far this outdoor season from Asai Russell, Tia Jones, even Grace Stark yesterday at the Paris Diamond League with tying the number 5 all-time performance in the 100 hurdles. Is just this is the event, at least on the women's side, in the sprints and the hurdles.
Heat number 6. And in lane 5, Jasmine Jackson. She was second in that middle school race a year ago to Armstrong. She would love to take her revenge. Keep an eye on this clock. Well clear of the field is Jackson, and another quick time, 14:07. These young ladies came to play today. 14:07, third fastest on the day, and that makes 14:82 now our bubble time. But Armstrong, Calhoun, Jasmine Jackson, This stage is absolutely getting set for the drama of the final. Nice solo run there from Jackson.
And that was another solo effort, as you mentioned. When you're running pretty close to that 14-second barrier and you're doing it all by yourself, you're going to have to be able to get pushed by both Nia Armstrong and Calhoun in that final here in just I believe that's going on here in just a couple of hours.
Jackson has a 13.72 personal best, so not much to choose between these different athletes. And she's had an incredible season, multiple times under 14 seconds this year. It's really just a mouth-watering final coming up. But still one more heat remaining. It's Yenem Ayim, Jada Mole, Sophia Schenk, Ella Helm, Gabriella Smith, Eliana Bradner, Alan Lewis, Kayla Burning, and Samantha Buckley. Ella Helm coming back from the freshman 400 hurdles final yesterday as well. Gabriella Smith, though, out of Bradenton, another one to watch. She won those 400 hurdles.
14.82 the bubble time.
Away we go here in our final heat. Good start in lane number 4, but now making it up very quickly. Lane number 5, as expected, Gabriella Smith coming up from Florida. Very quickly over these barriers and very quickly to the line. That is once again going to be one of our fastest times of the day. Make it number 4 overall, 14.14, into a slight headwind, in fact. How about Ella Helm, who's going to sneak in there with the 7th fastest time overall, which means that I guess I was right on, Keena, when I said 14.7 is what it was going to take. Lauren Lynch, our final qualifier, 14.74. But a really nice run there from Gabriella Smith. Be our 4th fastest over day of the day and to set the stage for our final.
Not to mention the fact that the 5 fastest girls out of the preliminary round are all already under that meet record just set last year by Soleil Russell. So expect something even quicker probably in the final, especially from Nia Armstrong, who just obliterated that record in 13.63 and winning her heat.
Gabriella Smith there you see at 14.14, and she's been a little unlucky with wind this year. Ran a pretty solid 14.51 into a minus 2.1 at the Great Southwest meet just a couple of weeks ago, but we may get some favorable wind in the final. That was a personal best for her there. She'll be looking for more when we move on to that final later on, but the stage is set multiple times, as you said, under the old meet record. Great hurdling there from the freshman girls. Well, one great hurdle event deserves another. We'll move now to the championship girls 100-meter hurdles, and it will be busy. 13 heats here before we take the top 24 to the semis. It's going to be Charv Gibson here in heat number 1, Faith Schiffer, Violet Hawk, Divine Bamgoye, Naomi Booker, Ariana Allen, Kennedy Hayward, Kayla Ewing, and Rhea Stock-Hurd.
This is just the first round. There will be a semifinal, so it's the top 24 overall times advancing on to those semis, which is going to be contested later on this afternoon.
The record here belongs to, well, Camden Bentley, I believe, 13:36, or was it? Yes, 13:36. Camden Bentley of Ohio Speed in 2023. Away we go. Gibson, Schiffer, Hawk, Bamboye, Booker, Allen, Ewing, and Stock-Hurd. And in lane number 5, this is Naomi Booker, Hurdlenomics out of Humble, Texas. 13:61, our fastest time of the day overall, and a very solid run for her. She's run a windy 13.2, so well within her capabilities here, and she will certainly be one to contend with in the semis and potentially the final. Setting the bar high, 1363 rather, for Naomi Booker.
It's been a very special year in the state of Texas, and Naomi Booker is one of those athletes that's been able to contribute to the fast times that we've seen out of the Lone Star State. 1363, solid time for her. Here in this prelim, just want to get an idea of where she's at going into the semifinals, and then of course, try to deliver another fast time in the semis that gets her into the final on Sunday.
She did indeed win her state meet down there, the UIL Texas State meet, ran 13:30 to take that title. So plenty more on the docket for Booker as she goes 13:63 to set the standard. Remember, it is 24 that will move on through, so a little bit more room. I won't say room for error, but a little bit more breathing room maybe for some of our top contenders as we move now to heat number 2. Morgan Hawley goes in 1. Morgan Apple, Jada Watson, Ariana Thomas, Kendall Spain, Phoenix Phillips, Celeste Davis, Aaliyah McDonald, Josefina Jallo. That is your lineup. As usual, keep an eye on lane 5. Kendall Spain, she's gone 13:37. And it's been undefeated this year except for Arcadia and the Brooks PR Invitational. Pretty good losses, if you have to put it that way. Won her state championship in that personal best, 13:37. Did Spain heading to South Carolina. This is a good heat. Holly, Apple, Watson, Thomas, Spain, Phillips, Davis, McDonald, and Jallo. Good start from Ariana Thomas as well, but nobody can contend with lane number 5. Kendall Spain out of St. Louis, Missouri. Going to be a Gamecock next year, 13:68. Into a very slight headwind, but as we saw with Booker previously, solid run, just gearing up for quicker times to come.
Another solid effort, and even into a slight headwind. Nothing major by any means. It was negative 0.1 meters per second. Any opportunity you get a chance, get to go to an SEC school. That's they see something in you, and they can build upon that and work with it. I mean, that, of course, everyone knows the SEC, the most highest, conference, highest level of competition you could have at the NCAA level, and whether you see it from schools like South Carolina and Jamesia Ford, or at LSU with Michaela Rose. Like, there's just so much talent across the board in the SEC conference, and I don't have to preach to the choir because I think everybody knows that.
I don't know. We might get some letters, Keenan. I mean, we don't want to be like the football, strength of schedule, SEC is king and all of that, because that, the incredible conference, certainly in the sprints, and that South Carolina team so strong, joining Ford and others, but we got some strength around the country, I'd say, as well. The fun thing, obviously, about track is you can do it from anywhere at any school, but certainly the sprint competition top tier in the SEC, and it's top tier here as well. As we move to heat number 3, Vivian Caton, Nadia Webb, Janelle Codrington, Skylar Brittman, Eleanor Kazanjian, Kimbrell Winfield, Taylor Foster, Kaya Enoch, and Zoe Caldwell. Kazanjian, we should note, there in lane 5 is just a freshman, so electing to contest this race here. She's a sub-14-second performer at her best. Well, it gives me another second to mention her taking second at her state meet down there in Texas at the 4A level. Ran 13:49, slightly windy, plus 2.1, but she will be one to contend with. She'll get some really, really good competition here.
One thing I always notice when anyone runs in Austin, it's either windy or perfect conditions. You're always going to see plus something in either the hurdles or the sprints, but certainly not for those three the two boys that were running 9.92 and 10.0 in that 100 final.
Texas Speed, she did have a little bit of wind behind her at the Texas Relays when she won that event as well, but Kazanjian has some company on her outside. Kimbrell Winfield of Cordova, Tennessee, and Kazanjian fading now, surprisingly. But here in lane 6 is going to be our winner, Kimbrell Winfield. 1380 and into a slight headwind here. So Winfield will be our third fastest overall. Not too far off her 1367 personal best there. Good run from Winfield. Taylor Foster.
And again, you don't want to do anything
super
super crazy when it comes to this, preliminary round. You want to kind of ease yourself in, knowing that you have the potential to have 2 more races, and including the semifinals that are going on later on this afternoon. Although for some people, they might think the preliminary round is the hardest one, whether it's from a mental standpoint, just because it's the first one. Like it's the first step in going through this process of a 3 rounds. Like it's not easy. The first race is always hard. They'll always tell you, as soon as you get the first one out of the way, then it becomes much easier.
Well, another good heat on deck here. Emmy Wong-Shing, Katie Truitt, Gabrielle Crane, Mia Mason out of Lorton, Virginia. It's going to be one to watch there in lane 5. Fifth indoors in the 60 hurdles was Mason, heading to Virginia in the fall. Emanuela Edozian, Isabel Evans, Azuri Garrett, Ivana Richards. 20-foot long jumper as well is Mia Mason. Very well-rounded athlete. High hurdles, long hurdles, sprints, the jumps. At a South County High School, Mia Mason. 13.5 personal best here. Keep an eye on lane number 5. And we will try again. Manuela Edozian there out of Massachusetts in lane 6. Is going to try to push her. She certainly could. She's also run 13.5. The MIAA Meet of Champions, where she was the winner multiple times under 14 seconds this year. Not a bad long jumper herself. 19.5 3/4. So, battle of the multi-talented athletes in lane 5 and 6 there.
Some of the best long jumpers in the world were hurdlers in their day. Tara Davis Woodhall is a prime example.
Off cleanly now here in heat number 4. As expected, a quick start in lane number 5 for Mia Mason as Edozian tries to keep pace, but nobody can do so. Lane 5 is Mia Mason, but how about this finish now in lane 7 from Isabel Evans out of Ohio. 13.95 for Mia Mason. Isabel Evans coming up out of Ohio Speed, Centerburg, Ohio. 14.09 for second. She should be safely through to the top 24 as well.
You notice a little bit of she slowed down after she hit the 5th hurdle, and that kind of, slowed her momentum as well. And probably could have ran, closer to the 1380s had she not hit that 5th hurdle, but she'll take the 1394. I mean, at this point, you just take what you can get going into the semifinals and then make those adjustments once you get to that next race.
Worth mentioning, last year's champion, as we mentioned, setting that meet record was Taylor Cox out of Union Catholic. As we said, they seem to know a thing or two about hurdlers over there in New Jersey. As we move now to heat number 5.
So in this next heat, keep your eyes on Sydney Harris. She goes into lane 6 from IMG Elite.
Heat number 5 now. Alice Turner, Ariel Thomas, Mia Lee Bowens, Winter Evans, Jordan Henderson, Sydney Harris out of IMG Elite. She's one to watch in lane number 6. Allie Doyle, Robin Tajian, and Brooklyn Harmon. Sydney Harris 8th in this race a year ago. And away we go, a full field here in heat number 5, trying to be top 24 and make it through to those semifinals. Starting to pull away now here in lane number 5 is Sydney Harris, 14:09. Into a slight headwind. That'll be our 6th fastest overall, and again, should be safely through. But such is the depth of this event, Keenan, that you've got to be biting your fingernails if you're in the 10 to 15 range right now. So many heats still remaining, 13 total.
We've yet to see our defending champion in this one too, Trevor. She's coming up here in just a couple of moments.
I believe that will be heat number 8. We'll see Taylor Cox. For now, will be heat number 6. Lindsay Evans, Felicia Sui, Zenobia Witt, Demira Allen, Alexia Reed, Aubrey Harris, Aaliyah Waite, Nyla Fair, and Malia Johnson. Alexia Reed, the one to watch here in lane 5. Windy personal best of 13:41. Talk about windy events. Florida relays can be a little hit or miss as well, but that's where she ran that 13:41. Undefeated since then, state champion as well, was Alexia Reed.
There's 2 places in the world that are fast. It's the Florida relays and the Texas relays. Both very fast tracks.
Well, you want to talk about fast programs, she'll be joining the UCF program. Great sprint squad there in Central Florida. A bit of a slow start for Alexia Reed in lane 5. Now coming on strong. The Florida native being pressed on her outside by Aubrey Harris out of Virginia. But now the cream rises to the top as Alexia Reed cruises on through 13:71. That'll be our 3rd fastest of the day, but a good run from Aubrey Harris there in 2nd as well, giving us another sub 14 second, clocking at 13:93. So the bubble time here, remember, top 24, 14:59. I think it's going to take, 14:15 maybe? 14:10, sub 14:10 maybe to make the next round. I had to put on my prognosticator hat. That takes us now to heat number 7. Trinity Brepo, Maya Arampatsis, Ogechi Zoku, Chella McLaughlin, Dallas Guy, Shakayla Lavender, Mia Barnett, Allison Urbas, and Aubrey Phillips Cobb. Mia Barnett, no stranger to New Balance action, 3rd in the high hurdles indoors at the New Balance Nationals. And it looks like, unfortunately, Mia Barnett is a non-starter. So, as usual, all eyes in the middle of the track. Dallas Guy goes in 5, Shakayla Lavender in 6, both juniors. Away we go. Dallas Guy has run 13:48 at her best. She could certainly be one to watch into the semis and the finals, and it is lane 5. Dallas Guy moving well, but Lavender there on her outside bangs that final hurdle. Dallas Guy comes through for the win, 13:95, and I think hitting that hurdle just cost Shakayla Lavender a 10th or so, but she will finish 2nd, 14:16, and Guy will be our 6th fastest as of now.
So now that we're over halfway through, the bubble time now is bumped down to 14:56 for Aaliyah McDonald. And you can expect that time to be bumped out as well with Taylor Cox here, come up here in just a couple of seconds. Of course, our defending champion in this event also completed the hurdle sweep last year, looking to see if she can complete the hurdle sweep this year after winning the indoor title in the 60s. And there she is right there, just getting ready for her first hurdle race of the day.
It's so fun to have the indoors and the outdoors. Love seeing these athletes come back for more and, as you said, try to defend the titles from indoors. Taylor Cox, the senior, so quick there from Union Catholic, best known, of course, for producing Sydney McLaughlin-Lavroni. But on her inside, that's Gabby White of Bullis, another incredible program. We'll also have Nyla Jackman-Smith, Dakota Jones, Brianna Growalt, the aforementioned White, and Taylor Cox there in 5. Adriana Swanson, Maya Rich, Delaney Schumacher, and Kylie Mattiacci. That is your lineup here in a very good heat number 8. And away we go. No, a potential issue or false start there. So we'll have to wait and see. Well, Taylor Cox, you want to keep talking about great sprint squad. She's headed to be a Bulldog there, run for Carol Smith-Gilbert at the University of Georgia. Just won the national championship last week, so not a bad decision, and they will be getting a very, very good hurdle champion in Taylor Cox. We've been talking about sub 14-second clockings. Taylor Cox is one who may have her eyes on a sub 13-second clocking. She owns a 13:18 personal best multiple times in the low 13-second range. So very, very experienced, very, very good quality hurdler here. As you said, the indoor champ as well over those 60-meter hurdles. So Taylor Cox, the one to watch here. Last year's champion, running 13:38. And away we are now, second time of asking. Cox, as expected, out to a very quick start, moving cleanly through these hurdles. Good run behind her on the inside by Gabby White, and now on her outside as well from Swanson. But no doubt for Taylor Cox, she takes the victory, 13:74. Adriana Swanson does come up for second, 13:97, with Gabby White in third, 14:06.
And that was a pretty, easy effort for Taylor Cox from her standards. Of course, you mentioned that she's ran 13:18, tied or bested Sydney McLaughlin-Lavroni's New Jersey state record at the New Jersey Meet of Champions just a couple of weeks ago. But her focus is now to, of course, get through the semis, and then how can I repeat as champion in this event, while also trying to go after the meet record, which is 13:36. Last year she ran 13:38 in the finals, so she's right there on the cusp of breaking that. So definitely on her mind here as we move along here for the next 2 rounds.
That will take us to heat number 9. Aubrey Guy, Anila Castro, Anna Weil, Deanna Cotton, Cassidy Hopkins of Bullis, just a junior. Keep an eye on her in lane 5. Brooklyn Taylor, Cherion Doxley, Amelia Cole, and Madison Bobb. See Cassidy Hopkins there. Second indoors at those New Balance National 60-meter high hurdles.
She'll also have a chance tomorrow to lead her squad to a back-to-back shuttle hurdles relay title, which they won last year, right on this very track.
Madison Bobb, an interesting one there. Her sister runs at Virginia Tech. Caitlin Bobb comes from a very athletic family. Mom was a Bermuda national champion as well and competed internationally for them. But a good, quick start here out of lane number 5 for Cassidy Hopkins as expected. Cassidy Hopkins is going to make quick work of this one, leaving no doubt taking victory. 13:56 as she cruises through, and Bullis is going to have so many bodies in these finals. Again, Hopkins just a junior, but she has run very quick. A windy 13:3, in fact, earlier this year. Also came at the Florida Relays down there. Bullis travels well, so they get another one through. As Anna Weil also under 14 seconds, 13:93.
You know, if she wants to get a chance to beat Taylor Cox there in the final, of course, assuming that both of them move on to that final, you know, you kind of have to make a statement here in this preliminary round and have that fastest time going into the semis. So, you know, 13:56, a solid effort for Hopkins. But again, as you know, having that up there on the board and you see it, shows Taylor Cox is like, all right, Cassidy Hopkins has also come to play here this weekend.
So into the blocks now for heat number 10, Brooklyn Cotton, Alana Dennis, Olivia Dupree, Jada Wilson, Ella Steele Douglas, Sophia Swindell, Sky Blue Tyson, Julia Natidas, and Gabrielle Asari. That is your lineup here for heat number 10. Bubble time currently 14:32. And away we go. Even start for heat number 10, trying to get under that bubble time and potentially under 14 seconds as well. A very good run here from lane number 6, Sophia Swindell, the senior, and she does go under 14 seconds, 13:78 for her. That'll be our 6th fastest time of the day. Ella Steele Douglas just outside that 14-second barrier, 14:01. So that will take us now to heat number 11 as we are marching ever onward towards our 13th and final heat. But for now, with a couple remaining, the bubble time sits the top 24 times, 14:25. So 3 more heats remain. Kiara Fleming lines up here. Riley Coates, Madison Riccardi, Caitlin Great, Kelly Frederick, Solai Russell, who we saw just get her meet record broken in the freshman category. She goes in lane number 6, younger sister, of course, of Masai Russell, but making her own name during her time there at Bullis is Solai Russell. Alondra Rodriguez, Cecilia King, Amber Callender. That's your lineup here. Heat number 11, and a very quick start from Soleil Russell, but she did bang her hurdle there, back on track now. That trail leg getting left behind just a little bit. And on her inside, Kelly Frederick coming on strong. Now on the outside, it's Alondra Rodriguez taking the victory, 14:29 for the Orlando, Florida native. Kelly Frederick, a strong finish there, 14:42. And Riccardi, 14:43. Perhaps some disappointment there for Soleil Russell in 4th, 14:50. Just got a little off kilter banging a couple of those hurdles.
a handful of athletes in that heat actually were hitting a lot of the hurdles, which then kind of cost them, that top 24 opportunity to move on to the semifinals. So tough going for all those girls, but still, it was still a quality race. It's just the unfortunate thing is you don't get to be in that top 24 moving on to semis.
Londra Rodriguez just on the outside looking in. That was the 26th fastest time on the day. So the bubble time remains 14:25. You see a slight headwind there as well. That's definitely one of the fickle aspects that can play in to these various heats. But we'll move now to our penultimate heat. Ariana Montgomery, Nadia Webb, Aaliyah Ferguson, Layla Hassan, Ava Rice, Carrie Van Noy, Victoria Paris, Madison Crowder, and Bree Clausen. Ava Rice, the one we'll highlight here, 13:45, her personal best. Second in the Class 6 state championships there in Virginia. She's also headed to UVA, Lanana's Cavalier program, picking up some really good sprint talent. We don't necessarily always think of them as the sprinters. They've had some great distance runners, middle distance over the years. Of course, Coach Lanana known for his distance prowess, but picking up a couple of good sprinters here this year as well. Well, and as I say that, it looks like Rice is a non-starter. The commentator's curse, I suppose, but we do have Montgomery, Webb, Ferguson, Hassan, Van Noy, and Clausen vying for a top 24 spot. And in lane 4, a good start from Layla Hassan out of District Heights, Maryland. But now on her outside, lane 6, it's going to go to Carrie Van Noy, the Detroit, Michigan representative. 14:17 for her. That puts her precariously inside the top 24 with one heat remaining. 14:17 for her, has her number 22 overall. Carrie Van Noy taking advantage of a couple non-starters there and moving very well to take victory in heat number 12.
Just got to hope and pray that 3 other girls in that 13th and final heat don't run anything faster than that 14:17. As Van Noy currently sitting in 22nd right now, top 24, moving on to that semifinals. And actually, if you look at where the 24th person is at, 14:22 by Brooklyn Taylor, and then just right behind her in 25th, 26th, 27th. Originally, it was 14:25. That was the bubble time. And all of those times, because there's 3 girls that ran 14:25, they were all decided by 4 thousandths of a second. So regardless, though, of course, they're not going to be heading into the semifinals, but if it came down to that, it's a tough pill to swallow when you see just how many thousandths of a second, especially the 4 thousandths. It's so close. You have to look at the tape and see how far apart they were across that line.
13th and final heat here. Elena Juarez, Sandra Vitolo, Adrian Bowden, Zoe Williams coming up from Humboldt, Texas, Elizabeth Yaboa Cody, Lauren Thomas of Archbishop Carroll in D.C., Vanessa Agumang, and Brooklyn Randolph. Watch Zoe Williams there out of Hurdlenomics in Humboldt, Texas. She's got a 13:55 personal best, heading to the University of Central Arkansas. Final heat here in the championship girls 100-meter hurdles, and a good start in lane 5 for Zoe Williams. Williams is going to take our final heat here. A good strong finish in lane. Correction, that was Yaboa Cody. I'm sorry. It's good strong finish from Zoe Williams. Not quite strong enough. She's going to be just on the outside. Number 26 fastest time. But Elizabeth Yaboa Cody will get into the final, the 20th fastest time with her 14:12. No surprise, though, to see Elizabeth Yaboa Cody, Virginia native. She's state champ there, 13:61 PB. So we'll get a chance to see more from her in that final. 20-foot long jumper as well. Confirmation here of our overall results. You see the little Q, top 24 times as we scroll through. Cassidy Hopkins with that fastest time on the day.
Forward and up.
Well, as they adjust those hurdles up, next on the track will be the boys' championship 110-meter high hurdles. Set to begin in just a few minutes, but the action doesn't stop here on day number 3. The New Balance Outdoor Nationals live on Runner Space all weekend long. I'm Trevor Fulkerson, joined by Keenan Gray. We're having a blast. We'll take a breather and come back for these preliminary heats for the boys' high hurdles.
So we got a lot of field event action going on concurrently here. We've got the Championship Girls Pole Vault, Championship Girls High Jump using 2 mats side by side, and we've got the boys and girls freshman triple jump competitions underway. Out yonder, we have the boys freshman shot, girls javelin, and the boys hammer all going on currently. So it's an incredibly busy morning here at New Balance Nationals outdoors at Franklin Field. But the next event on the track, slated to go in about 6 minutes, is the boys championship 110-meter hurdle prelims. So 13 heats. As with the girls, the top 24 times will advance to a 3-section semifinal.
Back now for the boys' high hurdles prelims. As you can see, we will have 14 heats here, and just as with the girls, we will take the top 24 to decide who will then move on to that final. Our meet record here belongs to Bradley Franklin, set a year ago, 13:42. And in heat number 1, it's going to be Xavier Scott, Sean Tandy, Nashawn Callians, Timok Zamora, Shmar Gamble, Zion Smith, Evan Ellis, Tyler Caswell, and Ian Fisher. We see a couple of the Keenan on the girls' side. We see some of the athletes bang a hurdle here or there. It's less common on the girls' side. Certainly more common with the higher hurdles here for the boys. So that can definitely come into play in these prelims.
Well, it's more common because the hurdles are much higher. And, it's hard. Those hurdles are, you go stand right next to it, and I've done that before, and I'm not a very tall person, but, it's right up to my hip, and I'm like, I don't know how I'd be able to get my legs over this. It's a challenging event. And if you're tall, you're going to thrive in it. So it's a rarity you'll see, again, I'm 5'8". It's a rarity you'll see someone my height running this event. If you're 5'10", 5'11", or taller than that, then this is the event for you.
Take a look there at Shmar Gamble, Ann Arbor, Michigan, 8th indoors in the high hurdles. He's run 13:36 this season. It's been interesting. On the freshman side, we saw the girls just absolutely smoke those prelims, set, one meet record, but multiple times under the old meet record. Then on the championship girls side, it seemed a touch more modest, relatively, to some of their personal bests. So it remains to be seen how it will play out here for the boys.
Well, you have to remind yourself that was the semis, or the first round. We haven't even got close to the semis and the finals yet.
It's a fair point, and a lot of times it takes that first race to kind of warm up. So maybe we'll see some fireworks later in the semis, but we are certainly on record watch here, on meet record watch from Shmar Gamble and others. Away and running here. Gamble with no one on his outside. And moving very well. This is Shmar Gamble as expected. But you don't take anything for granted in these hurdles, coming through very quickly. And again, anything under 14 seconds or around that 14 flat mark, very, very strong. So we will set the bar at 14:08. There it is. Shmar Gamble, 14:08, plus 1.3 on the win. And Keenan, don't get me talking about the hurdles. It is certainly one of my favorite events. And you go, of course, from the 39-inch high hurdles at the high school level to 42-inch at the college and international competitions. And it's such an interesting thing. You mentioned height, and it can certainly be an advantage, but comes a point where there's a limiting factor. There comes a point where it doesn't benefit you anymore, just like having a trailing wind. Sure, maybe a little bit helps, but too much, and you're crashing up on that next hurdle. You think of someone like Grant Holloway, who's got the height, he's got the strength, and he's so good over the hurdle, but he's so fast that he gets pushed up close next to those hurdles. And any of the woes he's had in international competition, despite all his victories, have generally come from being too fast and coming too close up to the next hurdle.
Well, that's why he's so good at the 60-meter hurdles. That's why he has not lost a 60-meter hurdles race, and I think it's 50-plus meets in a row that he's so that's at least 4 or 5 years. The last time that he's actually lost a short hurdles race during the indoor season, but yeah, when you go over the hurdles so quickly, there's only a certain amount of steps that you can have in between each hurdle. So that comes with a lot of practice too. Is timing. Your foot count, or however you say it. What's really the best way to describe going in between each hurdle?
Yeah, your 3 steps in between. It's just you have limited space. That's really what it comes down to. You have limited space. You have to be quick. You watch someone like Aries Merritt. Go back and watch his fastest races, really his whole 2012 season. But he's a world record holder for a reason, and he is just the absolute best of all time at the shuffle. Well, you saw another Ann Arbor Youth TC representative there. It was Will Smith, who has also run 13.3 this season. So Ann Arbor trying to be well represented, and is outside his teammate as well, Timothy Pinard. He'll be joined by Michael Price, Devin Skiba, DeAndre Thomas, Steven Schwartz, Zakai Perkins, William Gibson, and Kyson Walker. But all eyes in the middle of the track. The Ann Arbor Youth Track Club, well represented here. That is Smith, cruising through these hurdles, and he doesn't care that it's just a prelim, eating them up Will Smith with a peek around, and how about that? Still with plenty of time to clap his hands. 13:68 for Smith to be the fastest time thus far of the day.
Listen, when you're that good, you can shut it down. Even I think he shut it down at like the 9th hurdle. He took the 10th hurdle real easy. When you shut it down that early, you know there's a lot more left for you going into the semis and the finals. 13:68. That's a really good time overall, but this kid's already ran 13:3 this outdoor season, which is U.S. number 6. And with the conditions that we have, it's going to play in his favor. And I'm sure he's, thinking about not only the meet record, but how can I get under 13:3?
Undefeated this year in finals is Will Jaden Smith. I believe he's headed to Grand Valley State, if I'm not mistaken. A great Division II program there. The Lakers, part of the GLIAC there in Michigan. So if you're going to stay in town, that is a great option. But his high school career is not over yet. We'll see more from him. That'll take us now to heat number 3. Nigel Harris, Christian Doss, Blake Cook, Kai Yin, Taman Howell, Tonavila Hick, Shakuru Makechi, Thomas Daniel Tent, and Aaron Taylor. Taman Howell, a formidable force in this heat as well. He's run 13:45 second. The North Carolina State Meet 3A. He's also going to a pretty darn good program, one that's near and dear to my heart, the Texas Tech Red Raiders. Reckham Tech, guns up, that's right. I was a volunteer coach there for a while. Did you know that, Keenan?
Did not.
Well, now you do.
The more you know with Trevor and Keenan.
That's right. Taman Howell goes in lane number 5. Keep an eye on the senior from Greensboro, North Carolina. Off and running here. Good start for Howell. Cleanly over the first few hurdles. Howell, a slight bump there, but it is all Taman Howell, the Texas Tech commit and North Carolina native, running himself into those semis. Our second sub-14 second clocking of the day, 13:81. Slight aiding wind, 14:09 for Hick there in second. A fine run from him. Well, we'll have the same conversation, Keenan, as the heats continue on. 14 total. We'll keep an eye on that bubble time. Obviously, not too indicative of the final results just yet, with just a few heats under our belt. But 13:81, we can confidently say it's going to advance. 14:09 might get you there as well.
What I'm really impressed with this Dudley school is this is not even their fastest kid in the program. And their fastest kid is not even at this meet. He's competing at another meet this weekend over on the West Coast. But, I mean, that just, speaks volume to the fact that, Dudley prides themselves on the sprints and the hurdles. And, when you have multiple sub-14 second performers in the 110 hurdles, that's just a reflection of what the coaches have been able to do however long they've been there.
So on we march with these heats. It's going to be Angelo Finney Jr., Mason Whitehead, Maddox DeCunha, Joseph Cook, Ryan Haney, Amari Scott, Everson Alexander, Caleb Walker, and Quincy Ben. But all eyes once again on lane number 5 here. The junior, Rylan Haney, who's one of the top hurdlers in the country. Number 3, in fact, 13:28 so far this year. Haney has been new to the hurdles this year, but has made an incredible ascent and continues to do so here Just a junior, moving well. One of the top hurdlers in the country here, showing us why. And look at that now. Boy, you're going to get some coaches riled up in the stands. But 1390 pulling up. Unreal.
Murray Scott second in 14:04, and then Joseph Cook 14:36 to place third. That means our bubble time.
Rylan Haney takes victory, easing off the gas pedal. Amari Scott a solid 14:04 as well. But normally we'd say maybe a bit of a gamble as you let up off the gas in a preliminary round where you're advanced only by time. But I think we can safely say 1390 is going to get the job done here. That gets me excited for the final.
Well, we got to get through the semi first, Trevor. We can't look
And the
forward that
semis,
too
yeah.
far ahead.
I teed it up for you.
I know you love this event. You're just excited. You just want to see the final. You want to get to Sunday tomorrow.
No, I want as much hurdling as possible. I'll take the prelims and the semis and the final. Heat number 5 now. Dakari Curtis, Anthony Vale, Daniel Chukwu, Nick Daly, Markeith Thompson, Jaden Flores, Nicholas Tozer, Tristan Sheo, and TJ Lichter. That's your lineup here in heat number 5.
So I'm curious, as yourself as a hurdler, there's challenges between both the 400 and the 110 hurdles. What do you see are those similarities and those differences with those challenges?
Well, there's just no room for error in the high hurdles. One little bump of the hurdle, it can be overcome depending on how you hit the hurdle, if it's your lead leg, if it's over the top, if it's the trail leg, but there's just no time. We were talking about the 3 steps in between, and those go by so quickly that you want to be tight over the top of the hurdle, quick off the backside, but you just can't collapse. So everything happens so fast in the highs. And speaking of fast, in lane 5, the Natchez, Mississippi native is going to cruise on through here. Bang that last hurdle. Should still be okay. He'll give us our 6th fastest time of the day. Will Markeith Thompson, 14:06. But Nicholas Tozer was coming on strong. The Canadian ends up second, 14:14. Thompson, 14:06, into a slight headwind, but a good run there from Thompson. Clean, really, until the very end. But to continue that thought, both hurdle events are rhythm-based, if we can say that. The steps are so important in the 400 hurdles, but there is a little bit more time to stutter, to correct, to shorten your stride, to open up your stride, and that's just not the case in the highs. Everything has to be so finely dialed in that there really is not a lot of room for error. That's what makes it one of the more dynamic events, I think. That's why it's so interesting. It happens fast. It's like the 100 meters, but with those external factors. So, heat number 6 now. Wesner Arcalis, Kobe Johnson, Javen Washington, Jace Johnson, Avery Gilbert, Tyon Reed, Garrett Chua, and Julian Luis. See, should be a good battle here. Johnson, Tyon Reed. Jace Johnson, the junior, 1372 personal best. Allen, Texas native, the 6A state champ. Correction, 3rd in the state finals, but ran his 1372 personal best at the district meet down there in the Lone Star State. And away we go. Arcalis, no, we will stand up and try again. You can see a couple of non-starters there. Tyon Reed and Kobe Johnson are non-starters. Doesn't take away from the quality of this field, but it's going to take something quick. So 5 heats in now, Keenan. Put on your prognosticator hat. Tell us what's it going to take to advance to the semifinals.
For me, I think I'm looking around, the 1430s. I think that's really where it's at, because right now it's about 1433 is about 13th at this point. So I could see it, 1430s, maybe 1428 is what the 24th and last time could be. Again, we only got, 8 more heats to go now, so there's a lot more. I mean, it could change in a blink of an eye.
I'm going to go a little quicker. We've got number 11 right now is Steven Schwartz, who ran 14:20. I think I'll be extra bold. I think he will be right around our final qualifier. So remains to be seen, but plenty of good quality left to come as we're into the blocks now for this second time of asking here in heat number 6. Arcalis, Washington, no, once again. Somebody run and grab the starter a few more shells. They seem to be going through them pretty quickly here, and you hate to see it, but it is a part of track and field. We had Javen Washington charged with a false start on the first go-around. And correction, Javen Washington there is the one who's going to get bounced, unfortunately, out of lane 4. So I sometimes call the hurdles a war of attrition, as they can take out an athlete along the way. We see falls and trips, all sorts of issues, but in this case, non-starters, false starts. We'll hope that the third time is lucky. So, into the blocks once again. Wesner, Arcalis, Jace Johnson, Avery Gilbert, Garrett Chua, Julian Louise. Now remember, there's no big queue, so there truly isn't necessarily an advantage for having a few non-starters and a false start, because it doesn't aid you in getting any sort of big queue. You still have to run fast to make your way on through. And yes, away we are now, finally, for the third time of asking. See Jace Johnson there taking a minute to get going. Good start from Avery Gilbert. But now it is Jace Johnson who's going to take this one, cruising on through, and he will go sub 14 seconds. 13.97 into a slight headwind, minus 1.3. Garrett Chua second there in 14.38. Johnson, a pretty good 300 hurdler as well, 37.3 his best.
Trevor, that was one of those races where, you have the 2 false starts and you just want to get this one over with. I think that one is just like get through the first 5 hurdles as quickly as possible, and then, if you have a commanding lead, and you kind of just shut it down in the second half of the race.
Survive and advance, that's what they say, and that's what it all comes down to in the preliminary rounds. We move now to heat number 7. Jalen Estrella, Rosea Sanders, Parker Manier, Atari Plummer, Logan Wilkins, Davian Johnson, Ethan Moody. Keep an eye on him in lane 7. Aiden Henley and Kyle Velasco. Talk about doublers. Ethan Moody was 8th in those 400 hurdles earlier in the meet. So we'll hope for a cleaner start this go-around. Logan Wilkins in lane 5 out of Kettering, Ohio. 13.66 personal best. Ohio Division I state champion. Undefeated this year except for 1 second place, and he has raced a lot. in multiple events. He's a 36.5 hurdler over 300 hurdles.
Got to think the All-American mindset's on the mind of Ethan Moody after missing just 2 spots off the podium in the 400 hurdles this yesterday.
Off and running now. First time of asking if you can believe it. Logan Wilkins moving very well in lane number 5, and on his inside lane 4, Atari Plummer out of New Jersey in the all black. He is going to take this one. Wilkins with a good run as well. Those two could both potentially advance. Certainly Plummer 13.99, just a sophomore. He's going to take the victory here. Logan Wilkins gives us our 10th fastest time thus far, 14.08 in second. Davian Johnson top 24 as well, 14.17. So the current bubble time, 14:40.
I gotta think his parents are big video game fans, Trevor, if his name is Atari.
Maybe so, maybe so. The original, the throwback, the one that started it all.
And I know people can't see our faces, but he was surprised even when I brought up the fact about Atari.
Proud of you. It was a look of pride, young Padawan. Heat number 8, Michael Tucker, Zach Seidel, Jalen Mosley, Timothy Alston Jr., Caden Key out of Katy, Texas, Kang Martin, Faustin Kasiba, Marcus Bright, Broderick Brittle. That's the lineup here. Caden Key, the junior, another sub 13.5 hurdler. He's got a 13.49 personal best. 5th in his state finals down there in Texas. Timothy Alston Jr. on his inside. He's an athlete that could contend. He's run 14.01. He'd love to break that 14-second barrier. This would be a great place to do it. Well, after a number of empty lanes previously, let's put it that way, we now see a very full field, and that's what we like to see. And away cleanly the first time of asking. We love that as well. Caden Key moving well. So too Alston. Alston a little off kilter now. Caden Key in lane number 5 on his outside in 7. Faustin Kasiba with a good run. But it is going to be Caden Key who takes victory. 14.04. Just ahead of Faustin Kasiba. 14.18. Alston Jr. with a solid run. 14.23. Double time creeping lower and lower. 14.38 now. Time belongs to Kai Yin out of Massachusetts. Will likely not hold up. 14 total heats left to come. Plenty of quality as well as we conclude heat number 8 there. So that'll take us now to heat number 9. Josiah Gibbons, Jonathan Brown, Daniel Thomas, Derek Bell, Gabriel Murray goes in lane number 5. 5th in the 400 hurdles this weekend. Delonte Sr., Michael Perry, Pilar Beatty, and Jaden Carroll. That's your lineup here in heat number 9. Fastest time of the day thus far, 13:68. And again, that bubble time down to 24:14:38. Murray's got a 13.71 personal best and undefeated this season over the high hurdles. You love to see that. Love to see these clashes. I say it time and again, but it's one of my favorite things when you see the athletes who have been undefeated. They've raced maybe throughout their state or in regional competition, but this is what a national championship is all about, is bringing the best of the best together. Gabriel Murray certainly falls in that category. He'll look to advance here. Gabriel Murray headed to Monmouth to continue his athletic career, the senior. And off we do not go. Once again, an issue here. And Keenan, we talk about it. It's frustrating. Nobody likes this aspect of things. We see the red card there, but it is part of track. But I wonder if following heats just are getting a little antsy. You see the stands, there's certainly fans here, but they are spread out. It's not like some meets where you see people right there making noise or they can't hear the starter. Do you think it's something that's getting inside the heads maybe of the subsequent heats?
I think you said it at the beginning. I think the athletes are just antsy. I mean, this is a national championship meet. You know, this is, you know, for some of these athletes, it's their one opportunity. Maybe it's just the one race here in the first round, and they try to make the most of it. And sometimes when you're building up all this energy, you just have that instinct to want to go before that gun goes off. So, you know, it's all part of all part of sports is the anticipation and build-up.
Well, it's a coiled spring. It's the energy tightly bound and wound into those blocks, just waiting to be released like a horse behind the gate. So, absolutely, sometimes we get a little too excited, but away cleanly now after a false start charge to Delonte Sr. And in the middle of the track, Gabriel Murray moving very cleanly through these hurdles here on his outside. Michael Perry having a good run as well, but a very, very nice run. Not far off his 13.7 best for Gabriel Murray, 13.89 for him. Michael Perry goes top 24 as well in second place, 14.18. And that moves our bubble time down to 14.34. But there's always going to be somebody just on the outside looking in. You said it earlier, 14.33 we have. We have 14.34, 36, 36, 38, 38. So it just is so deep in these preliminaries. But that's current bubble time, 14.38, as we move now to heat number 10. Beautiful shot there of Franklin Field here at UPenn, host for this year's New Balance Outdoor Nationals, host, of course, for the Penn Relays as well. You see that track, and you see the background, you see the two-tiered stands, and it's just so much fun to come to a meet here. And they have a lot of something that not every place has, Keenan, which is shade.
And a football field.
It's fun to see, too. We've called out a couple of these athletes that are headed to Penn. I think a couple of the decathletes are committed to run for the Quakers here, so it's fun to see those athletes getting a chance to run on what will be their home track. So into the blocks we go. Tanner Horinek, John Machado, Gamaliel Mogiri, Muhammad Wadan Jr., Isaiah Washington. He's one to watch in lane number 5. Out of North Prince George, Virginia. He's gone 13.57 to take his state title in Virginia, also undefeated this year over the highs. Justin Devon, Braylon Tisdale, Corey Reevy, and Jaden McLaurin, but all eyes on lane number 5, Isaiah Washington. And already with a good start for the senior in the yellow. A little bit of a hiccup there and a good run on his outside from Justin Devon, giving him all he can handle, banging a hurdle, but it will not matter as those two will likely advance. 14 flat for Isaiah Washington. Wasn't the tidiest of races, but that's why we have prelims, semis, and finals. 7th fastest time on the day for Washington. Justin Devon out of Baltimore, Maryland, 14:06, also will likely advance.
So I said it potentially could take, 14:30 to be that 24th and fastest time, and that's exactly what it is right now. And, we got 4 more heats to go in this preliminary. So, it's kind of floating that way a little bit there, Trevor. You might be right. It might be, right under that 14:20 barrier.
I'll wait to say I told you so, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. It may be even quicker.
Guys, he was giving me a
Before heats
smirk.
remaining.
He's like, he's ready to tell me when he's right.
You're welcome to do so on. I give credit where it's due. I call it fair game. Let's put it that way. You've had some great predictions this weekend as well. Heat number 11 now. And very, very good quality forthcoming here. Albina Obuba, Isaac Bowles, DJ Wood, Keaton Davis, Tyler Burgess, Senard Young, Zayden Dozier, Ryan Sanchez, and Jaden Appentang. But lane number 5, Tyler Burgess. Paul Myra, you can see there, the indoor 60-meter hurdle champion. He's run 13:28 this season into a headwind, number 3 in the nation.
And this will be a big opportunity for him if he can, again, pull off the hurdle sweep, but also to do it in his home state of Pennsylvania. Got that win in Boston this last indoor season, which was it was up in the air as to who could win that hurdle race at the track at New Balance. But again, this year it's also kind of up in the air. There's a lot of guys ranked in the top 10 in the country that are in this field.
State champion there in Pennsylvania. He's also headed to Texas Tech. They've been so good for so many years. Multiple national team championships, some All-Americans in the sprints and hurdles as well. And no surprise here to see our early leader is Tyler Burgess. Burgess moving very well. And Tyler Burgess is going to be our 2nd fastest on the day, 13:75 for Burgess. Keenan Davis, 14:21. He sits now in the most precarious of positions, number 24 overall, the Archbishop Carroll Jr. But all eyes there on Tyler Burgess, setting up a great semi and potentially final as well. 14:21 now, the bubble time. Confirmation there. Tyler Burgess gets the win. Keenan Davis will likely be just on the outside looking in, as we have plenty of more quality remaining. 7 athletes already under 14 seconds, with another right there at 14 flat. So very, very hotly contested prelim as we move now to heat number 12. You see the lineup there. Owen Tomlinson, Liam Runkle, Ojiwe Olua, Ibrahim Bangura, Trayvon Foster, Jason Alvarez, Ryan Schiller, Jonathan Bailey, and Lawrence Dell. And you see Trayvon Foster there out of Pennsylvania, number 10 in the nation this year, 13:42, also run into a headwind. So some very, very good conditions here today. You see the sunshine out, not too much wind. And when it's nice like this, you want to take advantage, especially the sprinters. They like it warm.
Distance runners, not so much.
Away we go here in section number 10, or 12 rather, and away we thought we were going. But return we shall to those blocks. Trayvon Foster, though, the one to watch. Just a junior out of Pottstown, Pennsylvania. That's another thing that they always do so well here at Franklin Field. Just with the officials and the communication and keeping everything moving and on time. Well, we will have a false start charge to Ibrahim Bangura, unfortunately. The Georgia senior will have to watch this one from the sidelines. Always hate to see that, especially for the seniors, to see them get bounced in what may likely or potentially be one of their final high school meets. But back into the blocks we go. And away cleanly this time. Tomlinson, Runkle, Alua, Foster, Alvarez, Schiller, Bailey, and Dell. And Trayvon Foster moving cleanly. It is going to be Trayvon Foster coming through in a good, strong finish. Another sub 14 second, clocking 13:83 for Foster, 14:03 for Alua, 14:13 for Alvarez. So it's going to be even quicker. It's going to be in the 14 teens to advance. Still with a couple heats remaining. 14:18 now, the new bubble time. That just shows not just the top-end quality, Keenan, but the depth of these New Balance Nationals. Just incredible. You really can't let off the gas.
And that's what you want at these national meets. Like, you want to have depth. You want to have the best people in the country. You know, you don't want to have, someone just run away with it. You want to have competition.
Well, and we do our best. We can't catch them all, obviously, but there's so many personal bests that are happening, and even if you're not necessarily going to advance to either the semis or the finals, coming away from a big meet like this and knowing that you ran your best and gave it your all, there's certainly something to be said for that. Heat 13 now. Logan Allman, Harry Millar, Kai Jaramillo, Corey Greenfield. I believe lane 5 will be empty. No Lucas Andrade, unfortunately. Kahim Carby, though, he could contend. The Florida Plant City, Florida representative. Wyatt Augsburger, Nico Garns, and Marvin Escalera. Kahim Carby had a great career down at Kingston College, Jamaican high school powerhouse. He's a sub 14 second performer as well. State champion down there in Florida. He's run 13.7 a couple of times this year. And away we go. Carby on the near side here, moving cleanly. And in the absence of Andrade, it is going to be all Kareem Carby, the Jamaican. Goes to school in Florida. 13:51 gives us our fastest time of the day. He has run quicker in international competition, but somebody like that just so well seasoned. That's one of my favorite things about the Jamaicans that come up to compete at either the high school or the college level, is having been in a number of those international competitions, even the minor competitions, meaning CAC or Carifta games, but having the chance to put your nation's name on your chest, I think, goes a long way. But Kareem Carby certainly could be one to contend as we continue to march on. Fastest time of the day, 13:51.
Wasn't messing around in that heat. Wanted to get a good time. Perhaps make a little bit of a statement going into the semis. Showing that, I'm going to be the guy to beat here when it comes to the final.
So we are down now to our final heat, number 14. And the bubble time currently at 14:18. Aiden Calzano da Silva, Owen Stewart, Benjamin Jowden, Antoine Baylor, Jabari Armstrong, Sanjeen Hadjic, Cantrell Etheridge, Andrew Vigiano, and Elijah Bowie line up here to take on the final heat and see who will advance. It looks like, again, unfortunately, our lane number 5 is going to be vacant. Jabari Armstrong was our runner-up indoors, but he is absent here, which means this one is a little bit more open. Sanjik Hadjic out of Vermont in lane 6 could be one to watch.
6 and Baylor in 4.
Antoine Baylor in lane 4, another athlete who'd love to dip under that 14-second barrier, just a junior. And off we go in our final section, our final heat of these high hurdles for the boys. It's a solid start for Baylor, but on the near side, Senjin Hadzik out of Vermont gets the job done here. 14:02 it is confirmed. He will advance. And he will be the only one that does from this heat. So that means the time to make it 14:17. Davian Johnson, our final qualifier. We'll see confirmation of those results here in Heat 14, but also the overall results, where, as I said, 14:17, the bubble time coming in to those semis, Davion Johnson, but also the fastest time, 13:51 from Kahim Karbi. We had 9 athletes dip under that 14-second barrier. As you can see there, top 24 getting a cue. So we move now to the freshmen, who will take on their high hurdles here, 110-meter high hurdles for the freshmen. This will be just the prelims, or call them the semis. We'll go straight to a final. Top 8 times will advance, and we do have 8 heats here as well. Israel Ross lines up in lane number 2 here in our first heat. Ethan Earl, Alston Love, Baron Giacchetto, Jordan Williams, Stanley Dinkins, Kobe Booker, and Grant Finken. Meet record set 2 years ago by Gabe Harris in 2023, 14:45. The meet record here in the freshman boys high hurdles. Well, Keenan, we've seen some great action the first 2 days and the beginning of day number 3 here. I know we talked a little bit about some of the highlights. We saw that 4x8 national record. We saw some of the fastest times all time in the girls' 400 hurdles quickly. What are you looking forward to the rest of the meet?
You know, everyone's excited to see Quincy finally run in the Open 400 again, and it's been a while since we've seen him race in Open 400, at least on some sort of stream. So I'm sure people are excited to see that. But I'm really excited to actually see the Open 400 on the girls' side, between a rematch of yesterday's 400 hurdles with Dumas and Sydney Sutton. But then you throw in Elise Cooper as well, who's going to be running the 200 and 400 as well. I mean, that's gladiator versus gladiator versus gladiator when it comes to that 400, and it's. It's one of those things. Elise prides herself in the 200, but going to the University of Texas, Coach Flo would like to see her, challenge herself and try the 400. And he's actually challenged, like Julian Alfred, to try that 400, run longer distances. Because all season during the indoor season, Julian Alfred did not run one single 60-meter race. It was either 200 or anything up. So, testing your abilities in the 400, and Elise Cooper's already ran 52 seconds in the 400. It's not like she's, slow by any means, but I definitely can see her running under 52 seconds. I think I could see 3 girls run under 52 seconds.
Well, as they say, flow knows. So a lot of good history there in the 400 meters at the University of Texas. Elise Cooper could be the next great one there. Sydney Sutton is heading down to Florida. Plenty of good quarter milers down for the Gators there over the years as well. But for now, it's the boys' freshman high hurdles. This is Ross, Earl, Love, Giacchetto, Dinkins, Booker, Finken here in heat number 1. And moving through the middle of the race very cleanly and all the way through to the end. This is going to be a victory for lane number 5. That's Baron Giacchetto, 14:67, setting the stage for the rest of our subsequent heats. That's not far off the 14:45 meet record.
And this one will take the top 8, and they will automatically advance to the final. So no semifinals for this one. They'll go straight into a final.
Another SoCal kid out of Brea is Baron Giacchetto. You love to see all the different states represented here. I believe, not far off his 14.5 personal best. So that sets the standard here in heat 1 of 8. Top 8 advance, as you said.
But outside, of the sprints, of course, watching the rest of this meet, the distance races are going to be really good. We get to see Sadie Engelhart in the mile tonight. To see a very, very fun 800-meter races tomorrow. Probably arguably the deepest race on the girls' side in meet history, and probably one of the best fields that you'll ever see in a history of the 800 at the high school level. And then, on the boys' side, Cole Boone trying to go for that sweep as well. He also has already ran under 148 this outdoor season. I mean, the 800, at least on the boys' side, has just been phenomenal this outdoor season with, kids running 146, including Cooper Luckenhaus breaking Michael Granville's national record in Seattle just a couple weeks ago. I mean, that was an impressive performance. And, when I watched that race, I didn't even think that was the most perfect race he could have ever had. I thought Owen Powell was able to get him towards the end of that race. And the matter of fact is that, it's not even the most perfect race, and you still break the national record. Luckenhaus is a 145 kid. He could be 144 by the time he graduates high school.
That sounds unbelievable to say. That record from Granville stood for so long and had been under attack for so long. A lot of great 800-meter runners over the years at the high school level, but Luckenhaus finally gets it done. So plenty of great action still on deck here.
Yeah, and Cade Flatt had an opportunity to do so here at New Balance a couple of years ago. That was they set that opportunity up for him to do it here, and he came a little bit short. But the kids like Cooper Luckenhaus don't come around very often, and you have to appreciate when you see it.
Cade Flatts did still go sub 147 in his high school career. Incredible times from these kids. Heat number 2 here: Elijah Zaneski, Lincoln Ritter, Kenneth Harris, Barrick James, Gavin Baxter, Nate Coker, Brock Kruger, Frank Valenti. That's the lineup here. Fastest time came in heat 1, obviously, 14:67. And a little bit of a twist up there, but lane 6 moving cleanly. That's Gavin Baxter out of Columbus Grove, Ohio, as James comes back a little bit, but not enough to take the victory. 14:99 here for Baxter, 15:01 for James. And it may seem reductive, Keenan, but we talk about the barriers. It keeps chopping down. It keeps chopping down. I laughed when you said that. Was it the middle school or freshman? You said, I think it was the middle schooler that ran sub 10 minutes in the 2 mile there. And you said, well, the next barrier is the 9-minute barrier. And I said, well, slow down a little bit. He's got a little time. But we do look at these barriers. And so my point is, as a freshman, breaking 15 seconds is a really, really good result. So I think that's kind of our benchmark here, and what we'll see it's going to take to get into that final probably be around that 15.0 or 14 high. On to heat number 3 now. Cheng Rui Zhao, Jonas Stevens Roy, Waleed Ajayi, Caleb Hester, Caden Sedlacek, Cash Simpson, Trevor Gage, Ethan Chrisman, that's your lineup. Heat number 3. Top 8 advance to the finals.
All right, so unfortunately we say goodbye to Bailey Fleet. She's out of competition at 171. Next up is Paige Fessler.
Keep an eye on Caleb Hester there in lane 5. He's gone sub 15 seconds.
And Fessler goes clear at the third time of asking.
1469, in fact, so he is definitely one that could be in the mix for the South Carolina State Championships. Away we go. Rougeau, Roy, Ajayi, Hester, Sedlacek, Simpson, Gage, and Chrisman. And it is Caleb Hester, but he's being pressured on his outside. Bangs a hurdle there. Caden Sedlacek coming on strong, and it is going to be the Alabama native 15 flat to take victory here. Caleb Hester 15-19, just a little messy, banging a couple hurdles, paying the price on the back end there, but Sedlacek capitalizing on the opportunity, taking victory 15 flat to give us our 3rd fastest time of the day.
You know, I looked at how far this event has come, at least at this, you know, the freshman level, and, you know, Jazeer Fontenot, not only, you know, one of the best freshmen in the country, one of the best in the entire nation, running 13:31, and, you know, having also one of the best times ever in the state of California. Like, it seems like just every single event, and I know we're, like you said yesterday, this is a broken record repeating itself over and over and over again, but everything is just getting much, much faster.
Trackflation, I suppose, but yeah, Jazeer Fontenot, San Diego represent. His sister, pretty quick as well, so talk about a fast hurdling family. That's pretty cool to see. Heat number 4 now. Jonathan Jordan Wedderburn, Stokes Gills, Tyron Brannick, Avante Earl, Braden Hunt, Simon Horzen, CJ Kotlikoff, Elijah McKenzie. That's your lineup here in heat number 4. Well, 3 heats in. I think we can say the bubble time now, 15:56. I expect that, like I said, to be down in the either 15 flat or high 14 range. I think 15 flat, 15:01 might sneak in there, but it is very competitive as we move along now. Heat number 4, advancing purely on time. This is Avante Earl out of Houston, Texas. A huge talent, and he shows it here. 14:20 to give us our fastest time of the day, and it is a meet record. He demolishes that 14:45 from Gabe Harris from a couple of years ago. Avante Earl dropping the hammer and making a statement. Avante Earl has run 14:12 this year. I wonder if we could see something really special in the finals when we see them later on. And as I've said before, Keenan, I really enjoy seeing the freshman sections because I think it helps put in perspective. We get the headlines from the record breakers and some of these just athletes that are running times that are really beyond the pale, but the progression still matters. And if you look at what I like to point out is the progression of various world champions, medalists, Olympic team members. It's not always a straight line. So while I'm excited about the talent of incredible high school athletes like Sadie Engelhart, Jane Hedengren, Jazeer Fontenot, some of these athletes that we've mentioned, the world doesn't end if you're not beating everybody when you're a freshman, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But it puts it in perspective to show you 14:20, like I said, sub 15 seconds as a freshman. That's a great time and sets you on the right track for the rest of your career.
Well, and as you get older, the hurdles get higher. And that's the other thing you have to realize, too, is like it becomes a lot more difficult. And, you know, to make those adjustments, it takes a lot more time. years too. You know, go from 39 to 42 when you get to the collegiate level.
Heat number 5, Thelemak, Varner, Arthur French Jr., Rogers, Johnson, Ford, Pratt, and Yallop. And a battle here, more so than we've seen. Lane number 6, though, pull it away. That's Monte Johnson. And it is going to be Johnson out of lane 6. Another sub 15-second clocking. 14:83. Rogers 15:38. He'll be on the outside looking in, but a good run from Johnson. That makes our new bubble time. Alston Love down there in 8th, 15:24. But again, 3 heats still remain. Well, after these hurdles, we'll have the 200s. We'll start with the championship 200s for the boys and girls and move to the freshmen as well. So plenty of action still on deck here on day number 3. These New Balance Outdoor Nationals, but a little bit of philosophy there, I think, parallels to life, as my inimitable co-commentator said. As you get older, the hurdles get higher. That's deep, Keenan. That is deep. Philosophy 101 here on Runner Space.
Didn't have that on my bingo card this weekend.
I've already torn up the bingo card. We've had too many great performances, things that have just blown it all out of the water. Well, here we go. Heat number 6, Landon Cowton, Kylan Johnson, James A. Hawkins Jr., Braden Hunt, Antonio Steele, Brady Dumbaugh, and Brock Ash. Away we go here in heat number 6. And in lane number 5, it is James A. Hawkins Jr. showing himself to be the class of this heat. And he will be under 15 seconds as well. That's our second fastest time of the day, 14:57 for James A. Hawkins. He ran a windy 14.3, but it was very windy earlier this year. 4.1 blowing behind him. He's also run 14.16. So the duel is on between Hawkins and Avante Earl, and the stage is set still with 2 more heats to come.
This meet's going to mean a lot to this young man over the next couple of years, being a freshman and then born and raised right here in Philadelphia. Years and years to come for this New Balance Nationals outdoor appearances. So he's, making a name for himself early on here, looking to see if he can get some All-American honors in the freshman championship race. Gives the hometown crowd someone to cheer for here at Franklin.
Heat number 7 now, Camden Hoff, Penn Seeley, Finn Hansen, Jackson Parker, Mason Boyd, Chase Bergston, Kendall Gratton, and Tahir Prelure. I'm keeping my eye on Jackson Parker here, 5th Kansas State Championships, running his personal best of 14:50. Doesn't look like he's raced a ton since then, so he may need to bust some rust here a little bit. Been, 3+ weeks since it seems he's taken to the track since those Kansas State Championships. But if Parker can be anywhere near his potential and his current season form, he should advance through to this final. Heat number 7, and it is Jackson Parker in lane number 5. They're moving well as Hansen on the inside stumbles, but all eyes on lane number 5, Jackson Parker out of Olathe, Kansas, cruising through, just dipping under 15 seconds. And a good, comfortable run for him. I think he knows it. There's definitely more in the tank, but he should advance handily. 14:93 into a slight headwind for Jackson Parker. He takes the win, gives us our 5th fastest time of the day. So one more heat remains for us to decide our top 8. Current bubble time 15:01. And one more high-quality heat here in these freshman boys 110 high hurdles. It's going to be Cyrus Martin, Gavin Benoit, Javel Chandler, Damian Greer, Mackay Parker, Shannon Palmer, Demetrius Jackson, and Zion Mills. We talked about it in some of the distance races, but a lot of these athletes coming back from the 400 hurdles as well. So getting a chance to experience back-to-back racing days at a very high level.
And 2 different doubles, too. I mean, as we talked a little bit earlier, just the differences between the 400 hurdles and the 110s, and just the difference in how much time there is between the 110s from the start to finish.
It goes so quick, just like these heats have been, and it is a quick start here from lane number 5. Damian Greer, another Pennsylvania representative. How about lane 4? Javel Chandler moving very well for West Virginia and impeded slightly. He throws his hands up, and he will be outside the final. But for Javel Chandler, another one coming back from those hurdles a day ago. Means we have our top 8 set. Just like I thought, 15:01 gets through. So 2 athletes just at that 15 flat, 15:01 are going to make it through. 15:50 there for Chandler. I think that his best race may be the long hurdles in the long run. But you see there confirmation of our top 8 who will advance to that final later on. Vontae Earl with a smoking 14:20 to set a new meet record. But James A. Hawkins Jr., hometown boy, he's one that could challenge in that final as well. Well, as they remove those hurdles, Keenan, we mentioned earlier some of the highlights already. One of those included that national record in the 4x8. As you said, we thought that might stay untouched for a while. These young men got it done.
And I had a chance to talk with these guys afterwards. And, they were pretty disappointed with how the 4x-mile went the night before finishing second to the Oregon Distance Project. And so they all went to bed that night saying, guess what, guys? We got to regroup and get ready for this 4x8. And boy, did they deliver. Coach Scholl said he remembers watching that 2011 Long Beach Poly team running that 7:28 over at the New Balance National Outdoors in Greensboro, North Carolina. And he did the math with this particular group. He figured that those boys could chase that mark. They went 154, 152, 148, and then, of course, anchored right here by Jackson Spencer in 149. Again, running a time that was untouchable for the last 14 years. And Harriman proved otherwise, showing, the state of Utah has the talent and has the depth when it comes to the distance.
Records are meant to be broken indeed. An incredible run, and you know as well as anybody, Keenan, that it is not just about adding up the personal bests of all of your 4 athletes. It's really about coming together as a team and getting it done. They did just that and gave us a new national record. Well, this is the place for records. Franklin Field here. And the New Balance Outdoor Nationals.
To kind of add a little bit more about that 4x8, back in February, those boys went to the Simplot Games in Pocatello, Idaho, which, if anybody knows the Simplot Games, it's at 4,500 feet, and it's ran on a wooden track. And they ran 7:43 for their first 4x8 this season. And they did some calculations. They ran about like 7:37 for, a sea level conversion. They figured then that was the start of what was to come for the rest of the outdoor season. They did go down to Mount Sac. They thought that was going to be their chance to break the national record, but unfortunately Jonah Tang took a fall, and it cost them a chance to, go after Long Beach Poly's record. But then it kind of just built up to what happened last night, and just going through the adversity of, their cross-country championships did not go well. Of course, Mount Sac, Jonah Tang Falls did not go well. So they found a way, kind of regroup themselves and come away with arguably one of the best performances not only you'll see at this meet, but one of the best performances you'll see in high school track and field history.
It does take perfect conditions to make everything come together for those records. Well, we'll move on now to heat number 1 here in this championship 200 meters. Watch lane number 6. That's Braylon Bird out of Tomball, Texas. He's one that has run incredible times this year in both the 100 meters and the 200 meters. And very quickly already up on his outside is Braylon Byrd. Braylon Byrd coming around here. We're going to take the top 8 straight to finals. He wants to make sure he is in that final. Contested the indoor race as well. Did Braylon Byrd over 200 meters at the New Balance Nationals. He was 4th in that race. He wants to come away with a national championship. He goes sub 21 seconds here, 20.96 for Braylon Byrd ahead of Rohan Tucker, 21.14.
If I had to pick somebody that could, challenge Jake Odie Jordan in the final here in the 200, it's this young man right here out of the state of Texas. Had a phenomenal Texas State meet. Has proven, he's ran real close to 10 seconds in the 100, and he's showing the range here in the 200 as well.
This certainly will be one of the highlights when we get to the finals here in this 200 meters. As you said, multiple people vying for that title. Odie Jordan, the meet record holder, we'll see them later. L.J. Williams, also of Archbishop Carroll, lines up here in heat number 2. Deonze Eldridge, Sennard Young, Javion Willis, Shakur Taylor, Jesse Myers, David Nabucco, Jordan McNeil, and Nathan Danberg. Lane 6 seems to be a good one. Jesse Myers lines up here. Another Pennsylvania native. 2nd indoors at those New Balance Nationals. Went sub 21 seconds indoors, 20.99. Take a look at Myers. That young man has a 10.3 personal best over 100 meters. He's run 20.92 this outdoor season. And here we go, off and running in our 2nd heat. Top 8 will advance. Jesse Myers with some work to do there. In the white and blue, Pennsylvania native on his outside, David Nabucco. A White Plains, Maryland, giving him all he can handle. The junior is going to power through, and it's going to be very close at the line. I think Nabucco got the victory. No, Jesse Myers comes back 20.98. Another great sub-21 second clocking. David Nabucco right there as well, 20.98. It's down to the thousands. What is it going to take to make this final? The heat coming already after the first couple of races.
And Myers didn't panic either. As soon as Nabucco went on the outside, right alongside him, there was no panic from Myers. He held his position and, able to come across that line. And yes, it went right down to the thousandths of a second, but, you take the win as you win.
14 heats here, just like we saw earlier in the high hurdles, but it is so brutal because it is straight to a final. Top 8 times will advance, which means there is no letting up, there's no easing off. It is all the way through the line. You see the conditions here. Slight wind on those flags, but not much. We've had slight aiding wind. We've had a slight headwind on that previous, in the first heat, I should say. It's a little bit swirling. But overall conditions are good as we move now to heat number 3. Carlos Jackson, Jackson LeMay, Brandon Murray, Keenan Davis, Johnny Leslie, Jake Odie Jordan, you see there for Archbishop Carroll out of D.C. He set the meet record in taking victory a year ago, 20.55. Nikita Domashenko outside of him, Nazario Gums, and Aiden Smith. But all eyes on Jake Odie Jordan. He's done it individually and as part of that Archbishop Carroll 4x2 that has just been a wrecking ball all season long. Jake Odie Jordan for Archbishop Carroll. Good run from Nikita Domashenko as well, the New Yorker. And the junior outside of him. But when Jake Odie Jordan gets going, he is tough to reel in. He is going to take victory in this heat here, making sure he sets the standard, and he does just that. 20:89. That will be our fastest time of the day thus far. Solid run from Domashenko there in second, 21:28. But Jake Odie Jordan getting ready for that final. He is going to be exciting to watch.
Arguably the most consistent 200-meter runner in the country, just based off the resume. And you look at, going back to his freshman year, he's won 5 national titles at this New Balance Nationals outdoors between the freshman and the championship section. But, anytime you see Jake Odie Jordan out there on the track, it's always going to be a sub-21 effort. Whether, it's going to be 20.9, 20.8, 20.7, it's always going to be under that 21-second barrier. Nothing less than that.
Talked about international experience earlier. He's got that in spades. Represents Great Britain internationally. Came back from the World Junior Championships last summer with a silver in the 4x1 and a bronze in the Open 200. So he'd love to defend his title here. Still just a junior. On now to heat number 4. Jaden Daly, Dimitri. Well, Daly, it looks like, will be a non-starter. It's going to be Dimitri Magloire, Alan Harris, Devin James, Abbas Hunter, Zamari Sanders, Dante Long, and Austin Smith.
Sanders, our 100-meter champion.
Yeah, he's got titles galore, as we will take a breather here. But, yeah, Zamari Sanders, so good over 100, so good over 200 as well. Second last year as a sophomore on the 100, as you said, a couple of times as well. So Zamari Sanders, another one that could contend with Jake Odie Jordan and others.
And I spoke highly of Bird, of course, but talking with Zamari Sanders, just the confidence and the swagger that he had after that 100, he thinks this 200 is his. He thinks he can get it done on Sunday.
Let's take a look here and see. Yeah, it looked like on the inside, perhaps. We'll see if any card is given. Unfortunately, I think that may be the case. We can't quite see what's going on in lane number 5 there with Devin James. Looks like maybe he just got a warning. So we maybe saw a little bit of a flinch, but all is well. Back into the blocks. Zamari Sanders still just a junior. The Florida native has been getting it done all year. Ran 10:27 earlier this year in the 100 down there at the Florida Relays. He's gone sub 21 seconds a couple of times as well. 20:50 he ran last year. So trying to get back to that kind of form, and if he does, he could potentially challenge for the win and potentially even the meet record of 20:55 as well. But we are off and running, and then outside, a good start from Dante Long as well. But now, here comes Zamari Sanders, the 100-meter champion. Would love to make it a double-double, and it starts with these prelims. Zamari Sanders out of West Palm Beach, Florida, leaves no doubt. Zamari Sanders gives us another sub-21 second clocking, 20:94. He slots in behind Odie Jordan as our second fastest of the afternoon.
He ran that curve so smooth, Trevor. He ran it so well, attacked it so well. As soon as he got into the 100 meters, about 50 meters in, he didn't need to do anything else, just kind of just coast right in, but really he attacked that first 100 meters.
He stayed patient. Had a good solid first half, as you said, but just got the job done. That's what the 200 is all about, speed, endurance. And Zamari Sanders will be one to contend in that final, certainly. Well, the bubble time, 21:16 with 4 heats completed, 10 more to go. Such a brutal, cutthroat way to make it to the finals. Top 8. But another good heat forthcoming. This is Haven Holet, Jaden Coney, Damalola Oyeniran, Jonathan Wirt, and I, Bernie Green, Braylon Bennett, Samuel Amalfa, Avery Wilson, and Lamont Johnson. Lane 6 is the preferred lane here. Braylon Bennett, another Florida junior, 2066 this season, top 10 in the country. Bennett had an incredible 3A state championship down there in Florida, sweeping the 100, the 200, and the 4x1. And already with a great start here, Braylon Bennett being challenged now on his inside by Anai Bernie Green in lane number 5. Here comes Anai Bernie Green out of Delaware, and it will be Anai Bernie Green. So a little bit of a shock there, if we're being honest. Both Bernie Green and Braylon Bennett will be on the outside looking in. Bennett only 10th overall with that 21-27. So a little bit of a surprise here in the prelims.
You know, with races like this, you kind of have to assume that everyone's going to be bringing their best, especially, you know, this is the only round prior to tomorrow's final. So at this point, you got to think, all right, everyone's going to try to run as quickly as possible because they can recover quicker. I think that's the other thing, too, is like you can get this race over with. You probably have about maybe a 24-hour window to recover after this 200. So go for it and see what happens, because you can't just let anything, you can't take anything for granted once, you know, these heats keep going on.
Purely on time means that you have to take it all the way through the line. And sub 21 seconds might not even be enough to make it. The bubble time remains 21:16. Another hot heat here in number 6. It's going to be James Sneed, Aiden Paterkin, Caden Smith, Miles Outerbridge. They're in lane 6. Watch him, the Montverde Academy athlete. Jordan Johnson, Rondre Austin, and Larry Jordan. We've already seen Outerbridge make it to the 100-meter final, and he would love to advance to this 200-meter final as well, but he has some company now coming on strong. In lane 6 there is Miles Outerbridge. And look at Miles Outerbridge out of Montverde getting the job done here. He's a sub-21 second performer at his best. He goes 21:02 to take victory here. That puts him 6th overall. I would be biting my fingernails if I was Miles Outerbridge right now. So much quality still yet to come. Solid effort from him, but such is the level of competition that may not even be enough to get you into the final. It's so deep here at the New Balance Outdoor Nationals.
I mean, it was a solid effort. 21:04, you know, you'd think in any other circumstance, 21:02, I should say, is going to get you into the final. Now, that being said, just based on, you know, we've already had 5 guys gone under 21 seconds, and, you know, we're all about halfway through this. There's a lot more racing to come here.
On now and into the blocks for heat number 7. Ali Carter, Nicholas Bejic, Rylan Stribling, Isaiah Nombre, Christian Witcher, Kyra Grays. Away and running here. Another sub-21 second performer at his best is Isaiah Nombre out of Fairburn, Georgia. In lane number 6 there. A good start for him, but Stribling on his inside working hard in the all-white. Those two going at it. Nombre in 6, Stribling in 5, and on their outside it's Christian Witcher. It's going to take it all the way to the line. I believe it was Witcher. And it is very close. Christian Witcher, the junior from Spring, Texas, indeed gets the nod. 21:40, just ahead of Nombre, 21:42. Stribling there in third, 21:49. That will be our 14th fastest on the day, so not quite quick enough to advance, but solid time there and a good race from Witcher.
And that's the nice thing about the 200 is, you know, you break it up into 2 parts. Of course, that curve is, you know, the most difficult part of it. Then once you hit that straightaway, it becomes much easier, but you're also getting a little bit more tired because of how fast you were going on that curve and using all that energy.
Speed and endurance. Speed endurance is the name of the game. 200 meters. Witcher gets the nod in Heat 7. Onward now to Heat number 8. Charles Befeld, Mackay Prather, Jasiri Belote, Avian Edwards-Pla, Kevin Cooper II, Joshua Howell, Martin Ojulu, Luke Richardson, Gibson Granger. Josh Howell, another sub-21 performer at his best. He went 20.92 for a state champs down in Florida to take the silver medal. And away we go. A stumble there in lane 7, I believe, from Ojulu. So he will have work to do if he wants to get back in the running, and he's doing it. Look at lane number 7 after a big stumble there. Martin Ojulu, Joshua Howell trying to hang on, but an incredible race from Martin Ojulu. We'll keep an eye on the time. It might not be enough, but it just makes you wonder. 21:39 after a big stumble coming out of the blocks. I don't know if we'll be able to see that on the replay with the angle, but Ojulu darn near fell down after his first couple of steps. And I think he knows it. A good run anyway, but he knows how much more there could have been.
Just like the 110 hurdles, the little mistakes that you make here in such a fast race can really cost you towards the end. And again, it's kind of it is a two-part race, as I mentioned. So it's it's nice get a feel of what it's like the first 100 meters, and then whatever happened on that curve is kind of maybe an indicator of what happens in that final straightaway.
Well, maybe not
a little
quite
bit
as
of a stumble out of
drastic.
the blocks, but he was managed to find a way to make some ground up there over the last 100 meters.
Yeah, he was playing catch-up from the beginning. Maybe not quite as drastic as it looked in real time, but as you've said, every step counts. And when you're talking about such razor-thin margins, you see there they even had a minus 1.3 headwind. So challenging heat there, but Martin Ojulu does get the win. We move now to heat number 9. Caleb Hilton, Jack Davis, Sebastian Sprague, Sinith Andrabadu, DeMarcus Gaither, Christopher Gordon, Micah Walker, Sean McCollum, and Matt Fisher. Away we go. Keep an eye on lane 7. Micah Walker, 6th in this race a year ago, 3rd indoors over 200 meters. And Christopher Gordon on his inside could challenge as well. Coming into the home stretch now. Look at lane 1. Caleb Hilton with a very fine run down there in lane 1. How often have we said that? Now on the outside, that's been a little more common. Matthew Fisher comes through, the senior from Stafford, Virginia. Correction, it was lane 8, Sean McCollum, who takes victory, 21-23. It was just
That's why you don't ease up at the line, Trevor. That's why you don't ease up at the line. You saw Hilton had a great acceleration down the home straightaway, and then for whatever reason decided to shut it down within like the last 10 meters or so. Look at it on the inside here. So great acceleration, great drive, but then shuts it down right here. And then that's why Thompson was, or not Thompson, it was lane 8 on the outside was able to go right past him and get the win here in that heat.
McCollum with the 10th fastest time of the day there, 21-23. Again, unfortunate as they're running into a slight headwind. Some of our earlier heats did have that. Braylon Bird went 20.96 into a minus 1.3, so it's not it can't be overcome, but it certainly makes it more challenging. We look at that young man now, Janeel Harris. So much to say about him. The All-American Project. He runs for North Carolina senior, 4th last year in both the 200 and the 100. Runner-up in the 100 earlier this weekend, and a sub-21-second performer as well. He'll be joined by Tyler Thompson, Jaden Parsley, Elijah Tackett, Jeb Moon, Akul Simon, Cameron Bowser, Sam Herbert, and Javen Henderson.
He'll be another one to go sub-21 in this semi.
Janeel Harris trying to add his name to the list of qualifiers here. It's only the top 8. He's been in so many New Balance finals here and come away with multiple All-American finishes, but he has some work to do. Janeel Harris now making his move there in lane 6, proving that he is the best in this heat. minus 2.5 on the wind, and you're exactly right. He still goes sub 21 seconds, 20.91 for Janelle Harris, second fastest on the day.
A little bit of slow out of the blocks and on the curve, but once he hit that straightaway, it was smooth sailing for him, and you saw the acceleration from him getting away from the rest of the field and, winning by half a second into a negative 2.5 headwind as well. Just look how fast he was able to get away from the rest of the field. Pretty even they were right into the turn, but just able to pull away. And as I said, another sub 21 effort. Now that makes it 6 guys so far in that top 8 that have gone under 21 seconds.
He shows up when it matters most. Janelle Harris, 20.91. 14 total heats, remember. We are on to heat number 11 now. Hugh and Frederick, Kane Morris, Drew Modelsky, Femi Ayambadejo, James Harrison, Jordan Moulton. And a couple non-starters there, but Levi Milder on the outside rounds out the field. Gabriel Scott could be one to watch. Well, correction, he's a non-starter, but keep an eye on Jordan Moulton of Georgia there in lane 6. 7 and 8 are vacant, so a lot of work to do to make up that stagger for Jordan Moulton as he comes around the bend. James Harrison on his inside, giving him all he can handle, and it's Harrison in lane number 5. Unfortunately, Moulton, I think, cut that corner a little bit, but James Harrison getting it done out of Landover, Maryland. 21.32. That won't tickle the top 8. But if we see in the replay, we see this happen sometimes in the 200 meters. Jordan Moulton, I think, came around the bend and unfortunately took a few steps in lane number 5. The wind continues to be in the face of our competitors, minus 1.0 on that one.
And again, another competitive race right here, and they've been well. And you see on the outside, one of the athletes was cutting the corner right there from lane 6 to lane 5. So, it'll be interesting to see how the officials, address that. But I mean, it's not going to matter anyways because none of these athletes are going to move on to the final by any means. But also just looking up at the stands and the flags, like you can see the flags, blowing towards that right into their face as they go into that home straightaway. That's why those negative headwinds are starting to show up.
Well, a big loss here, unfortunately. I was looking forward to Elijah Ferguson. He's a 45-second 400 performer, but 6 and 7 will be vacant. So we'll have Levi Campbell, Christian Barrow, Devin Smiley, Micah Davis, Jason Hamilton II, Michael Tucker, Chase Gears. Remember the bubble time here as we inch towards our final heats. 21.08 currently. 6 athletes, as you said, have dipped under that 21-second mark. Can someone do it here to advance the top 8 to the finals? Good, solid run in lane 2 from Christian Barrow. But in lane 5, it's going to be Jason Hamilton II. And he takes the win, does not look content with that. Understandably so. A bit outside his best and outside what would need to be run to advance into that final.
Well, again, puts in perspective, how good that run was by Janelle Harris in Heat 10 when he ran 20.91 into a negative 2.5. That's not easy by any means. And as I said, the wind is starting to, be a factor here and kind of slowing these athletes down here as they're trying to make their way into that final. But Mother Nature does not care, Trevor. Find a way to run fast, whether it's the wind is blowing in your face or not.
She can be fickle, certainly. Now, the thing in the final is that everybody deals with the same conditions, but it definitely can be tough in these prelims because everybody has different conditions. Well, take a look at that young man there, Jordan Gross, headed to Marshall to continue his career. 2066 this season, tied for number 10 in the country. He is certainly one that we could expect to go sub 21 seconds, 10:35 as well in the 100 meters. State champ up there in Ohio.
And I'll say this, Trevor, there's going to be somebody really good that's going to be left out of this final. Because we still have at least with 2 more heats remaining, there are still some quality athletes in this field, including Gross right here in heat 13. And then in the next heat, in heat 14, you have Bolus's Connor Salmon, who'll be running in lane 7.
So as the officials figure out exactly what's going on there, we will introduce the field. It's Miles Venable, Wendell Wells, Casey Davis, Oli Junker, Marion Lawson, the aforementioned Jordan Gross, Cameron Warren, Logan Yackley, and Shamar Hayward. Gross we would expect to be the class of the field here, but we have been surprised. Once again, that bubble time, 21:08. Taking 8 straight through to the final. And away we go. That is Jordan Gross of Vandalia Butler High School, Vandalia, Ohio. And it's deceptive because he has nobody in the 2 lanes to the outside of him, but he makes up that stagger, comes into the home stretch in the lead. As expected, this is Jordan Gross coming on through. Keep an eye on that clock. He's going to have to go quick. And is it quick enough? No. 21:15, dead air, 0.0 on the wind reading, but you can see the frustration on his face. He will be on the outside looking in. Well, you said it, Keenan. Somebody good is going to be left on the sidelines. Jordan Gross, unfortunately, is going to be one of those athletes.
And this was the first time in a while that we did not have a headwind. We had a tailwind in this race. So, you know, for Jordan, and actually it was 0.0. There was no wind at all during this race. So this was a lost opportunity for Jordan to take advantage. Again, this guy's ran 20.66, so you had to kind of already figure, you know, you penciled him in for the final, but that's why you go out there and race. Nothing is set in stone until you actually go out there and do the thing.
Yeah, Moulton, Jordan Gross, a number of these athletes that are some of the tops in the country. Just shows the quality here, the level of competition. And so we take now to the track for our 14th and final heat. Mickey Green Jr., part of a lot of those 4x2s. So was this young man, Connor Salmon, the junior for Bullis, already having an incredible season. 6th indoors in the 200 meters at the New Balance Nationals, and has been a key part of that Bullis 4x2. It's Mickey Green Jr., Joaquin Love, Jacob White Hutzler, Jamel Wilmote, Jaden DeLeon, Chaz Sakala, Connor Salmon, Santino Sicorella, and Quade Hendricks.
21:08 is the time to beat.
And
we're going to have to wait a couple seconds to see what happens.
I like to think of it as building the anticipation.
I also like to call it building character, too.
Let's see if we can catch any movement. Yeah, it looked like lane 4 there, unfortunately. Oh, no, Mickey Green on the inside. That was surprising. I don't know if we have time to see that again, but that's an unfortunate loss. Lane 1 is a tough draw, certainly. Would have been a tall order, but when you show up here, you like to at least get the one race in. Look down there in lane number 1. Yep. Can't go early. Back into the blocks. Well, Connor Salmon, as we said, part of so many of these great Bullis relays, the national record in the, I believe it was the sprint medley indoors, if I'm not mistaken. And here we go now. Salmon already up on his outside competitors. Connor Salmon working hard, but it's all about the clock. Connor Salmon is working hard. So too on the inside of him in lane 4, Jamel Wilmote saying, hey, got to mention my name, 21:03. How about that in the 14th and final heat? He slides into the 8th spot. Connor Salmon, 21:36. He'll be disappointed with that. But Jaden De Leon, correction, no. Well, they changed it on us. It is Wilmote. It is Wilmote that comes in there. I think we need to correct that. Yeah, it's.
Well, you want to talk about coming up
lane
clutch.
number 5.
We want to talk about coming up clutch. Jaden De Leon delivered when it mattered most. In the 14th and final heat of the preliminaries, knowing that you had to run faster than 21:08, 21:07 was going to get the job regardless, but 21:03 safely moves him on and will get him a lane in tomorrow's final.
There we go. Correct results there. Had me a little topsy-turvy for a moment because it was so impactful, obviously, to the rest of our final. He's a 6'10" high jumper as well as De Leon, so a very well-rounded athlete. As we move on now, you see confirmation there of our final results. Will take us to girls' championship first round. Just as with the boys, it will be the top 8 advancing. Amanda Mercurius, Kayla Valeris, Alana Wilson, Gianna Rizzo, Naya Hedspeth, Aaliyah Varnado, Rena Rubenstein, who we've already seen. The sophomore goes in lane 7. Zoe Eastman Grossel rounds out the field. And away we go. Keep an eye, as usual, in the middle of the track. Aaliyah Varnado out of Nashville, Tennessee, one to watch here in lane 6. And here comes the home stretch. Aaliyah Varnado of the Trailblazers there in Nashville, Tennessee, setting the bar, letting us know what we're going to have to expect. 23:95.
Good way to start things off here in this first of 14 heats of the girls' semifinals. Now, then again, we have a handful of girls that have gone under 23 seconds in this field, so you can only hope and pray that 23:95 gets you to move on.
State champ of the 100 and 200 meters this year in Tennessee was Varnado, the junior. The meet record here belongs to Adasia Hodge. If you remember that incredible season she had a couple of years ago for Montverde Academy, 22:64. 22:64, the meet record. I don't know if we'll. Well, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. We have some incredible athletes here, so we'll see. 22:64, the meet record, as we move now to section number 2, heat number 2, I should say. Top 8 advancing. Saida Asabai, Skylar Carpenter scheduled to go in 2. Kelly Frederick, Tristan Payne, Nadia Ford, Siani Wynn. Keep an eye on her in lane 6. Lauren Robertson, Jasmine Sharps, Emma Goins. You'll recognize Wynn, who did just that in the 100 meters. Took the title in 11:29.
Beat a quality opponent, too, in Lisa Ray, who was the defending champion in the 100, and she's also the defending champion in this event as well. So, a little bit of pressure for Lisa Ray, but, maybe an opportunity for Siani Wynn to make a name for herself.
She owns a 23:20 personal best. And another very well-rounded sprinter, 52.8 over 400 meters. In addition to that, 11.2 and 23.2. So this is the time. As you said, we'd love to see a couple athletes dip under 23 seconds. That really is an incredible barrier for high school girls in the 200 meters.
So we're taking a little bit of time right now because one athlete is being carted off the track right now, so hopefully she is okay.
Well, as you said, Lisa Ray took the title a year ago, 22:77. Skylar Franklin was second in 23 flat. And believe it or not, Adeja Hodge, as a senior, only came third last year after setting that meet record the year before. But such is the depth of these fields that making it to the final is such a tall order. 14 heats on deck here. So now into the blocks, as you see Siani Wynn. Nice to see that, a full field. You don't always get that in the 200 meters. Sometimes it's kind of on the outs as athletes pull out later in the meet, but it's good to see a full field here in heat number 2. Siani Wynn in lane number 6. 100-meter champion already making up that stagger. Coming around the bend here at Franklin Field, Siani Wynn would love to make it a double this weekend. First, she'll have to advance. Siani Wynn out in front, racing against the clock to ensure a spot in these 200-meter finals for the championship girls. And she takes victory here, 23-21, just outside her personal best. She is in absolutely cracking form, as our British friends would say. 23.83 for second for Nadia Ford, but the story there is Wynn, 23-21.
First part complete for Siani. Got through the prelim, and now it's about bringing it all in the final to hopefully, try to come away with a sweep here. And it'll be the hardest one. This will be the hardest event for her to win because of the amount of talent that's in here with, of course, Lise Cooper, who's ran the second fastest all-time performance in the indoor season, just second to Adeja Hodge, of course.
Survive and advance. We see it time and time again that you can't take these prelims for granted, especially when it's purely on time, as it is here. Just the top 8 will advance to this final. Onward now. Heat number 3. Khalees Walker, Kennedy Hinton, Jayla Dace, Sophia Gaskins, Sophia Williams, Nina Kie Abagwe, Gina Certo, and Gabriella Brailsford out in 9. Kiai Abouagi, 23-2 this season, number 16 in the country. She's one to watch. Lane 6, the preferred lane here. 7 is empty. So now you see from Sharon, Massachusetts, Nina Kiai Abouagi leading the way in the early going still of these heats, but she's racing the clock trying to secure a spot in the final. That is a solid performance from her. It'll be our third fastest of the day, in fact. 23.85 to take the victory here.
And that race was over from the start. The way she attacked the curve there and then was able to finish through the last 100 meters was just very, very impressive.
Four athletes thus far have dipped under that 24-second barrier. Confirmation there of the results from heat number 3. As we see the lineup now for heat number 4. Zion Alston, Kendra Stout, Taryn Augustine, Corin Isaacs, Taylor Goulat. She'll be one to watch. Moriel Seeberger, Rhea Randolph, Kendall Daly, Skylar Cunningham not contesting this event, unfortunately. That makes my pick Taylor Goulat if I have to choose. Off and running here in heat number 4. No lane 6, which means this one is wide open, but they still are racing the clock, and it is a race between Goulat in 5 and Seeberger out of Michigan there in 7. Goulat right in the inside line. Seeberger trying to take it all the way home. It is going to be Seeberger out of lane 7 in the absence of Skylar Cunningham. 24.04. That will be our 5th fastest. Make it 24.02. Confirmed. Moriel Seeberger takes victory here. 5th fastest overall thus far. 24.02, 24.23 for Taylor Goulat, who's headed to Alabama next season. She sits in 6th overall right now. Probably won't be enough to get it done, but a good solid run from Seeberger.
And it's unfortunate that Cunningham was not there. Of course, the 100-meter and 200-meter Georgia State Private Schools champion. But, you know, another opportunity for the next person up, and that was Seeberger there in lane 7.
I like to call it 200 a war of attrition sometimes. We see that really at every level as athletes come back from different events. And as it's usually either later in the day or later in the meet, sometimes we see these scratches, and it's just part of the game, I suppose. We move now to heat number 5. Maya Wofford, Jada Garrett, Grace Saysaw, Kayla Smith, Cameron Tatum, Naima Robinson, Simia Yorish, and Alexis Brown representing Bullis in lane 9. Boy, Alexis Brown is a pretty good track name right now. Wouldn't you say so, Keenan?
There's a lot of them around the country, that's for sure.
D200 and 200 record holder from Lenore Ryan. I believe she's transferring next year. Don't quote me on that.
Yep, off to South Carolina next year.
And, of course, Baylor long jumper's gone over 7 meters this year. You'll be hearing her name in the postseason as well. A couple of non-starters here, but we do have Wofford, Saysaw, Smith, Tatum, and Robinson here in heat number 5. Cameron Tatum, 7th, the indoor nationals this year. As you see, Naima Robinson for Archbishop Carroll coming through, wind plus 2.0. It doesn't get any more perfect than that. 23.67 for Robinson. And that great sprint program there in D.C. Archbishop Carroll, she gets the victory here. 2nd fastest time of the day.
And they'll continue to get faster as we go by. But again, really, I think for me, it'll come down to, you know, maybe the 23.5, 23.4 that will be able to maybe get these girls into the final.
Personal best for her. As we continue on, we love to see that plus 2.0. Naima Robinson sits 2nd overall now. Taylor Goulart sitting on the bubble, 24.23. So with plenty more running, it certainly is going to take something under 24 seconds to advance. We move now to heat number 6. Divine Bam Boye, Kiana Tate, Anaya Anderson, Vea Burns, Madison Brister Wesley, Carrie Kresser, Corbin Raston, and Serenity Harvey. You saw Burns there, 3rd in the SMR with that Motor City Track Club out of Detroit. Just a sophomore.
All right, so you're watching heat 6 of 14.
Away we go in heat number 6. And a very even start. Number of non-starters once again, but in lane number 5, Nevaeh Burns coming off the bend well on her outside in lane 7. It's Carrie Kresser out of Houston, Texas. And Kresser is finishing strong. She will take victory here and give us another performance under 24 seconds. 5th fastest thus far, 23.91 for Carrie Kresser. Just a sophomore.
Just a sophomore. 23.91, very impressive performance. And I think everyone in that section was pretty even with each other, like as far as level of competition wise. When you're even with each other through the first 100 meters on that curve, then it becomes a lot more entertaining when they go in that home straightaway, because then it's like, all right, let's see who has the best acceleration.
She just keeps getting better and better. Her first time under 24 seconds, and she picked the right time to do it. Piper Portacio lines up here for what looks to be a full field. We love to see it. Valerie Uwa, Gabrielle Harris, Maya Summers, Malia Miller, Deja Reed of Montverde, just a sophomore. She was 6th in this race last year. Our top returner from last year, she ran 23.66. We saw her go 7th in the final of the 100 as well. 3rd in the 200 indoors. That is Deja Reed in 6. Amira Nesmith outside of her, Amima and Yanwu and Elena Taylor. Nesmith also in that 100 final, 6th is where she finished. 200 meters, heat number 7, top 8 advance. The bubble time currently 24:21, but expect even more fireworks here. The battle taking place now in lane number 6 and lane number 7 as Deja Reed of Montverde there and Amira Nesmith in 7. Keep an eye on that clock. A very quick time, 23:60. Make it 23:58 for Deja Reed, making sure she gets herself back to that 200-meter final, and it should certainly do just that. Amira Nesmith also under 24 seconds, 23:79. So too Elena Taylor out of Cypress, Texas, another sophomore, 23:88. This is going to be a very competitive final.
A little bit more shakeup here in this heat as, a handful of girls running under 24 seconds, which then, changes up the standings, of course. But, I like that, Naismith was able to push Reed to run a fast time because there's so much at stake, and, you have little time with this being only the only round to qualify for the final. You have to make the most of it. You have to run a fast time. And, again, you have enough time to, to recover from this. Now, I'm not saying you have to run like 100% all the way, but, if you could put down an 85, 90% effort, it'll help you out going into the final, of course.
An absolute cutthroat qualification system, but that's how we do it in track and field. Top 8 will advance. And another good heat on deck. Unfortunately, some big names scratching there again. I was looking forward to seeing Mia Mason. But we still have Kennedy Bradley, Zalea Ramsey, Elijah Darden, Tresha Davis, Ariana Griggs, Gabrielle Bozeth. Griggs coming back from that 100 final as well, where she was 5th. Well, the bubble time has gotten quicker and quicker, but Tresha Davis is one who could certainly advance. She owns a 23.5 personal best. The bubble time, 23:91. You've got to be quick to make it into this final. And that is exactly what Tresha Davis is doing here. Correction, that's Griggs in lane 7. 23:66. That's the 3rd fastest, as Tresha Davis with a solid run there in 2nd, 24:04. But Ariana Griggs gets the job done, trying to make sure she has a spot in the 200 after being a finalist in the 100 meters as well.
Took a little bit to get going, but once she hit that straightaway, was able to pull away from the rest of the field. And again, with the 200, it's okay to have a little bit of a slow start, but once you slingshot yourself right into that home straightaway, take as much advantage as possible and accelerate all the way to the line.
Onward we march. Heat number 9. Autumn Gravette, Julia Wallace, Janae Pegram, Grace Bethel, Corin Corbin, state champ there in Maryland, Lee Peters, Indy Wallace Persad, and Tresta Miller. Full field from lanes 2 to 9. Corbin, another one set to join that Gamecock sprint program there at South Carolina. Always fun to see these high school athletes before they advance to the college ranks and see how they progress. Corbin in lane 6. Got a little work to do here. Coming around the bend now with a slight advantage. A good run from Lee Peters on her outside as well. We've already seen Peters this weekend, but Corin Corbin is going to get the job done. Keep an eye on the clock. Is it quick enough? It is for now. 23:79 for Corin Corbin. That sits 5th overall. 24 flat for Lee Peters, but Corbin 23-79 takes the victory here in heat number 9, and we'll have to wait and see if that will advance.
So we have 3 more heats.
Well, let's look quickly now at our next heat. This is one that's been circled on the schedule, Keenan. Our competitors here, Carleen Lionel, Nadia Rampersant, Ruth Ayuk-Taker, Jalen Jackson, and lane 6 is Elise Cooper. We will return to her. Addison Smith, Braylon Dunn, Mariah Jurine, but Elise Cooper is the one to watch here. She is the all-around sprint package. National record in the 300 indoors, one of the fastest 200 times, as you said, and maybe starting to work her way up to the 400 a bit more as well, but what a treat to see her now in this 200 meters.
And a treat to see her in the Puma kit as well. Became the first high school athlete to sign an NIL deal with Puma, too. So, and of course, you know who else has a Puma deal is Julian Alfred. And where did Julian Alfred go to school? University of Texas. Where's Elise Cooper going to school? University of Texas.
40 Acres getting another good one down there in Austin. She'll be rocking the burnt orange soon enough, but for now, look at that start from Elise Cooper. She's got the long strides, and perhaps will be known in the long run more for the 2 and the 4, but she's got quick 100-meter speed as well, 11.3. In fact, she's good at the 60, also scoring indoors. This is Elise Cooper. No surprise to see her absolutely dominating the competition. The only question is, how fast will she go? And the answer is fast. 22.90 for Elise Cooper. That's a day at the office. Fastest, of course, of our qualifiers thus far. She might have her eye on that meet record of 22.6.
Not to mention the fact that that was into a slight headwind as well, but this race was over from the start. She got out of the block strong and then took over from there. Just look at the acceleration she had there on the curve, and then it was smooth sailing right to that finish line. And the first girl to go under 23 seconds is, of course, the second fastest ever to do it in the indoor scene, and trying to see if she can get her first outdoor title. Believe it or not, she has not won an outdoor national title throughout her high school career.
Ran 22.64 indoors, which coincidentally is the exact meet record here set by Adeja Haj a couple of years ago. So we'll keep an eye on that developing story as we move to the finals. Great run from Elise Cooper. And now the bubble time, 23.83 as we move to heat number 11. Alexandra Allen, Madison Bob, Temitope Adeoye, Brooke Diello, Jayla Bailey, Skylar Brazel, Athalea Hinkson, Ada Joseph, and Soraya Doreska. Off we go. Skylar Brazel, one to watch there in lane 6, representing AP Ranch down there in Fort Worth. An incredible program year in and year out. She's headed to Georgia and showing us why. Here comes Skylar Brazel, representing for Texas Speed. This is Skylar Brazel trying to run her way into the final. 23.23 for Brazel, the third fastest time of the day. Well, she is in the very capable hands of Coach Greg Scholars down there at the AP Ranch, a great runner in his own right back in the day, and he is just producing an absolute sprint factory down there in Fort Worth.
She saw what Elise Cooper did in the heat before her, and she had to deliver her own personal best, too, running 23.23, putting her third overall, which would safely probably get her into the final. And now the next goal for her is, like, can she run 23.1 or anything quicker than that? I think that's what's going to be on her mind when she, goes to the same starting line as Elise Cooper on Sunday.
Well, or even quicker. She has gone sub 23 seconds, but you got to do it when it matters. She's got a 22.78 personal best and joining that great Georgia squad, the national champions now. We'll be getting another good one in Brazil. 12th heat. Azrae Hawkins, Zoe McFadden, Jazeera Emily, Khadija Utara, Maya Love, Morgan Parfait, Kala Lanik, and Samia Edie. 12th heat now of 14. Maya Love, keep an eye on her, 4th in the 100 meters earlier this weekend. Love with a good, strong start. Maya Love powering around the bend here into the home stretch. She knows it's not just about this heat, but about the overall time. Maya Love working hard and coming through. Will it be quick enough? It sure looks like it will. The power of Maya Love, 23:35. The North Carolina representative takes the victory here and looks to have run herself into the final with just 2 heats remaining.
Well, and the tough part is 23.88 for second has now bumped her down to 12th overall, so Morgan Parfait is not going to be able to move on to that final. But Maya Love put herself in a pretty good position, finishing right now on 4th on the list with 1 more heat to go. Or excuse me, 2 more heats to go.
She matches her personal best, and as we said, does it when it matters. Another one headed to University of South Carolina, so keep your eyes and ears out for these athletes over the next few years as they spread around the country and continue to duke it out at the collegiate level. Penultimate heat now, Chloe Nissen, Madison Hardrick, Naya Ballard, Haley Donovan, Raina Lawson, Jaylee Brown, Jasmine Cook, Nyla Felton, and Madison Rhodes. Watch Jasmine Cook of Archbishop Carroll there in lane 7. Try to take down Jaylee Brown in lane 6.
And if you're wondering why we haven't seen Lisa Ray in this 200, it's because she's not even on the start list. So the defending champion will not be defending her title in this event.
Leaves it wide open for somebody to come in and take this 200-meter title. We saw Jasmine Cook in the indoor final. She finished 5th there, and as expected, Cook and Jaylee Brown duking it out in the final stretches here. Jaylee Brown ran on that third-placing 4x2 earlier this weekend. She's going to take the victory, and such is the competitive nature of this event. She sits in 8th now, 23:74, 8th overall. She will watch this next final and maybe the next heat, I should say, and perhaps pray for a little bit of wind in their faces.
She's going to be nervous, Trevor. She's going to be really nervous knowing that she's in that 8th spot, and with 1 more heat to go, anybody can just really tear it away from her in just a couple of seconds. But you kind of just hope and pray that, you know, no one runs faster here in the 14th and final heat.
Fourteenth and final heat. Janaya Goins, Samaya Onyekwere Busey, Sade Taiwo, Sydney Chadwick, Alexandra Collier, Justice Sanders, Patience Grant, Simone Besong. Collier, the junior out of Maryland in lane 6. She's one who could challenge. She's run 23.5. Sydney Chadwick of Union Catholic, a hurdler coming back here in the 200 meters, could potentially contend as well. 23.74. That's the bubble time. Jaylee Brown holding on for now. 14th and final heat in these championship girls 200 meters. And look at the middle of the track. A very good start in lane number 6 there, as expected for Collier. Chadwick on the inside working hard. Lane 5 coming on strong. That's Chadwick. And it's going to be very close at the line. I do think Chadwick just got her. It looks like it will be outside of that qualifying time. Yes, Chadwick gets the victory here, 23.90 ahead of Collier, 23.94. But that means that Jaylee Brown, I wish we had a shot of her wherever she went, but she certainly will be breathing a sigh of relief as that 23.74 from the penultimate heat gets her safely into the final.
Well, coming off of a state record yesterday in the 4x2, perhaps maybe the legs were feeling a little bit heavy for Chadwick there in lane 5. But even then, after she crossed the finish line, she clapped her hands. She ran 23.90. She had been pretty happy about that run, despite not making the final.
Final results of the final heat. As you see a couple more athletes going sub 24 seconds, but there you have it. That is your lineup for the final of the championship girls 200 meters. As expected, Elise Cooper delivers, and we will see some fireworks there. Siani Wynn, Skylar Brazel, a couple athletes that can be in that low 23 or high 22 second range as well. Brazel's already done it, in fact, so we'll look forward to that 200 meters as we continue on to the freshman boys 200. Jordan Etheridge goes in heat 1 here. Raymond Maldonado, Joe Rancilio, Finn Shedden, Rapolis Ogordnikas, Quintez Grimes, Terrence Dorsey, Daryl Hunter, and Colton Henderson. We've been seeing Quintez Grimes and saying his name coming up now, running in the freshman section here. Big, strong, powerful runner coming through in lane number 6. Quintez Grimes uses that power in the 100 meters. You can see he's got the endurance here as well. 21:42 ahead of Terrence Dorsey, 21:69.
21:42, right around that meet record of 21:36 by Joshua Howell back in 2023. So a very good start here in just the preliminary round, and looked really good on the curve, and then the acceleration carried him right through that line, and 21:42 gets him win here in the first heat of 11.
Got the ATL on his chest, representing for Georgia. Drew Charter Senior Academy, the freshman, takes our first freshman heat here. As you said, 21:36 the meet record. We'll keep an eye on that and move on now to our second heat of 11. Gabriel Jenkins, Elijah Liles, we have Ephraim Tia, Dominic Kozlowski, Liam Jensen, Cooper Colcom, Luca Petosa, and Davis Walker. Just as we saw in the 100 meters, this is going to be a hotly contested freshman final. Top 8 will go straight to the final. Away we go here in heat number 2, 21:42, the bar that's been set by Quintez Grimes. As Liam Jensen, and now on his outside, Cooper Colcom, in fact, coming on through. Cooper Colcom in lane 7, mostly, is going to take this one. 22:01. He'll have to wait and see how quick everybody goes. We'll still get a feel for it with 11 heats overall here. 22:01 for Colcom. Davis Walker second. That's our third fastest time, though, from Colcom. 22:01.
So a couple of races that were totally different from each other. Colcom had a 1.0 tailwind right behind him, and Quintez Grimes ran that 21:42. There was no wind at all. So, perhaps if, 1.0 would have been in Grimes' heat, that meet record could have been gone in the quick of an eye.
Grimes coming back from finishing second in the 100 meters earlier and was second to a meet record. Cooper Colcom, who we just saw, was 5th in that race. So they're running it back, as it were. Heat number 3 now. Elijah Kalam Idin, Jet Craycraft, Sir Braxton Sprouse, Ivan Kurgan, Charlie McFarland, Chakai Hicks, Caleb Calloway, Matthew Kukoyi, Ben Hopner. Full field, lane 1 to 9, and a good strong start out of lane 6 from Chakai Hicks out of Greensboro, North Carolina. He's got company, though, on his outside, lane number 7, Caleb Calloway, the Virginia native, trying to keep pace, but it is going to be Shakai Hicks who gets the job done here. 21.97. He makes that our third athlete dipping under 22 seconds here.
Had a little bit more help on this one. 2.4 tailwind. Run 21.97. Still, though, puts him in that third position. And again, the top 8 overall times advance on to the final. Had to work a little bit on that curve. Went right by lane 7. That's Caleb Calloway. Finished second in 22.18. But Hicks remains in third with 8 more races to go here in the preliminary round of this freshman boys 200. You see the results populated on your screen on the left side. Move on now to heat 4 of 11.
So heat number 4 now. You see the lineup on the screen. Starting to figure out what it's going to take to make it into that final. 22:42, the current bubble time. With 11 heats total, you'll likely have to go sub 22 seconds. As we are away here in heat number 4, Gary, Torrey, Dick, Bell, Wright, Gillespie, Kurlander, Adams, and Zanatelli. And look at Kenneth Adams of Bullis with a quick start, but now the tall strides of Jaden Gillespie, another Baltimore, Maryland native, trying to chase down Kurlander in 7. It's going to be Julian Kurlander rather, out of Towson, Maryland. 22:24. That is number 7 overall for now. He'll have to wait and see if that survives. Again, a slight headwind, but a good battle between those top 3 with Kurlander coming away with the victory.
You're looking at the next great Maryland sprinters in that state. All top 5 finishers in that heat all represent Maryland. Of course, led by Julian Kurlander in 22:24 and battling in a little bit of a headwind. Negative 0.8 meters per second there.
And even Kenneth Adams there in third, likely not to, well, he won't advance, certainly, but running for Bullis, and this is true of the big programs, the smaller ones as well, but getting a chance to come out here and compete as a freshman, seeing the level of competition and what it takes to be at the highest level just goes so far, I think, for bringing up the next generation of athletes. And I say next generation, even underclassmen to upperclassmen, if that makes sense. So we move now to heat number 5, 22:34, the bubble time. This is Blake Williams, Jaden Kosey, Trey Page, Xavier Williams, Gideon Newton, Isaiah Calloway, Colt Turner, and Gunnar Lee on the outside. Good start from Colt Turner in lane 8. Now settling in. Here comes lane 7 and 6, Gideon Newton and Isaiah Calloway. But in lane 6, Gideon Newton of elite speed. That's exactly what he's showing us here. Coming over from Birmingham, Alabama, here in this freshman 200 meters. And yet again, we see somebody dip under that 22-second barrier. 21:86 for Gideon Newton as that bubble time just gets quicker and quicker.
Slides right into that third spot, 21:86. Just a couple of tenths right behind both Grimes and Dorsey for those top 2 spots. And, you know, even finishing third can still get him a good lane going into that final on Sunday. There you see him in the middle of your screen in lane 5. Or excuse me, lane 6. And running pretty relaxed right through that line, and it's that win here in heat 5.
Double time now, 22:22 as we move to heat number 6. Christopher Mitchell, Tyler Lewis, Taryn Lara, Quentin Perez, Jordan Gorham, Caden Tillman, Thaddeus Harvey, Justin Greathouse, and Darnell Myers. Caden Tillman in lane 6 out of Riverside, California. Great start for the West Coaster. And look at Tillman. He attends ML King out there in Riverside, California. 21.73, his personal best this year. Trying to make it into that final. He'll need to run somewhere close to that. And it's going to be very close. That's number 7 overall right now, 22.17. Unlikely to hold up, but a good run from Caden Tillman, and he did it all by himself. Taryn Lara was second in 22.73, well beaten there behind Caden Tillman.
And I'm sure the California in you is smiling right now, and a guy from Riverside, California, making all the way from the West Coast, running 22.17, and kind of in an iffy situation right now in that 7th overall position. But, you know, to me, I think it's, we've talked about predictions here, of course, over and over again. I think right now at this point, you know, it could take a 22-1, maybe even 22-0 to make that final.
Heat number 7 out of 11. I might even go a little quicker than that. I'll say 22-0. You ever been to Riverside, Keenan?
Not been to Riverside.
Right by the river. You'll love it. Heat number 7, Julian McBride, Jeremiah Marshall, Colin Kilgus, Boston Truitt, Jack Walden, Amir Woodward, Adrian Woodward, Russell Granice, Ian Wilding. As we are off and running here in our 7th heat, trying to determine our top 8 to take to the final. And look at lane 6 and lane 7. Well, they look the same because they are both Woodwards from Bergen Catholic. Amir Woodward and Adrian Woodward battling it out. The sibling rivalry is going to go to Amir Woodward, and a very quick time. Look at the wind. It is legal, and it is a new meet record, in fact. 21.31 for Amir Woodward, as Adrian Woodward comes in quick as well. 21.69, two of the fastest times of our qualifiers, and indeed the fastest time ever in this section for Amir Woodward, a new meet record.
Just the preliminary round, and they're taking a look back at what Amir just did right there. But, you know, when you have this, I'm not saying sibling rivalry, but when you have twins, and I'm sure they talk about in the household who's faster than the other, I'm sure they push each other at practice, but also I'm sure they push each other around at home too, just, you know, being the brothers they are. And of course, no surprise, the twin also running a fast time of 21.69.
Incredible personal best. He had run 21.7 this season, had Amir Woodward. Huge chunk off of that personal best, and still just the prelim. So we're setting things up for a very good final here, but on we go. It's Oquendo, Williams, Willis, Twyman, Earl, Legister, who won the 100, Eli Turner, Cameron Miller, and Kylan Johnson. Lane number 6 is Javon Legister, and here he comes. He took that 100-meter title in a new meet record of 10.60. He just saw a new meet record set, and now he fades in lane 5. It's Avante Earl. Well, he's having himself a day as well. 21.26, a new meet record. The ink wasn't even dry, and Avante Earl says, give me that meet record. 21.26. Houston speed. Are you kidding me?
Oh, look at the mutual respect right there, too. I mean, Jameer was watching that race, and he comes right over to Avante afterwards and shows him his appreciation. But, hey, give credit where credit is due. You know, Amir set the tone there for that previous heat, and then Avante just elevated it there. And even then, like, he didn't even have the best start. He wasn't even first going into the home straightaway. Had to work there in that final 50 meters. And even Javon Legister had a great race too, running 21.37. We talked about potentially, 22.01 was going to be, getting into the final. Well, 21.97 is the bubble time now.
Avante Earl collecting these meet records like Infinity Stones. Fastest qualifier in the high hurdles earlier as well with that 14.20 meet record. How fast can this next heat go? As we advance further and further now with heat number 9, Rubens, Adelaide, Johnson, Strotter, Hoff, Kutab, Hartz, and Millen. Lane number 6 is cooking here. Daniel Hoff from the St. John Striders, having just seen back-to-back meet records, trying to run himself into this final. He will be just outside of the necessary mark, but 22:30. Very serviceable result for Daniel Hoff to take the victory here in Heat 9.
Had a little help from the wind as well. 22:30 with a 2.4. Yeah, any of the remaining heats now, it is a tough act to follow after what Earl and Woodward were able to do in 7 and 8.
Just 2 heats remain. Heat number 10 now. Amari Lilly, Moses Espinoza, Caden Harris, Winston George, Damani Roberts, Zane Johnson, Alamami Jabby, Malcolm Brown. Bubble time, 21:97. Lane 6, the preferred lane. Keep an eye here on Damani Roberts. But a good start outside of him from Zane Johnson as well, out of Iowa. Johnson now getting run down. Damani Roberts from Kentwood Trek Club in Kentwood, Michigan, knows he has to go sub 22 seconds here to run himself into this final all the way through the line, and he does just that. 21:67 for the 5th fastest time overall. Very quick time for Damani Roberts, 21:67. We will very likely see him in that final. He sits in 5th.
So 21:86 now becomes the bubble time after that 21:67. And then there's the potential now, what happens here in this next heat, we could see all 8 performers under 21:7 making that final.
Confirmation there of those penultimate heat results. 21:86 the bubble, as you said. 2 athletes there in 6 and 7 at 21:69. So these freshman boys are running here in the 200 meters. Final heat, 11 of 11. Travis Dillon, Quinton Orizaba, Charles Prosser, Kingston Mighty, Malachi Robinson, Cooper Johnson, Leland Pagan, and Spencer Long. Looks like a couple non-starters, Robinson and Prosser. So Robinson was scheduled to be in lane number 6. He was 4th in that 100-meter final. He was one that you may have picked to advance. This one will be absolutely wide open. And off we go. A very even start here in our final heat of this freshman 200 meters. Good start on the inside for Travis Dillon. A plantation heat out of Coral Springs, Florida, but now coming through in lane 7. Cooper Johnson, also from Florida, being challenged on his outside from Leland Pagan. And Pagan is going to surge on through with a very fine run, 22:37. It will be outside the qualifying times. But that means that Gideon Newton of Elite Speed out of Birmingham, Alabama, will be our final qualifier, 21:86. But it is an absolutely mouth-watering final on deck with Amir Woodward having run 21:37, and then a new meet record from Avante Earl right after him.
Well, this is the fun part now. They all get to meet each other in the final and determine who really is the fastest of the freshmen. And, of course, Avante Earl on paper right now has that meet record, but Amir Woodward was the one that got it first. So there's going to be some fireworks there going on in that boys 200 freshman final tomorrow.
And Javon Legister, let's not count him out there, also 21:37 and sitting in 3rd, but he took the 100-meter crown. Can he make it a double? As we move to our freshman girls, same thing. Top 8 will advance by time. 14 heats on deck here. Meet record 23:58 set by a certain Lisa Ray back in 2023. Heat number 1, Hannah DePestel, Zoe Lockwood, Sydney Roberts, Brenna Cool, Destiny Hescott, Alea Grotini, and Kennedy High We saw some incredible fireworks in the championship 200 meters and a very good start already from Destiny Hescott in lane number 7 here. And Hescott comes into the home stretch with the lead. Brenna Kuhl of Erie, PA, trying to make something happen in lane 5, but it is not going to be enough as Destiny Hescott takes the victory here. New York native 25-28 to establish our top mark as we continue to march on. 14 heats on deck.
That meet record of 23:58 by Lisa Ray is, of course, that would have got her into the final, which, after what we saw in that championship girls section with, Elise Cooper running 22:90 and then the rest of the field running around 23:20 and 23:40 or so.
Into the blocks now for heat number 2. Janelle Carter, Jayla Washington, Kylie Barksdale, Cynthia Singleton, Layla Anthony, Aaliyah Nelms, Ashton Coates, Layla Windley, and Mafada Kuroma. Into the blocks once again. If you heard the official there, making sure the hands are in the right place. Got to be behind that line. Off and running here. Keep an eye on lane number 6. Nelms, she has run 24-2. And a good start for Nelms. Coming around now, she'll have a little bit of company on her outside in the form of Ashton Coates. But now on the inside, look at lane number 3 coming on strong. Kylie Barksdale out of Tennessee begins to fade as it is going to be lane 6. Aaliyah Nelms, 24.99. Gives us our first sub 25-second clocking and sets herself up nicely.
Put a lot of effort into that one to get under 25 seconds and put her atop the leaderboard so far through 2 heats.
And off we go straight away into heat number 3. Ella Barber, Leo Woodson, Ariel Simmons, Sophia De Lorenzo, Amari Trevilion, Destiny Harrison, Rosalind Sarfo, Timia Johnson, and Leah Rudolph. Well, so tough on those inside lanes. There's a reason why we've seen the preferred lanes of 6, 7, even 8 and 9 making some noise out there because it's such a tight bend on the inside. If you're familiar with this Franklin Field track, extended down onto the inside. So just a tight curve for these 200-meter runners to navigate. As another good run coming from lane number 6. Destiny Harrison coming around the bend. Destiny Harrison is well clear of this field. And it is going to be Destiny Harrison, who is 5th in that 100-meter final. Would love to make the final here as well. 24.62. Our new fastest time on the day. Rosalind Sarfo just outside of 25 seconds at 25.06.
It was quick from the start for Harrison, too. It looked like she eased up just a little bit at the line. I mean, just based on the fact that, with the fast start really kind of carried her on throughout that race, and she could shut it down in the second half.
Heat number 4, Erilyn Kimball, Sienna Carson, Madeline Jensen, Liberty Matchin, Celeste Owens, Peyton G. Keep an eye on her in lane 6, as always. Kyra McLean, Madeline McDonald, Peyton Richardson on the outside. And a good start from lane 7, Kyra McLean. But now here comes Peyton G. out of Detroit, Michigan, Motor City Track Club. Trying to eat up some track with those long strides, but it's Kyra McLean that's turning back the challenge for now. But now, here comes Peyton G. She is going to take victory, 25.01. 25.01 for Peyton G. believe that's a personal best.
It looked like Peyton G on the lane 6. It looked like she was the one that was going to get it, but then out of nowhere, out of lane 9.
Peyton Richardson. I had the wrong Peyton. 25.01 for Richardson. Peyton G second, 25.38. Can kind of sneak around in that lane number 9 under the tall wall here. As we move now,
we talked about it yesterday. Lane
5.
9 seemed to be the fast lane yesterday.
Well, you do get that soft bend, and sometimes in the 200 meters, everybody has their preferred lane. They like to talk about Karsten Warholm, who loves lane 7, but being on the outside, it has its pros and cons, certainly, but Richardson made the most of that there. Well, 4 heats in now. Our bubble time, 25.43. 2 athletes have dipped under 25 seconds. Remember, 14 heats total here. This freshman girls 200 meters into the blocks now for heat number 5. It's Gracie Reed, Ariana Ramsey, Tenley Pickens, Leanna Corey, Savannah Clark, Kirsten Ginn, Tamara Moore, and Casey King. Lane number 6, Savannah Clark out of Newark, New Jersey, eating up the stagger, coming off that turn into the home stretch here at Franklin Field, and it is Savannah Clark running for Jaguar Track here in Newark, New Jersey, coming over and taking victory. Another athlete under 25 seconds, 24.49 for Clark, as she now has the top time overall. Leanna Corey there in second as well, 24.92.
Just adding to already a really competitive field of girls here in this freshman 200. Savannah Clark just moving on up to number 1 here in the overall standings in the prelims, 24.49, and then you throw in someone like Leanna Corey, moving right into third place, 24.92.
No room for error when we just take the top 8. So we get into the blocks now for heat number 6. Kendall Aska of Union Catholic there in 1. We have Madison Vint, Ariana Henry, Mara Proctor, Cheryl Owusu, Sarah Marshall, Chloe Kahn, and Patricia Costa with Sienna Cunningham on the outside. Quick start from lane 6 and 7. Marshall and Kahn. And those two doing battle into the home stretch, but off the bend, the advantage is going to go to lane number 6. Sarah Marshall out of Loganville, Georgia. Win Sportswear she's representing here. And our new quickest time, 24.18 for Sarah Marshall. Well, who could forget that run? Slightly windy, plus 2.3. Nobody will be forgetting this Sarah Marshall as she takes victory here in heat 6.
(24.18). A little bit of help from the tailwind too, 2.3. But again, it does not matter. It's what the time says that gets you on into the final.
Very likely going to take sub 25. I think we can assuredly say it will take sub 25 seconds. That 24.72 from Chloe Kahn, currently sitting in 4th. That's somewhere around where I have my eye. Maybe the 24.62 from Destiny Harrison. I think somewhere around there is where we'll end up. As we move now to heat number 7, Courtney Howard Perez, Aziza Macharulo, Leah Augustine, Camilla Francis, Caden Flowers goes in lane number 6. She was 6th in that 100 final. Atlee Janicek in 7. London Pulley in lane 9. And look at Caden Flowers in 6. She ran 12.09 in that final in the freshman girls 100 meters earlier on. She'd love to make it to the final once again. The bubble time currently 25.02, but you will have to go much quicker than that, and Caden Flowers knows it. Panther TC out of Burtonsville, Maryland, and she goes very quick, 24.71, to move herself now into 4th overall. Caden Flowers ran away with that one here in heat number 7.
She goes quick, and she does it in a solo effort too. So, with more competition coming up in the final, as that puts her into 4th overall with half the field remaining here in the prelims, to set herself up for potentially running, under 24.5.
She's only been under 25 seconds a handful of times this year, so that is a really good result when she needed it most for Caden Flowers. Into the blocks now. Heat number 8. Jalia Peoples, Amara Trainum, Dasha Salou, Jada Banks, Mina Abdul-Basir, Ava Wilkins, Maya Weish, also from Union Catholic. She was the runner-up in that 100 meters, ran 11:91 in the freshman 100 earlier this weekend. Rachel Stepp and Aaliyah Wilson. Look at this start from Maya Weish. No surprise in lane number 7 there. Union Catholic representing New Jersey year in and year out. It's not just Sydney McLaughlin. It is so many athletes that come through that program. She's working hard all the way through the line, and she will also add her name to that list, 24.60, to move into 3rd overall.
One thing I have noticed, Trevor, is the state of New Jersey has had a really good first couple of days here at this meet. I mean, if you looked at the amount of national champions that they've had so far here in Philadelphia, you know, another one aspiring to be one in Maya Weish, I mean, they've just been able to deliver in a big way. And, of course, you know, it's an easy travel for them to just go right across the river right here into Philadelphia.
Slight PR for her, 0.01 in fact, but potentially more to give. Again, she was runner-up in the 100. Would love to stand atop the podium in this freshman 200 meters for the girls. Heat number 9 now, 14 total. We'll take the top 8. Bubble time currently 24.99. As we have Talea Davidson Young, Ziamdora Hudson, Chloe Barnes, Morgan Johnson, Alondra Grover, Lucy Bird, Zanaya Taylor, Madison Barnes, and Soraya Matthew. Well, a chance to readjust for these young ladies. Lucy Bird has that coveted lane number 6. So keep an eye on Lucy Bird there, Pennsylvania representative. And away we go. She's run 24.66 at her best. And a solid start for both Bird and Zanaya Taylor out of North Carolina there in lane 7. But now here comes Lucy Bird, Collegeville, Pennsylvania. These are all freshmen, remember, duking it out. The 9th graders going back and forth to see who will rise above. Lucy Bird comes on through 24.96. Well, that is our new bubble time now. With multiple heats remaining, it'd be tough for her to sneak in, but Lucy Bird, solid effort, 24.96.
And it was a solid effort, but just unfortunately, you know, you sit in that 8th position, you know, with a couple of more heats remaining and just, you know, hoping that no one can match that or run faster than that. But you know, even though, I mean, running under 25 seconds, battling some of these wins as well, you got to be somewhat happy with your performance.
Well, we've talked about it where you look at the result, and of course, but only 8 people can go to the finals. And so with, 100 plus competitors here, I mean, if you can come away with a good result and a good race, that is certainly a win. Heat number 10. It's London Lee, Stephanie Todd, Morgan Bass, Brenna Gordon, Giselle Fehrenbach, Vanessa Waite, Malia Robinson, and Abigail Bilodeau. And look at the very quick start already in lane 6 here from Vanessa Waite. Coming up from Florida, knows that she has to run herself into this final. Vanessa Waite will wait no longer to get to the finish line. 24.07. Make it 24.08. That is our fastest time of the day here in the freshman sections. And a very nice run from Vanessa Waite to make herself our top time thus far.
It was over from the gun, Trevor. I mean, just the acceleration she had from out of the blocks. I mean, just the attack and the aggression leading to that 24.08. Not even in the final yet. Potentially, no, could challenge Lisa Ray's time of 23.58. It's a long shot, but I could definitely see her potentially challenging it.
She does own a 23.2 personal best from a year ago, but has raced sparingly this year. More so in the 400, believe it or not. Got a 55.1 PB there. So she is one to keep an eye on, Vanessa Waite, in that final. Heat 11 now. Zaya Bethea, Havana Alvarez, Zoe Johnson, Bridget Dow, Brooklyn Ford, Sydney Sherrod, Francesca Justin, and Samantha Janis. That is your lineup. Good start here from Brooklyn Ford, working hard around the bend. And Francesca Justin with a good start as well, but now in lane 6 and 7, Brooklyn Ford and Sydney Sherrod duking it out. Sherrod on the near side in the white, trying to push past Brooklyn Ford, and she will. Lane 7 gets the victory here. Sydney Sherrod, 24.70, ahead of Brooklyn Ford, 24.97. And for Sherrod, that slips her into the 6th position overall, means the bubble time is now 24.72.
Right into that top 8, which is what she's needed to do. Of course, 6, probably wish she's probably gone a little bit quicker to get maybe 4th or 5th, but you can take what you get.
Just 12 100ths separate number 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 as of now. Such is the quality and the depth of this field. Confirmation you see there for Sherrod, 24.70, as she sits now in 6th overall. Heat number 12 of 14 total. Kendall Pittman, Reagan Walker, Sarina Adewunmi, Taylor DeClute, Kaylin Jackson, Parker Coase, she's the one to watch there in lane 6, Shawana Reynolds, Jada Thelwell, and Willorda Fresnel. Parker Coase, 4th in that 100-meter final. I think we mentioned it the other day, but Parker Coase is a non-starter, unfortunately. I was going to mention her 21-foot long jump as well yesterday, 6 meters 40. Having a great competition, but unfortunately, as we said, such is the nature sometimes of the 200 meters, which means this heat is wide open, but still they will be racing the clock. But it does leave this a bit more wide open for these athletes to potentially win their heat. So it's Pittman, Walker, Adewunmi, DeClute, Jackson, Reynolds, Thelwell, and Fresnel. Heat number 12 of 14, whittling closer and closer away to get the top 8. Look at lane number 7 there. In the absence of Parker Coase, Shawana Reynolds is making a move. So too inside of her in lane number 5, Kaylin Jackson out of Maryland. But inside of her, lane number 4, Taylor DeClute working hard. It's going to be very close. DeClute, I think, is just going to get the nod. They will be outside qualifying times, but it is DeClute, 25-29 in a hard-fought battle and a good win ahead of Shawana Reynolds, 25-33. So DeClute, the Canadian, takes the heat victory. 25-29 in Heat 12.
And she didn't care about making the final or not. You look at the reaction that she had as she crossed that finishing line, jumping for joy. She just wanted to get the win here. And with, Coase not being there in this heat, that set up an opportunity for the Toronto native to get a win. Of course, shout out to our own Kate Van Buskirk from Toronto as well. I'm sure she's happy about that.
Well, DeClute has the strength, a really good 300 runner indoors as well. Took that national title up there in Canada over 300 meters indoors. The new championship record. So we get folks from all over the place. We keep saying from across the country. Well, some from the Great White North as well. Heat number 13, Trinity Miller, Ciara Currid, Rainey McKenzie, J.C. Void, Elise Brediger in lane number 6. She was 3rd in that 100 meters was Brediger. Riley Smith, Malayla Cuscott, and Alexa Lesnicki here in heat number 13. The bubble time to get yourself into the final, 24-72, but still one heat remains here. Look at Elise Brediger of Oberlin Spikes out of Avon, Ohio, knows that she's going to have to work hard to make sure she gets a spot in that final, just like she did in the 100 meters. Elise Brediger will take victory here, 24-69. She will slide into the number 6 spot. 24-96 for Riley Smith. but Brediger may have done just enough with just one heat remaining to make sure she has a lane in that final.
And now that leaves Caden Flowers in that 8th and final spot with one more heat to go. And Brediger ran this one smooth, running 21.69. A little bit of help from the tailwind too at 2.9.
So that 24.69 you see there from Elise Brediger has her in 6th overall. Bubble time 24.71. Well, this will be another good heat in our final heat. Alexis Connor, Linnea Daniel, Maya Brown, Bronwyn Wall, Gabriella Smith coming up from Bradenton. Keep an eye on her there in lane number 6. But Zoe Orlando in lane 7 will certainly have something to say about that as well. She was our 100-meter winner in 11.89. Amora Johnson goes in 8, and Princess Caitlin Lang in 9. 14th and final qualifying heat here for the freshman girls 200 meters. 24.71 the time to beat to get yourself into that final top 8 advancing. And they will battle it out later on. But for now, the 14th and final heat. Look at lane 7, Zoe Orlando, our 100-meter champion, seeing if she can put herself in contention. A very good run from her. 24.87. It's going to be just outside, devastatingly close for Zoe Orlando, as she will end up 10th overall and will not have a chance to podium in the 200 along with her 100-meter win. But our field is set, and it is a good one. So despite a strong run from Orlando there in our final heat, she will be on the outside looking in.
That's a tough break, too. And she looked like she was, pretty happy about that run, and then she had to take a look at the clock and see it was just a little bit shy of finishing in that top 8 to move on to the final. So nonetheless, though, 21.87, still a good, or excuse me, 24.87. If we're talking about 21.87, like we're talking about a really fast time. But nonetheless, though.
So you see those results from heat number 14, and you saw minus 1.1. That's the challenge. And maybe if she had a little bit more aiding wind, she would have been able to slide into those top spots. But our field is set. Well, 14 heats also on deck for the boys' middle school 200 meters. And off we go in heat number 1. Ricardo Walker, Aiden Elam, Robeson Taylor, John Parastatidis, David Quattlebaum, Norman Berry, Bobby Gibbs, Hudson Dorsey, and Nathan Scavone. Just like with the girls, we'll take the top 8 here straight away into the final. Meet record 21.74 from Quintez Grimes, whose name we have said multiple times, but here on the track it is going to be Bobby Gibbs who takes victory, 22.83. Again into a slight headwind, minus 1.1. Quattlebaum second, 23.54. But 22.83 for Bobby Gibbs out of Jacksonville, Florida, the 7th grader in this middle school boys 200 meters. Well, it's been a great morning of action here, and it continues nonstop. We're going to hand off the reins here for Trevor Fulkerson and Keenan Gray, the morning session. Stay tuned here on Runner Space for the rest of this weekend's action. I'm going to hand it off now to the capable hands of Serenity Douglas and Candace Price, and enjoy the rest of the meet.
Thank you so much, Trevor. As we're heading on into heat number 2 out of 14, we still have plenty more track and field on deck for you. Super exciting time. Now it's the top 8 times advanced to the final. There are no automatic qualifiers around here. And they are off heat number 2. It goes Brown, Bernard, McKenzie, Riles, Cobbs, McCoy, Love. Well, but as I say that, lane 6, Solomon Cobbs is going to take heat number 2 with 22.89, 1.3 tailwind there.
Michael McKenzie, the second of the South Baton Rouge Jaguars.
Solomon Cobbs out of. And then Michael McKenzie from the South Baton Rouge Jaguars. Second with 23.47. That 22.89 places Solomon Cobbs in second for the compiled results, right behind Bobby Gibbs, who we just saw out of heat number 1. And then from inside to out, heat 3, Zermiah Wilson, Matthew McDermott, Samuel Schubert, Braden Bonomo, Nalo Gandhi, Drayden Black, Bastion Flores, and Kamir Dio. Lane 3 is missing, and these guys are off. Dio out of that outside lane is moving really, really well. I mean, to his inside is also Flores. Dio and Flores, but it's going to be all Nalo Gandhi from Brooklyn Speed and Power, 22.91. Black getting second with 23.08. Right now, the bubble time is 23.69 from Pierre Love. We saw him out of heat number 2. Rivers, Haney, Waite, Morales, Spiner, Ailes, Brown, Upshaw, and Portillo. And it looks like that is all Cooper, Ailes. Look at that drive. Look at that gap. Cooper Ailes from 22.77, and he shoots himself to the top of these results just like that. And right behind him is Cade Portillo with 23.74.
Setting the mark to be 22.77.
A young athlete from Ohio setting the time to beat. Moving right along, heat 5 out of 14. We have Noah Myers, Sincere Beard, Hosea Brios, Jaden Jenkins, Justice Shabazz Charles, Marley Brundage, Isaac Macedo, and Benji Gomez. Top 8 times go to the final. There are no automatic qualifiers. A clean start. And right away in those outside lanes is Benji Gomez. And also Marley Brundage. But it looks like it's going to be all Marley Brundage. A solid time of 23.34. That puts him in 6th overall. The bubble time still being 23.54. They were running into a headwind with 1.2. Justice Shabazz Charles was right behind him with 23.67. And Isaac Macedo with 24.24 will unfortunately not make it as of right now, but we are off to heat 6. We'll have 3 empty lanes, 6, 9, and 3. Knuckles, Kelson, Brooks, Steen, Chavez, and they are off just like that. And right on that outside lane, that is Justice Chavez, but also it is Caleb Steen moving really, really well. But to his inside from Miami-Dade is Jermaine Kelson. Jermaine Kelson moving well, but Caleb Steen is going to take heat number 6 out of 14. A good run from him for 23:11. Officially, he ran into a headwind, slight headwind, 0.2. Then Jermaine Kelson from South Dade Express was right behind him with 23:47. Heat 7 of 14. We have Warner, Elysian Upor, Gaio, Hamilton, DuPont, Oshegbo, O'Hara, DeCosta, Phillip, and Graham. And these guys are on. And right away, an insane start. On the outside, it looks like that's a Shegbo with an insane run, blowing the field away. He might be in the wrong heat. 21:95. Bacelis Shegbo out of Maryland, the new time to beat, just like that. 21:9 from these middle school boys. What a fantastic run from him, and he will now take the top time to beat. Heat 8. Laster, Ray, Hinton, Stahl, Jamal for those inside lanes. Then we have DeGasimo, Jones, Patrick, and Stryjak, and they are off the final 150. And it looks like Giacomo is moving really well on the outside. So is Elijah Jones, but it is all Kristen Giacomo. 22:75, which will place him second overall. Elijah Jones right behind him with 23:62. But a great run from Kristen DiGiacomo. Now from inside to out, heat number 9, it's Smith, Collier, Smith, Chadwick, Robson, Ali, Pratt, Carter, and Williams. And these guys are off. A fantastic start from Keon Ali out of New Jersey. And it looks like that is all Keon Ali out there in lane 6. What will he run? 22:86 into a headwind, a negative 2.7 headwind at that. Mason Robson right behind him with 23:46, but that 22:8 from Pennsauken, New Jersey will land him fifth overall. The bubble time sitting at 23:08. Lane 8 and 4 and 2 will not be occupied. So we have Richardson, Stevens, Sanders, Kelly, Rowe, and Paula. And these guys are off. Mark Sanders moving really well, but to his outside is Kean Kelly. Javion Rowe also moving very, very well. And it will be Rowe. Javane Rowe from Philadelphia, 23-12. And that will not be good enough to make the final. Once again, the bubble time is 23:08 with Drayden Black. They had no wind for their race. It was pretty still. Heat 11. Lane 3 will be missing, but we have Casino, Scherrer, Mick, Bowling, Garvin, Brown, Johnson, and Grant. And these guys are off. And bursting out the start, that's Caden Garvin from War Eagles track. Caden Garvin, look at that knee lift. And that'll be all Caden Garvin with 22-2. What a fantastic run from him. That'll be the second fastest out of these heats. And he was just chilling. I feel like when he has some competition from Oshegbo in that final, we'll see something really fast. Oshegbo was out of heat number 7. He ran 21.95 in his. So fantastic run from Caden Garvin with that 22-2. Lane 6 will be empty. We have Parsons, Hiller, Riley Driver, Owens, Mendez, Grady, Madre Jr., and Hampton. And it looks like we got some moving, so they will call these athletes back. And it looks like that is Ethan Mendez who jumped. But we have to keep in mind that these kids are young. And it looks like the official is talking to Ethan right now. What I heard the official say is that that is his first infraction. His next one, and he will be done. It's good that they're giving these young athletes another chance. Now we know in the professional space, you jump once, you are done. But these are just middle schoolers, just getting the nerves out. And they're off with a clean start this time. Still pretty even, but Bryce Owens is moving really well, as well as Sean Grady. Sean Grady, he has some competition to his outside, which is Shamar Madri Jr., but it is all Sean Grady with 22.95, which is just outside of that bubble time. The bubble time being held by Nalo Gandhi of 22.91. Sean Grady just ran 22.95. And he will just miss out on the final. Heat 13 of 14. Now these athletes should know what they have to run in order to make it. That can either be a good thing or a bad thing, depending on how you look at it. But from inside to out, we have Porter, Bevington, Manea, Denning, Negron, Lyon, Moore, Goldberg, and Saldivar. And we are missing lane 2, which is Liam Bevington. Clean start from these guys. And right away, that Stefan Lyon out of Maryland. It is all Stefan Lyon. He just slingshot off of that curve, and he has just left this field completely behind. Stefan Lyon, just like that, 21.81. He has now taken the fastest time going into the finals. Into a headwind. Stefan Lyon was just off of that meet record of 21.74, but what a fantastic run from Lyon. Caleb Moore, 23.47. Lyon just completely demolished this field by over 2 seconds. And on to our last and final heat of the middle school boys 200. That bubble time sitting at 22.89, held by Solomon Cobbs. He was out of heat number 2. Omai, Hoy, Spearman, Hernandez, Jones, Brown, Baziri, Arnold, and Gant. And right away is Kai Brown moving really well, slingshotting himself off of that curve. It is all Kai Brown. Nothing but a clear track ahead of him. All Kai Brown. What will the time be? 21.73, and just like that, we have seen a new meet record in these prelims. Kai Brown from West Coast Track Club has now set a New Balance meet record with 21.72, and he still has a final to go from Washington. What an amazing run from Kai Brown. Andrew Bazira was right behind him as well, but it is all Kai Brown with a new meet record of 21.72. Stefan Lyon, 21.81. And to round out our top 3 of the final is Oshegbo, 21.95. And they will run that final tomorrow. Now that was exciting, but right now what we have on the track are the girls' middle school 200-meter prelims. There will be 10 heats. And from inside to out, we have Dakota Riley, Sarah Polanco, Farrah Melton, Kaya Connor, Malika Gobek, Maya Rendell, Aubrey Douglas, Peyton Kilby, and Stella Trombetta. Keep your eye on Maya Arindel. We have seen her race already. And right away, she is off. Maya Arindel out of Maryland. Maya Arindel, she looks fantastic. She is way out in the lead. Maya Arindel, she will take heat number 1. And just like that, a new meet record from Maya Arindel. 23:47 out of Maryland. We have already seen her in the 400 already. She runs a blazing 400. And this is her field. Not too long ago, she ran 53:55 here at Franklin Field. And she is just 13 years old. Maya Arindel is unstoppable. Malika Gobek, 25:45 behind her. But what a standard to set out of Heat 1. Heat 2, Dozier, Mendez, King, Height, Dupree, Scott, Akpan, Maddox, Foxworth, and Haggins. And immediately moving well is Olivia Akpan. Olivia Akpan from New Jersey. She is running well. It is all Olivia Akpan, 24:67. What a very solid run. That'll put her in second in the overall standings. I mean, what a race to have to go up after Maya Arindel's meet record of 23:4, but Olivia Akpan looked really good, 24:67 from her. Now we are moving on to Heat 3. Diawara, Swick, Falvey, Moody, McNeely, Ambrose, Carter, and Gaskin. And they are off with a clean start. Out of lane 4, that's Jordan Falvey from Michigan Mustang. She's running well, but then to her outside, out of lane 7, Shy Ambrose. It is Shy Ambrose. It is Christina Carter. Shy Ambrose, Christina Carter. Carter, Ambrose. Who is it going to be? And it will be Ambrose or Jordan McNeely, actually. 25:08 from Michigan. It's those outer lanes that have just been killing it lately. Shy Ambrose right behind her with 25:16. We're going to keep on trekking right along for Heat number 4. From inside to out, we have Kumia, Frazier, Agjibula, Rutland, Dawson, Griffin, Smith, and Domino. And moving really, really well right now in the highlighter bottoms. Out of lane 6, that's Mariah Dawson. Mariah Dawson moving fantastic down this final home stretch. Mariah Dawson. It is all Mariah Dawson from the Trailblazers, and it will be Mariah Dawson, 24:19 officially. That'll be the second fastest time of the day. Mariah Dawson is only an 8th grader. She looks so strong. And right now, the bubble time is Avery Foxworth with 25:42. We saw her out of Heat 2. It is just the top 8 fastest times off to the final. These ladies will advance on time alone. It's Thomas, Bolden, Walker, Coyer, Williams, Parham, Battle, Brailsforth, and Griffin. And these ladies are off and moving really well, making up that staggers. Jordan Prom. Jordan, but then to her inside is Chelsea Williams. Williams Prom. Williams Prom. But it is all Jordan Parham. 25-26. Chelsea Williams, 25-32. And that new bubble time is now Liliana Griffin, 25-28. And now heat 6 out of 10 is Dunbar, Elijah, Choice, Stapleton, Edwards, Noble, Willis, Chamberlain, Reed, and Jackson. And these ladies are off and moving really well in that outside lane that looks like it's Avery Noble. Ava Edwards out of lane 6 as well is moving really good, and it looks like she will take heat 6 out of 10. A fantastic run from Ava Edwards with 24.99. She now moves, well, that time moves her into the 4th position. And depending on if something crazy happens, seems like she should be sitting pretty comfortably to move on to the final. Behind her was Shannon Stapleton with 25.73. And now, heat 7 out of 10. We have Daniel, Witch, Smith, Mason, Sheely, Sanders, Simpson, Bush, and Roniker. And these ladies are off and moving especially well out of lane 6. That's Payson Sanders from the sprint factor. Payson Sanders is moving really well, but to her outside, she's getting some pressure from Taylor Simpson. Will it be Sanders? Will she be able to hold on? And she will to take the win out of heat 7, 25-25. And now Payson Sanders is now in the hot seat with 25-24. What a stressful place to be in. But she got it done. 25-24. Heat 8. Merchan, Hunter, Culpepper, Griffin Smith, Sega, Walker, Sumter, McCabe, and Whitehead. And moving very well out of those outside lanes is Walker and Sumter. Sumter, the very tall athlete. Jamaica Sumter from Coastal Georgia track. It is all Sumter. Extending that lead, it will be Sumter who takes heat 8. And excuse me, it'll actually be Anaya Walker. $24.73. Nia Walker will take that one 24-73. That'll put her in 4th. And now that bubble time gets even faster with Shy Ambrose with 25-16. And now heat 9 out of 10, Abigail Mullen, Annalie Arnold, Gabby Ross, Samira Daly, Jordan Gilbert, Cameron Daly, Moriaro Afalbut, Caitlin Warner, and Jada Finley. Afolabi moving really well out of lane 7. Look at her coming around that curve. Cameron Daly and to cross at a blazing time of 23:25. It's Cameron Daly. And just like that, she has taken the meet record from Maya Arundel. 23:25. The name is fitting, Track Explosion. She exploded out of the blocks and decided to beat the meet record in the prelim. Cameron Daly out of Glenwood, Maryland. 23:25. We are going to get a battle in this final between her and Maya Arundel. But we still have one more heat. Now the last and final heat. McLeod, Redding, Reisner, Smith, Higgins, Dwyer, Landry, Little, and Grant. And moving really well out of those outside lanes is Landry and Little. And Malaya Dyer. Dyer, Landry. Who will it be? It looks like Landry will out-lean Dwyer. And it will be Gianna Landry, 24.94, and Malaya Dwyer, 24.98 from the sprint factor. And now that final time that made it is Ava Edwards, seen out of Heat 6 with 24.99. It is going to be a blazing final. The final will go off tomorrow. And there goes those compiled results for you. Cameron Daly set a meet record. Well, first Maya Arundel did, and then Cameron Daly came back and beat it. It's going to be a blazing final. We still have plenty more excitement coming up. We have the championship boys 4x100. We will have 12 heats. And on paper, these heats should be getting faster.
So Serenity, the top 8 times only qualify for the finals. Pretty cutthroat qualification process here. So we'll have 12 heats. So running in the first of these 12 heats, running in lane 2. From north of the border, we'll have Brockville Legion Track and Field Club from Ontario. Fauquier from Virginia goes in 3. Wilson Central from Tennessee goes in 4. The War Eagles go in 5. Watkins Track Club out of Ohio go in 6. The Whippets Track Club are in 7. Flying Falcons out of Maryland are in 8. And then Knoxville Central out of Tennessee are out in lane 9.
So this being a prelim makes it even more nerve-wracking, at least for me, Dave, because everything needs to be perfect and concise, and you got to do it twice.
Yeah, and especially if you're in one of these early heats, you really have no idea what's coming after you, so you can't take, you can't play safe. You've got to go hard.
The key to these 4x1s are clean handoffs, seamless handoffs. You cannot waste time fumbling with it.
So here we go. It's Brockville, Fauquier, Wilson Central, War Eagles, Watkins, Whippets, Knoxville Central. Looks like Flying Falcons were a late scratch. So lane 8 is empty. So it typically takes around 41.3, 41.4 to make the final at New Balance Nationals here in this event. All right, here we go. Nice clean start for our first section.
And something that's a little bit different about Franklin Field is that they are already handing the baton off because these curves are so big. And that first handoff was pretty clean from all of the guys all around.
Yeah, it looks like in lane 6, the Watkins Track Club out of Ohio running well, as are Wilson Central, actually Knoxville Central on the outside.
And coming up on that final exchange, it got a little bit rocky.
Still Watkins out of Ohio, surrounding in lane 6. They are leading down the home stretch. It looks like they're going to romp home to the win in this section. 42 flat, though. I don't think that's going to be good enough to move on. We'll see. It gets corrected to 41.99.
But we have 12 heats, so it's going to be a long time to see if your time will get you in. You know, I wonder if they still do what they used to do back in the day where they would put up your results on a piece of paper and they would, like, tape it onto the wall and you have to go and see if that's how you made it to the final.
No, everybody's looking at their phones
Everybody's
now.
just looking at their phones now. That's crazy. Am I old?
No, just the way it is now. Instant gratification. I would be surprised if 41.99 holds up, but we'll see. Watkins Track Club are the winners of the first section. In this next section, we've got Union Catholic on the inside, occupying lane 1. Next to them is Herman. Their distance crew ran unbelievably well to set a new national record in the 4x8 yesterday. Out of Utah. Revolution Track Club from Massachusetts goes in 3. In 4, it's Penridge Track Club from right here in PA. DeMatha Stags out of Maryland goes in 5. Dudley from North Carolina is in 6. South Riding from Virginia in 7. The Wildcats out of Georgia in 8. And the Paladins from New Jersey are out in lane 9.
And you're right, that 4x800 from Harriman was just so exciting to watch last night.
Yeah, I was expecting them to run well and content for the win, but that national record was, it's 11 years old, and I thought it was fairly untouchable, and I was screaming into the mic as I realized that this is actually a possibility of a national record last night, and it was very exciting. like lane 5 is empty. I do not see the DeMatha Stags out of Maryland there.
Still pretty even, but it looks like out of lane 6, Dudley was able to hand off first.
Oh, poor exchange by Dudley there, and a poor exchange by the Paladins on the outside in 9.
But the Wildcats still moving really well out of lane 8 as well, but Dudley still looks really good. Oh, and he just pulls up. That is out of...
I can't believe Dudley won that. 42.07. Their exchanges were not good at all.
Not the best. And it looks like the Eagles were the ones who pulled up, but Dudley looked fantastic with 42.07. It was South Riding that ended up pulling up.
Yeah, Dudley had a really strong anchor, especially the last 50 meters. I think that was Kamal Ryan closed well. But their exchanges definitely have room for improvement. But there you go, 42.07. That's good for second overall right now. So early days yet, but the bubble time is 42.80. As we get ready for Heat 3. So in this third section, we'll have Penfield High School out of New York occupying lane 1. The Western Monsters go in 2. Walsh Jesuit goes in 3. Parkland out of PA goes in 4. The Lenape Track Club out of New Jersey goes in 5. Burlington Township from New Jersey is in 6. The CV Eagles from Pennsylvania are in 7. The All-American Project out of North Carolina are in 8. And the Tornado Track and Field Club out of Pennsylvania are outside in lane 9. So the time to beat, 41.99, set by Watkins Track Club from the first section. So a nice clean start. Looks like the first to really break the stagger is that team in lane 3. That's Walsh Jesuit out of Ohio.
But as you say that, Burlington Township is actually moving really well out of lane 6 as well. Let's see if they can go ahead and get the baton around. A pretty good handoff, but out of lane 7 as well is CV Eagles Track Club moving well too.
Looks like Burlington Township still the first to hand off out of lane 6, Serenity. And Burlington Township now romping home to the win. And that's our fastest time so far, 41.74. No, it's 41.36.
Ooh.
Now that's the kind of time that might make the final.
Yeah, I mean, they looked really good. All of their handoffs were very clean. And, I mean, that's really the key. I know all these guys out here are fast. You got to be fast to be on a 4x1. But having clean handoffs is what gets you onto the final, is what gets you the win in the final.
So they see confirmation of the results. Burlington Township 41.36, CV Eagles 41.74. So those are our two best times thus far after 3 heats. Still a long way to go. We're only a quarter way through these preliminary sections. But in this next section, we've got Bergen Catholic. They were third in the 4x200 yesterday with Amar Woodward and Andrew Jeremiah Boki, who are both on this team in the 4x1. So they probably come into this particular heat as the favorites, but they'll be joined by Dwight Morrow High School out of New Jersey in 2, Demon Elite out of South Carolina in 3, Fortville Speed Demons out of Indiana go in 4, Aurora out of Ohio go in 5, the aforementioned Bergen Catholic are in 6. Garnet out of Pennsylvania are in 7. Lancaster City Track Club out of PA are in 8. And Williamsport out of PA are on the outside in lane 9.
It's just still something to get used to, seeing the baton handoff really in the middle of the curve. It feels like they run pretty much a 50.
Yeah, it's a strange
That's what it
setup
looks
here.
like.
Yeah.
But that's the type of setup you get when you still have a full-size football field in the middle of the track.
Yeah. So Bergen Catholic are the team to watch there. They're in a sort of light pink color in lane 6.
Garnet running really well out of lane 7 as well.
Now Bergen Catholic maybe just slightly edging into the lead.
Yeah, Bergen Catholic now has the lead going into that third leg. He's using that curve to his advantage. He has now made up the stagger. Ooh. Nerve-wracking handoff there. It might have just been out of the exchange zone, but he still looks really well.
Well, that certainly wasn't what you would call a safe exchange. We'll see if they get away with that. It was a very fast time, though, 40.92.
Very fast.
Now just looking down the track to see if there are any flags being waved around.
I don't see any right now. Looks like they were playing with fire there, Dave.
I see a yellow flag, that official sitting on the steeplechase barrier. So I don't know if that means he's not ready for the next heat or that refers to the heat that just happened. But
well, we're just going to keep our fingers crossed.
it's definitely a yellow flag up in the air there. So hopefully Bergen Catholic get another shot at this. That's a really fine time, 40.92. Garnet second in 41.33, and it's those two teams that are first and second overall as things stand right now, pending any disqualifications. I don't see any changes to our live results data, so it looks like Bergen Catholic did have a clean run, because now I see a white flag. So, okay, they're good to go. So they hold pole position right now at 40.92 as we get ready for the next heat. And from inside to out, it's Livingston from New Jersey, Lowell from Massachusetts, Portage Northern, Baker Street from Massachusetts, Flashes Track Club out of Indiana, South Dade Express out of Florida, Cesar Rodney Track Club from Delaware, the Northmen of Michigan, and Brunswick Track Club on the very outside. South Dade Express out of Miami, really strong outfit. They are in lane 6 in the orange uniforms.
Looks like it's still pretty even. A beautiful handoff from South Dade, the team out of Miami. But it doesn't look like anybody has really made up the stagger yet. It's all pretty even across the board.
South Dade just edging it right now. That was a strong second leg for them, but they've got plenty of company on this third leg, and they have their hands full.
And now he's starting to separate himself. He hands it off to Alec Cruz.
And Alec Cruz romping home to the win. And Cruz is home, 41.48. That puts him 4th overall, but we're still a long way to go. We are not even halfway through these preliminary heats.
What a great run from South Dade.
Yeah, those are 3 really, really solid but safe handoffs. Flash's Track Club ran 42.05. That is the 8th fastest time now. We're only halfway through these heats, so it's unlikely we'll see Flashes advance. We'll see if South Dade's 41.48 holds up.
All right, so heat 6 is getting ready to go. We've got Deptford Elite from New Jersey in 2. Cont from New York is in 3. USA JA out of Maryland are in 4. Forge Track Club from Virginia are in 5. Marauders Track Club from New Jersey is in 7. The Juice from Pennsylvania are in 8. And King's High School from Ohio are out in lane 9. So 42.05 is the bubble time currently. And you're watching the 6th of 12 heats of this championship boys 4x100 meter preliminaries.
And it seems like they're more spread out since we're missing a couple lanes. But handing it off beautifully. Looks like out of lane 7 was Marauders Track Club in the all-white on the outside.
Yeah, Marauders running really well. Out of lane 7 right now. They have the lead. Oh, that was a great exchange. And the Marauders absolutely running away with this section. Let's keep an eye on the clock. We're looking for 42.05 or better. 41.35. Let's see if that gets corrected a little bit. 41.34 puts them number 3. So I said earlier, 41.3 to 41.4 is usually what makes the final here at New Balance Nationals in this event.
Yeah, really solid running from them. They look experienced.
Yeah, they look relaxed, composed, confident. They got the job done without any drama. All right, so that bubble time has shifted slightly now to 42.03 as we get set for heat number 7. And running in lane 2, we'll have the TEP out of PA. Railway Track Club out of New Jersey goes in 3. Herndon Track Club from Virginia is in 4. The Sprint Factory out of Maryland is in 5. IMG Elite goes in 6. Eagles are in 7 from Pennsylvania. Wissahickon Track Club out of Pennsylvania are in 8. And Milton Track Club from Massachusetts are in 9. It looks like the Sprint Factory out of Maryland is a late scratch. They were coming in as one of the favorites. They were 5th in the 4x2 yesterday. But they have decided not to run here, which probably leaves IMG Elite the favorite in this heat. They go in lane 6, and they have Dylan Woodruff, who was 6th in the 100 meters yesterday in the final, who I'm guessing is running their ankle leg.
Either anchor or second leg will definitely work for Dylan.
So keep an eye out for IMG Elite out of Bradenton, Florida. They will go in lane 6. And they're wearing the light blue speed suits.
And they timed that one perfectly. What a beautiful handoff from IMG Elite out of Florida. And he just completely demolishes the stagger. It looks like that could have been Dylan Woodrow.
IMG Elite made up the stagger on everybody by about 160, 170 meters, and they are dominating here. But this, he's gone out way too early.
No.
Their ankle leg departed the station too early. It's a fast time, but we'll see if they got away with that one. See a yellow flag raised.
And a yellow flag is definitely being raised in their lane. And it just looks like maybe he got out too early. But, I mean, what you're supposed to do is stop so that you don't run out of the exchange zone completely. Oh, that was just tough to see from this fantastic relay. They were going to be one of the top contenders in the final for sure.
And their first 2 exchanges were absolutely perfect.
They were.
And they didn't need to take that. I mean, it's hard to know. You can't, you don't have eyes in the back of your head, but they were so far ahead. They could have played it a little safer on that 3rd exchange. Well, let's see. As things stand right now, they are still in it. But a yellow flag. See that official walking around with the yellow flag.
Danbury Track Club, Greenwich Track Club, the Eagles, Windsor, Forge, Red Devil Nation, the McNamara Mustangs, and the GBN Spartans.
You know, it could be the case that the sort of unfamiliarity of the track or the exchange zones might actually work in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. Because, you know, Dave, we might be the ones who are wrong. It might not be in between the triangles. It might be between the lines.
Yeah, I see a white line that could be the end of the exchange zone.
It's a good thing they didn't give up at all just because they thought that, you know, they were going to get disqualified.
Yeah.
Just take the baton all the way around the track because you really never know.
Well, as things stand right now, IMG Elite are top of the pile at 40.90 as we get ready for heat number 8. So we've got Danbury out of Connecticut, Greenwich from Connecticut, the Eagles from Massachusetts, Windsor Track Club from Connecticut, Forge Track Club from Virginia, Red Devil Nation, McNamara Mustangs, and the GBN Spartans. So the Bishop McNamara Mustangs, one of the powerhouse sprint programs in the nation, they go in lane 8. I'm not sure this is their absolute full-strength team, but it's a solid one with Miles Dorsey, Samir Nurse, Matthew Lyons, and Ashton Strobridge, and they're in lane 8.
The Mustangs hand off first, and it looks like that was the Spartans out of lane 9 who just were not able to hand off the baton, so they will be out of it, but it's still all the Mustangs. But they're getting some pressure to their inside.
Forge Track Club in lane 6 running really well in the sort of looks like black uniforms.
Yes, and the Mustangs have now faded to about 3rd, and it's still the Forge.
Yeah, Forge Track Club, and this is Brian Harris, we think, coming down the home stretch, anchoring them. And it's Forge Track Club out of Virginia that wins Section 8 in 41.23, and that puts them number 3 in the overall standings.
And just from that first handoff, the Spartans just were not able to get it done. But like I said, do it anyway. Even though he might have run out of the exchange zone, give him the baton and just finish. You can always protest anything you need to protest later.
All right, so our bubble time is now bumped up to 41.67. Forge Track Club, our 3rd overall with that 41.23 clocking you just saw. IMG Elite are top of the pile at 40.90 as we get set for section number 9 of 12. And from inside to out, we've got Fairfield College Prep out of Connecticut, the Knights from Pennsylvania, McQuaid Jesuit from New York, South Dade Express, this is their B team, from Florida, West Centennial from Florida, Middletown Track Club out of Delaware, Haggerty High School out of Florida, and WETF out of New Jersey. So 41.67 is the bubble time. Realistically, probably going to need a 41.3, 41.4 to make this final.
Right now it looks like out of lane 7, that's Middletown Track Club, who hands off first. Good handoff.
Middletown still leading coming into exchange number 2. That was pretty smooth.
Middletown Track Club moving well. see if they can get that baton off one more time, and they do.
Another really nice exchange by Middletown, and they got coming home the easy winners of Section 9. Let's keep an eye on the clock, 41-39. So it's definitely going to put them in the top 8 so far. That puts them number 7 as things stand right now. But they're going to have to watch on nervously as 3 more heats take place. So right now, South Dade Express are the ones on the bubble at 41-48. IMG Elite still leading the way at 40.90. So this next heat is pretty stacked because we've got West Springfield Track Club, who were 4th in this event last year. And in lane 6, we've got Archbishop Carroll, 3rd last year. They won the 4x2 yesterday. And we believe that their quartet is Elijah Amenra, L.J. Williams, Jake O'Day Jordan, and Chase De Jesus. And if that's the case, they're going to be pretty tough to beat in this section.
From where I'm looking right now, I don't see Jake O'Day Jordan just yet.
I mean, they may not need him for this preliminary heat, and then maybe they'll just use him in the final should they make it.
I mean, when you have that depth, why not?
The West Springfield are no joke. They were 4th last year, and they returned 3 of that quartet. Mark Anthony White, A.C. Ross, and Nicholas Bailey. So West Springfield Track Club out of Virginia will be in lane 5. So keep an eye on them. They are wearing white tops and orange shorts just to the inside of Archbishop Carroll. So watch lanes 5 and 6. This should be a slugfest.
And right away, it's Carroll that makes up the stagger and the handoff first.
West Springfield had a disastrous first handoff.
Oh. Okay, Archbishop Carroll was able to get it done. It was really rocky. Tough to see.
Yeah, West Springfield had a better one that time, and they made up a little bit of ground. Both teams had a good third exchange.
And Albany also moving really well to their outside. But here comes Archbishop Carroll. Who is it going to be at the line?
So I think that was Chase De Jesus with the close, but it looks like Albany were given the nod by 100th of a second. And here's the kicker. Neither of those teams are going to make the final.
Oh, goodness.
So I don't know if omitting Jake O'Day Jordan, to save him was part of some kind of plan, and saving him for the final. If that was the case, then it kind of backfired.
It absolutely did. I don't think they anticipated all the other heats to be running as fast as they were.
So as things stand right now, South Dade Express are the last team in at 41.48. IMG Elite are at 40.90. We still have 2 more heats, but the heat number 12 looks pretty stacked. All right, so we have 2 more heats. Number 11 is on the track, and from inside out, we've got We're Running Things from Pennsylvania.
Love it.
Quaker Track Club out of DC are in 3. Ann Arbor Youth are in 4. Dog Park from Maryland are in 5. Palmyra from Pennsylvania are in 6. Vestavia Hills from Alabama are in 7. Hatboro Horsham from Pennsylvania are in 8. And the Astros out of New Hampshire are on the outside in lane 9. So once again, that bubble time, 41.48. IMG Elite currently in pole position at 40.90.
And Ann Arbor Track Club out of Lane 4 is actually coached by our very own Dave, Candace Owens. We'll see her a little bit later on doing some of our interviews. She says she has a team full of football players.
That's no bad thing.
Not at all.
All right, here we go.
And they're moving really well. Ann Arbor out of lane 4. Look at that knee lift. Absolutely insane. Let's see if they'll be able to hand off the baton first, but out of the outside lanes.
Looked like Ann Arbor still had the lead, albeit very slightly out of lane 4. They're all in black. Oh, but Ann Arbor messed up that exchange, and it's going to be out of lane 7. Vestavia Hills, the Alabama quartet, that takes the win. 41-67 will not be good enough to move on, though, and Vestavia Hills, well, they're 5,000ths of a second out of the top 8 right now, but we still have one more heat to come after this.
And they are going to be holding their breath.
All right, so they see confirmation of Heat 11 results. Vestavia Hills, 41-67. So they had the same time as the Eagles. They're a couple of thousands out of the top 8 right now. So Vestavia Hills will not be moving on. And the Eagles, who are at 41.662, will have to wait and sweat it out, because this next heat, heat number 12, is actually pretty stacked. We've got the Crusaders out of Florida. They were 8th in this event last year, albeit with a different quartet. In 6th place, we have Flanagan High School. They were 4th in the 4x2 with this exact same quartet. And North Rockland, who were 5th in this event last year with 3 of the 4 returning. So you would think that the bubble time is going to get shifted around a little bit after this heat. Oh, and it looks like the Crusaders are a scratch. So we're looking at Flanagan High School and North Rockland out of Florida and New York, respectively, in this heat.
North Rockland moving really well. So is Flanagan.
There's Flanagan leading in the white and green in lane 6. Flanagan High School out of Florida. This is the exact same team that placed 4th in the 4x200 yesterday, and they are crushing it.
North Rockland Track Club moving really well down the backstretch. And they will be on to the final, Dave.
40.84, not just in the final. That's the fastest time so far. Flanagan High School absolutely nailed that. Perfect exchanges. Such smooth, confident, composed running.
Absolutely. And if you hear any screaming, that is the Flanagan High School cheer team right next to us.
Yeah, we appear to be surrounded by green.
No, fantastic running from there, 40.84, and it's going to be a very fast final.
So here are your top 8 that made the final. So Flanagan High School, 40.84 for the win and the fastest qualifier. Bergen Catholic ran 40.92. Forge Track Club, 41.23. Garnet out of Pennsylvania, 41.33. Marauders, 41.34. Burlington Township, 41.36. Middletown out of Delaware, 41-39. And the last team to get in, South Dade Express at 41-48. So those are our 8 finalists for the boys' championship 4x100 meter relay. As we get ready to switch gears, and it's the turn of the girls now. All right, so we got 9 heats, same qualification, cutthroat, 8 fastest times only move on. We should, in theory, see a spread of talent across all 9 heats. They should be seated pretty evenly. Running in this first one, we got IMG Elite, though, occupying lane 6. From inside to out, it's Twinsburg out of Ohio in 2. Lane 3 is empty. Portage Northern are in 4. Kentwood are in 5. IMG Elite in 6. Freedom Track Club from Virginia are in 7. Track Life in 8. And War Eagles are in 9.
And right away, IMG Elite moving really well.
So IMG was 3rd in this event last year. It's a different squad. Julianne Warner is the only returner from that team that struck bronze last year.
And to their outside is Freedom, moving really well too. And it looks like they're going to actually hand the stick off first. Them and IMG.
So IMG and then the Freedom Quartet out of Virginia running pretty much neck and neck here. Now IMG coming to the fore. And IMG down the home stretch. They are going to take this first section in pretty emphatic style. 46.41. We'll see if that gets corrected. It's like 46.43 is the winning time for IMG Elite. It was Taryn Augustin, Julianne Warner, Jasmine Shops, and Regan Clutter. And then you see Regan Clutter, your anchor runner. All right, so section 2 is on the track. Got Demon Elite from South Carolina in 2. Patriot Track Club out of Virginia are in 3. Elizabeth Track Club from New Jersey is in 4. Forge Track Club out of Virginia is in 5. Dudley from North Carolina in 6. The Whippets from Pennsylvania are in 7. Kujitolia are in 8 out of New York. And Pike Creek are in 9. If you're hearing that ruckus, that's the 4x1 team you just saw take pole position on the boys event, returning to their seats right next to us.
I remember that being such a great feeling. Going back up to the stands where your parents are, your aunties and uncles, cheering you on.
So that's Flanagan High School that are sat right next to us. And the atmosphere is buzzing here in the stands at Franklin Field as we get ready for the second section of the girls 4x100 meter relay.
Still pretty even set.
Yeah, the team to watch in this one is Dudley out of lane 6. They were 3rd in the 4x200 meters last night with 2 of this 4. And they were also 3rd in the 4x2 at New Balance Nationals indoors this year with 3 of this 4.
I mean, and as you say that, Dudley has started to separate themselves now. This is Bridget Doe running 3rd leg as she's now coming up on her teammate, hoping to close out this thing very easily.
Yeah, Amaya Wright is bringing it home for Dudley. So 46-24, they go top of the heat. A really smooth, drama-free run from Dudley just to get the job done. No big risks taken. So when you're doing these, how do you approach your prelim differently than you would a final if you're running a 4x1? Do you move your checkpoints accordingly to do it safer?
No different. You know, you got to do what works, especially with a 4x1. You take very minor changes because everything is just so precise. So you wouldn't necessarily change your approach for 4x1 and 4x4. I would say, if anything, for anchor leg, if they see that they're already ahead, maybe, you know, they'll start to shut it down with about 20 to go. But in terms of the exchanges, you keep everything the same. You need to know how it works in your full speed, so you need to know if you need to make any adjustments or not.
Right.
Especially because, you know, at practice, you can only go so fast at practice. In the race, you need to know how well it worked, you know, so you can kind of go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, good points. All right, so Dudley get it done in Section 2. They are top of the pile right now at 46-24 as we get set for the third section. It's Fairport Track Club out of New York on the inside in 1. Lady Trojans are in 2. Ann Arbor Youth are in 3. St. Vincent Pallotti out of Maryland are in 4. Valparaiso in 5. Bullis go in 6. Keep an eye on them. Urbana Soaring Hawks are in 7. West Springfield are in 8. And West Orange out of New Jersey are in 9. So Bullis have Peyton Payne, Ada Joseph, Sydney Sutton, and Alexis Brown. And they are in lane 6. They won the 4x200 last night with this exact team.
Peyton Payne moving really, really well on that first leg. And a very good handoff from Bullis. Already in the lead going into second leg.
Bullis absolutely dominant here with smooth exchanges.
Very nice. Bullis still moving very well. Looks like that's Alexis Brown.
45-70.
Almost about to run out of the stadium there. Bullis looking very nice, and they're going to go to the top of the standings with 45-6. Posing for pictures, as she should.
So it looks like they made a change.
Oh, yeah, they definitely did.
That's not as one of our 4 that we had on our data for the start list. But they have such depth.
Yeah, they do.
They can throw in a sub at the last minute, and it's barely going to miss a beat.
Looks like that's Tatum Lynn who anchored that 4x1. They're coached by Coach Joe Lee. And I trust anything that he says. So.
All right, so we go from one dominant sprint program to another, because in this next section we'll have Archbishop Carroll, who won this event last year in a meet record 45-36. They go in in lane 6. This is heat number 4, and they'll be joined by the SB Vikings out of New Jersey, the Royals out of Pennsylvania, Urbana Soaring Hawks from Maryland, PCTI Bulldogs out of New Jersey, Red Devil Nation out of New Jersey, Archbishop Carroll go in 6, Omaha Northwest out of Nebraska go in 7, South End Tracksters from PA are in 8, and Wolverine Track Club are in 9.
On the track now, the South B Vikings, the Royals,
So nice exchange by Archbishop Carroll. They lead the way, and they've got themselves about a 12-13 meter lead Serenity right now. They're in the orange.
And goodness gracious, what to have a lead like this already, and the handoffs have been nothing but clean and seamless.
I think this is Naima Robinson bringing home the DC quartet. Let's see what the time it is. This is fast. 45-72. So that's just 3/100ths of a second behind Bullis. So we are going to see a battle royale between these two teams. to see who is crowned national champion in the 4x100 meter relay. Two absolute powerhouse programs from just a couple of miles away from each other.
Similar colors today, too. Pretty sure it's those New Balance kits, but excited to see them both in the final.
Hopefully they'll wear different color uniforms tomorrow to help us out.
Hopefully.
All right, so that means our bubble time has now moved to 47.64. So in this fifth heat, we'll have Maslon Perry out of Ohio in lane 1. Moses Brown Quakers from Rhode Island are in 2. The Mounties from New Jersey are in 3. North Brunswick from New Jersey are in 4. Windsor Track Club out of Connecticut are in 5. The Vitesse Track Club from New York are in 6th. The Rams out of North Carolina are in 7. The Griffins Track Club from Pennsylvania are in lane 8. And the Coatesville Track Club from Pennsylvania are out in lane 9. So we're keeping our eyes on the Vitesse Club out of New York here in this section. They go in lane 6, and they've got Brianne Barnett, Saria Doreska, Jazara Amili, and Savannah Stevenson slated to compete for them. And they are in all white.
They're all moving well as Griffins out of lane 8. She kind of ran up on her teammate there, but as I say that, moving really good is Vitesse in the all-white to her inside.
Another strong second exchange by Vitesse, and they've moved even further into the lead now.
And let's see if this...
Oh, no, disaster.
Goodness. It looks like they dropped the baton and just heartbreak from these ladies. But right now, it is all Griffins and Coatesville.
Coatesville out of lane 9. Tragedy for Vitesse. They were doing so well.
Yeah, Twist, you heard it. A meet record, a national champion. But this young lady just told me she no-heighted at states. What makes you come out here and become a national champion?
A big mindset change. You know, I really wanted redemption. I wanted to prove to myself that I could be better than what I did at states. Push myself to perform, push myself to be my best. And, you know, we had a little slip up today, busted my elbow, but we came back. And we're here now.
No, you're here and you're victorious. What do you tell these athletes out here in a state championship? They don't run a PR, they get injured, but they're coming to national championships. How do they take that mind shift?
It doesn't matter what you did. You have to push harder. You got to focus on the moment. Don't focus on the past, you know.
And just become a national champion.
Be where your feet are.
Be where your feet are. Give it up for my national champion right here in the pole vault. Congrats.
All right, so congrats to Veronica Vaca from Plymouth, Pennsylvania. She was the winner of your pole vault in 4 meters 20, 13 feet 9 1/4 inches, a new meet record. As we get ready to return to the track. And this is heat 6 of the girls' championship 4x100 meter relay prelims.
On the track now, section number 6.
So we've got Middletown, Guilderland, Hathaway, Liverpool, Phillips Academy, and Norristown Eagles.
Moving really well right now. It's the Norristown Eagles and Phillips Academy. But Liverpool also making some gains. And it looks like they will now be in the lead.
Yeah, Liverpool up near Syracuse. And they are leading the way. And it's Maddie Devendorf handing off to Michaela Green. And here comes Liverpool down the home stretch. So 47 flat. That puts them in 5th place overall right now. So we have 3 more heats to go. We'll see if that 47 flat holds up. I would be surprised because our last heat has a little more talent packed in there. Heat 9. And in our next heat, Heat 7, we have South 8 Express, who were 6th in this event last year. So good chance that our bubble time is going to get punted to somewhere in the 46 high range here. So here's our lineup for heat number 7. On the inside in lane 1, we've got Upper Merion High School out of Pennsylvania. Annville Cleona from Pennsylvania are in 2. Concord Track Club out of New Hampshire are in 3. Gaithersburg Elite from Maryland are in 4. Parkland High School from PA are in 5. South Dade Express from Miami, Florida are in 6. Spartans Track Club from Maryland are in 7. Bulldogs Elite out of Texas are in 8. And Crofton Track Club out of Maryland occupy lane 9. At Serenity, South Dade Express probably come in here as the favorites. They are in lane 6. And they were 6th in this event last year, albeit with a different squad, but this is really a program absolutely packed with talent.
Miami known for being one of the faster cities. They always bring out a pretty great squad. A lot of Florida teams.
So this particular Florida team looks like Janice Rivera, Tamia McGoggle, who was one of the returners from the team that was 6th last year, Amari Vaughn, and Jaleesa Marshall.
And right away is South Dade Express making up the stagger, kind of running up on her teammate and moving really well from them. It's Tamaya McGoggle.
Still South Dade leading.
And it's still South Dade with the lead.
Oh, and that's a nice exchange.
And they are still gapping the rest of the field.
South Dade absolutely dominant here. Let's see what the time is. 46:33. That's the 4th fastest time of the day, so that's pretty safe. You can pretty much guarantee that they are going to move on to the final lap because just 1 heat remains after this. Sorry, 2 more heats to follow. All right, so our bubble time is now 47:04. That belongs to Freedom Track Club out of Virginia. Bullis still holding pole position at 45:69. Archbishop, their arch rivals from across the town, are just 0.03 of a second back at 45:72. So we can expect an absolute barn burner for tomorrow's final. But we have 2 more heats to determine who joins them. So in this 8th heat, we'll have South Shore Vikings in lane 2. Beechwood goes in 3. North Rockland are in 4. Dreamville Track Club out of Florida are in 5. Borough Chimeras from New Jersey are in 6. McNamara Mustangs are in 7. Scorpions Track Club are in lane 8. And Hamden Dragons Track Club are in lane 9. So this is heat 8, our penultimate preliminary heat of the girls 4x100 meter relay. So once again, the qualifying criteria is pretty harsh. Top 8 times, make it. No automatic qualifiers for winning your heat.
No automatic. We don't need any automatic.
Just little cues here. So 47.04 is that bubble time. So McNamara Mustangs come in as the favorite here. They are in lane 7. They're in a kind of purple and yellow combo. 3 from the outside.
And the Mustangs move really well. They handed off first, and it was a pretty effortless handoff as well. Looks like that's Sophia Gaskins. And all of their handoffs have just been beautiful. And at this point, they're just distancing themselves from the rest of the field. But as I say that, coming into their inside, they're getting some pressure.
Yeah, that was a really strong third leg by Burrow Chimeras. And an incredible ankle leg by them out of lane 6. Jada Murray, we think that was. I did not see that coming.
I did not see that coming. But, you know, Burrow Chimeras, they had a good 4x2. And they definitely use that to their advantage. A pretty solid time with 46.87. The Mustangs will unfortunately not make it to the final. That time, 47.11, they ended up being 10th.
And the Burrow Chimeras are going to have to wait and sweat this one out because they're at 46.87, so they're sitting number 6 right now. Only 8 teams make the final. The bubble time is 47, but in this 9th and final heat, we have 3 really, really good teams. Union Catholic were second in this event last year, returning 2 of the 4 that were runners-up. They ran 45.48 last year. Yesterday, they were second in the 4x200 with this exact quartet. Michigan Mustangs go in lane 5 to their outside, and they have Tatum, who was 7th in the 200 meters at New Balance Nationals indoors earlier this year. And then Pennsauken out of New Jersey go in lane 7, and they have a 100-meter champion from this year anchoring them. So this 9th and final heat could really shake things up.
We'll have a couple missing lanes. Lancaster City, Union, and Grassfield all are not here. That's 6, 2, and 4.
Yeah, fortunately, I think those teams were probably not going to factor in qualifying sort of final anyway. So the lanes to watch are 3, 5, and 7. Union Catholic just inside the rail. Pretty even Stevens right now.
Still is pretty even Stevens for sure.
It looks to me like Pennsauken are maybe edging it right now out of lane 7, all in black.
Yeah, but she ran up on her teammate. We're going to see if Pensaukens will end up recovering from that.
But if they can just get the stick to their 100-meter champion, Siani Nguyen, safely,
then all is well. And here comes Siani Nguyen, showing why she wins these races. Siani Nguyen just completely gapping the rest of the field.
But that's not going to be fast enough to move on. So very shockingly, no qualifiers from what we thought was going to be a loaded 9th heat. So that means that our qualifiers are as follows. Bullis High School out of Potomac, Maryland, have the fastest time at 45.69. Crosstown rivals Archbishop Carroll, just 0.03 of a second back at 45.72.
Yeah.
And that's Dudley, 46.24. And then South 8 Express, IMG Elite, Burrow Chimeras, who had a really great run in that penultimate heat, Liverpool Track and Field Club out of New York, and then Urbana Soaring Hawks from Maryland. So those are your 8 finalists for the girls 4x100 meter relay. As we get set to switch gears now for the hurdles, and I'm going to hand things off to Olympian Kate Van Buskirk. And here's
freshman boys 110-meter hurdle final coming up next. As a reminder, we will not move more than 10 minutes ahead of schedule. The earliest this event will start is 3:13. Devontae Earl rewrote the history books in the prelim. Devontae Earl of Houston, Texas ran 14:20. The previous meet record was Gabe Harris's at 14:45 from 2023. New meet record 14:20, Devontae Earl. Prelim was this morning 11:27. About 4 hours of recovery for Devontae Earl, James Hawkins Jr., Baron DiChetto, Monty Johnson, Jackson Parker, Gavin Baxter, Caden Cadillac, then Barack James. He took a time of 15:01 to earn a lane in this final. Of Sky's the Limit. Keeping that scorecard clean, up and over 2 meters, 0.16 feet, 7 inches. Total of 7 athletes have already cleared 2 meters, 0.1. Our next event on the track, the freshman boys 110-meter hurdles. Lining up in lane number 2 from Athens, Alabama, Caden Sidlek. From Olathe, Kansas, Jackson Parker. From Bray, California, Baron DiChetto. From Houston, Texas, your meet record holder at 14:20, Devontae Earl. In lane number 6 from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, James Hawkins Jr. In lane number 7 from Pottstown, Pennsylvania, Monte Johnson. In lane number 8 from Columbus Grove, Ohio, Gavin Baxter. And in lane number 9 from Oregon, Ohio, Barack James.
Welcome back to the fastest party on the planet. I'm Kate Van Buskirk. I'll be joining you on this stream for the remainder of this very exciting day 3. We've got some hurdle final action on track. We're going to be starting with our freshman boys. Hurdles by time. So it's going to be in this final, I should say. Singular final. Caden Sedlak, Jackson Parker, Baron Giachetta, Devontae Earl, James A. Hawkins Jr., Monty Johnson, Gavin Baxter, and Barack James. Devontae Earl set a new meet record earlier today in the prelims. 14:20, the time to beat. starter will stand them up. There's some noise in the stadium and some poles being moved around. So we'll just give these athletes another opportunity to reset.
Liv, Parker, Earl, Hawkins, Johnson, Baxter, and Shane. Ready to go. Wyatt, for the start, please.
Look to the middle of the track. Lanes 4, 5, and 6. Again, Earl out of Houston, Texas, breaking that former meet record earlier today. And looking to improve on it again. Excellent start by James Hawkins Jr. there in lane 6. And he is powering away the fast man in black and yellow. A challenge now to his inside, and at the line, it is too close to tell. It was Avante Earl breaking his own championship record that he set earlier today, and it's going to be a huge 14.16 for Avante Earl. This young man is on fire. He looks pretty relaxed about it. Unbelievable close there for Avante Earl. That all happened in the last 5 meters or so. But it is going to be the Texan coming across the line for the win.
And let's take another look at it. It's Avant Earl right in the middle of the track. He was out in lane 5. He did end up hitting one of his hurdles, at least the first hurdle, but he was able to recover and finish very, very strong and push his way through. You weren't really sure what was going to happen there at first. And that's his third PR of the day.
Third meet record to boot for the young man from Texas. Again, James A. Hawkins came in with a huge lead through the opening 75 meters or so of that race, but it was all in those closing 5 to 10 meters that Earl found another gear and charged for home. What a stellar performance there. Third meet record, third lifetime best. That's a way to get things kicked off here in these high hurdles.
It definitely is. And we have to talk about it, Kate. It is 90 degrees here in Philly. Maybe it's the hot temperatures that's doing it, that's making these athletes run really, really fast.
Well, you know sprinters like heat. Again,
they do.
Us distance runners, maybe not so much, but I can appreciate what it must be like to have those warm muscles for sure. So that is going to set the tone for our boys sprint hurdles. Next up on track, we're going to have our semifinals of the championship boys 110 hurdles. There will be 3 sections here. Top 2 in each section, moving in each heat, moving on to that final, plus the next 2 fastest times. Championship rules apply. Meet record is 13:42. It's courtesy of Bradley Franklin, but 5 athletes in these semis have already dipped under that time. And we are away cleanly. We're going to have a scratch in lane 2, but it's going to be out of lane 5. A really good run there by Will Smith. Smith starting to pull away now, and he is going to take semifinal number 1 with an easy big Q next to his name. A little bit of wind assistance there, still legal, 1.3 meters per second, but 13:55 for the senior from Ann Arbor, Michigan. And I don't want to belabor this point, but I think Will Smith is getting jiggy with it out there.
He absolutely was. And let's take another look at it. And you could see Smith in lane 5. Beautiful execution. He's a taller athlete, but he remains really low over the hurdles, which is exactly what you need in order to be more aerodynamic. And he kept his hips square, especially those final 2 hurdles. A very easy win for him out of Ann Arbor, Michigan. Like I said before, coached by our very own reporter, Candace Owens. She's a fantastic coach for these guys. And a lot of these guys are also some football players, too. She's able to just work with them and their mechanics. I mean, she's a hurdler herself, so she knows what it takes.
Yeah, that always helps. Fun for her to be down on track. So that means that Smith will be joined by Foster with those big Q's next to their name in the final. And it will be Markeith Thomas and Nicholas Tozer who are going to have to wait and see if their times hold up. They crossed the line in 13.75 and 13.81 respectively. Moving into our second of 3 semifinals. We're going to see Zakai Perkins, Timothy Pinard, Essien Plummer, Tyler Burgess, Taman Howell, Isaiah Washington, Justin Devon, and Jason Alvarez. And this is going to feature one of those athletes who could put this record under threat. And you may as well do it on a day where you, again, the wind's swirling a little bit. Now it looks like it's sort of in their faces, but it was a tailwind in that last section, but a legal tailwind.
Yeah.
Take advantage of those opportunities, even in the prelims, when the conditions are good. So Tyler Burgess is the athlete I'm talking about. He is going to start in lane number 5. Now athletes are being asked to move out of their blocks and maybe just get some final notes from the starter here.
Checking in on the championship boys high jump. Bar at 2 meters 01, that is 6 feet 7 inches. 4 athletes with clean scorecards. Buskey, Krutzer, Strobel, Charles, all with clean scorecards.
So as I was starting to say, as these athletes are just taking a beat here, a little bit of a delay on track, but we are 10 minutes ahead, so that's a good place to be. We have promised these athletes that we will not run more than 10 minutes ahead. So that, I think, is the reason that we're just taking a breath here. And Tyler Burgess, I was starting to say, New Balance Nationals indoor 60-meter hurdle champion, and he is tied with another athlete in this field. We're going to see him in heat number 3, in semifinal 3, I should say, for the 3rd best time in the nation this year. That is an astounding 13:28, and you can appreciate this. What makes it more impressive, Serenity, is it was into a negative 1.2 meter per second headwind.
Man, I mean, where they're already jumping over hurdles, I for sure don't think what they need is a headwind. But Tyler Burgess, I mean, like you said, he was the New Balance indoor champion, but there's more hurdles outdoor. You got to be able to complete the race all the way through, and you're dealing with different elements outdoor. I mean, like you just said, they were running into a headwind before. Out here is 90 degrees right now, so
it's hot. It's hot. And then we did get word that it was Timothy Pinard, I believe, who we're waiting for to show up. He has just arrived on the scene, so glad to see him joining our crew. Again, that's why we say, no more than 10 minutes ahead, wanting to give every athlete the opportunity to show their best here at the fastest party on the planet, New Balance Nationals Outdoors 2025. So it'll be Perkins, Pinard, Plummer, Burgess, Howell, Washington, Devon, and Alvarez. Bubble time is 13:81. And Burgess, as expected, barrels out of the blocks, knocks over that first hurdle, and now almost making contact to his outside with Howell. But Burgess trying to hold on to his advantage. Howell contesting now. It's going to be tight between these two. They're both going to come away with big Q's next to their name. It is Taman Howell out of Greensboro, North Carolina, coming across with the edge. 13:52, and get this, it goes down to the thousandth of a second. That was, I should say, 6/1000ths of a second separating Howell from Burgess. But Howell, again, you don't think about there being a lot of endurance in a sprint, but that is speed endurance exemplified.
And especially while having 3 rounds, it can definitely be tough. But Taman Howell, he's run 13:4 already. And you guys can see him right there in the yellow top. It was just him and Burgess from the very beginning. But when you started to get towards hurdle number 8, 9, and then 10, they were roughly coming off at the same time, but he just out-leaned Burgess at the end, and it was all Taman Howell to take the win.
Well, these two running really close to one another, and I think that was, I didn't ever see his foot cross the line, but Burgess really having a difficult time just staying, in control of his own lane. Didn't look like it affected either athlete, and both are going to come away with mirrored times and mirrored big Qs. It was Justin Devon in 13:84 coming across for third, and that unfortunately is not going to be enough to advance him. So with one semifinal remaining, it is still Nick Tozer out of Kitchener, Ontario, Canada, who occupies that bubble spot at 13:81. But we have another loaded semifinal number 3 getting set on track here. Logan Wilkins from Kettering, Ohio is going to occupy lane 2. Amari Scott from Decatur, Georgia will go in 3. It's familiar to you there, Serenity?
Sure is.
Rylan Hanjeed. Now this is the other athlete who is tied for the 3rd fastest time in the country this year and could absolutely contest that meet record. He's going to go in 4. It'll be Kahim Cardi in 5, Gabriel Murray in 6, Olegwe Alua in 7, Shmar Gamble in 8, and Davian Johnson is going to start in lane 9. And we saw Gamble in action indoors. He was 8th. He made the final in that 60-meter hurdle. He's run 13:36 this season, ranked 7th in the nation. So another athlete who's already in his season this year bettered the meet record. Now, can they do it on the day is the question. So again, keep your eye through the middle of the track. As always, lanes 4, 5, and 6. Lane 4, that is Hanjeet, ranked 3rd in the nation. 13:28, his best. Harvey barreling out of the blocks. The powerful man in pink. He is pulling away from this field. No one matching his cadence between or over the hurdles. Carby is absolutely dominating. Hand goes up. This is the beauty of a semifinal where your placement matters in addition to your time, because you can celebrate across that line, not having to worry about the time being the only qualifier. It is Carby. He likes it. 13:47. That is a big run for him. He already improved his PB twice today, so he improved by almost a quarter of a second, which is not nothing in the sprint hurdles, to get to this semi, and now does another PR in the semis.
There goes Carby in that bright pink. He just looked fantastic, like he was driving through and stepping over those hurdles. I mean, it helps to be one of the taller athletes, and he just looks completely unfazed. Nice little celebration at the end. And there goes another look at it. I mean, like you said, Kate, he ran 13:51 in the prelims, so another personal best with 13:4. He is on track, and I'm excited to see what he does in the finals.
So it's going to be an absolutely thrilling final, to your point, Serenity. It's going to be Carby, Howell, Burgess, Smith, Foster, and then it will be, and Murray, pardon me, and then Thompson and Hangy are going to be the two that come across with those small Q positions. It took 13.77 to get yourself into this final. And again, that meet record is definitely going to be under threat.
And something that I do also want to point out, hurdles go up in college. And I've seen a lot of these athletes are tall, which is good, so won't affect them too much. But you want to run as fast as you can. I know that sounds like the obvious, but you want to run as fast as you can here on this level, because that's going to translate over to college once those hurdles do go up.
That must be such a difficult adjustment. I mean, again, I think presumably it's that you're also growing, you're getting more powerful, more experienced, so all of that would lead to think that, you know, you can handle them. But there's going to be a big adjustment phase, I would imagine, for many of these athletes as well, Serenity.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and you see some of the shorter hurdlers, they struggle going to college because now they're higher. And not the same thing happens for the ladies. So definitely a big adjustment.
Well, speaking of the ladies, we're going to see some gals in action in just a couple minutes' time. Great shot there, and shout out to our hurdle crew, to everyone working behind the scenes here at Franklin Field to make sure that this event, once again, is just an absolute blaring success as it has been so far. A little bit of weather on day one. Yesterday was gorgeous. We've had more meet records than I can count, and it is in great thanks to all of these folks who do some of the quiet but most necessary work. Just a reminder that if you are a track and field athlete, thank your coach, thank an official,
oh, for sure.
Thank a volunteer, thank your parents.
Our next event on the track with freshman girls 100-meter hurdle final. In lane number 2 from Goose Creek, South
So our freshman girls 100-meter hurdles final next up on track. The meet record belongs to Salai Russell, who we've seen many times out of Bullis. 14:34. That was set last year. But Nia Armstrong bettered that earlier today. She ran 13:63. She's going to start in lane 5. She is going to be joined by Ella Helm in lane 2 out of Florida, 6th in the freshman 400 hurdles yesterday. Courtney Horn will start in 3 out of South Carolina. She was 5th in the freshman 400. Jasmine Jackson of New Jersey, 2nd in the 100-meter hurdles at New Balance last year. Nia Armstrong, as we mentioned, of Florida, already broke that meet record earlier in the day. She won the middle school 100-meter hurdles last year. She was 3rd in the freshman 400 hurdles, I should say, yesterday. Valencia Calhoun is going to occupy lane number 6. She is the second best qualifier out of the prelims. She ran a very fast 14:06 there. 2nd in the long jump as well yesterday, so you know she's going to be able to clear these things easily. In lane 7, it's going to be Gabriella Smith of Bradenton, Florida. She was 7th in the middle school 100-meter hurdles last year, won the freshman 400-meter hurdles yesterday in 60:09, so close to that 60-second barrier. And then rounding out our field in lane 8 for the Durham Striders, it's going to be Kaylee Payne. And in lane number 9 for Marietta Track Club, this is Lauren Lynch. 8 very capable young women taken to the track here for this freshman girls 100-meter hurdles final.
Nia Armstrong right in the middle of the track in lane 5 out of Tampa, Florida. We're going to keep our eye on her.
And as expected, Armstrong absolutely blazing out of those blocks and running away from the field. She is unbelievably powerful. It is Armstrong trying to hold on to her advantage. In second there, it is Jackson to her inside, but it is going to be Nia Armstrong, the pride of Tampa, Florida, with another meet record, 13:53 for the freshman, the pride of Tampa, and she is ecstatic about it. She's wearing a shirt that says GOAT, and I think if you wear that, you better turn up and try to prove it right, and she is doing exactly that. That is another meet record there. She did it in the prelims. She's done it again now in the finals. Brilliant run.
And she looked fantastic. Look at the way she's shuffling through the hurdles. And her hips are square. She looks good. Her trail leg is beautiful. Very, very clean race from Nia Armstrong. And she just, talking about in it. Yes, completely through the tape. And she looked fantastic.
Well, again, that GOAT singlet says it all. Look at the arms go up. I know that's a bit of the dip. Like there's a reason to do that from a technical standpoint. There's also a reason to do it from a show woman standpoint.
Yeah.
That's what we like to see here at New Balance Nationals. 13:53, 0.2 of a second ahead of Jasmine Jackson. Fabulous run by her. She kept our leader under a little bit of pressure, but at the end of the day, Armstrong really ran her own race. And then it was Valencia Calhoun, 13:92, coming away for the third place position.
Coming up next will be the championship girls 100-meter hurdles.
And that means that all three of those are under the former meet record set last year. 3 gals under 14 seconds is a huge, huge result.
I mean, this is what happens when they continue to just raise the standard year after year.
Well, we're going to move right along now into our championship girls 100-meter hurdle semis, and wasting no time here. Again, top 2 plus 2 make it to the final. We have Demira Allen, Gabby White, Aubrey Harris, Kendall Spain, Alexia Reed, Maya Mason, Jordan Henderson, and Shakayla Lavender. Mason was 5th in the 60-meter hurdles indoors. Spain was 4th in that same race. And then, of course, Reed, one of the fastest times out of the prelims. Very fast start there by Spain. So too by Reed to her outside. Really tall runner in the form of Reed in the blue kit. Those two battling it out through the middle of the track. Spain trying to pull away. Not letting her go is Reed, but it's going to be Spain taking the win. Kendall Spain of St. Louis, Missouri is going to get a very decisive big Q spot there. She is all business about it too. Love to see that professionalism on display. 13:45 for the win. Alexia Reed comes across the line in second. Pardon me for that misnaming. She was 13:52.
And just taking another look at it, Kendall Spain, she was at a lane 5. And just her trail leg is absolutely impeccable. It's perfectly 90-degree angle. I'm sure that's not what she's thinking of, but her shuffling in between each hurdle is what really made up the difference for her. No hesitation at all. She was low over the hurdle.
And a tough situation there in lane number 7, and we hope that, I believe that's Mason, that she's all right. She hit a hurdle and then just couldn't regain her composure to get over the next one. She did finish the race, so kudos to her.
Yeah, for sure. That's something that we see a lot, Kate. Sometimes when these athletes are running faster than they ever have, that means that they are running up on the hurdle faster than they've ever have, which is kind of sometimes a good thing, because then you know that, okay, that means that that was on track to be a personal best, but it can be pretty difficult when you're not able to recover.
Well said. And then we're going to move into semifinal number 2 now. Bubble time is going to belong to Jordan Henderson, 13:96 on track. We are set to have in lane 2 Ariana Allen. In lane 3, she's a fantastic standout from Ontario, Canada, Ella Steele Douglas. Kimbriel Winfield will start in 4. Cassidy Hopkins will go in 5. Hopkins was 2nd in the 60-meter hurdles indoors at New Balance this year. We have Sophia Swindle starting in 6, Adriana Swanson in 7, Skylar Brittman in 8, and Emanuela Adosian will go in lane number 9. Again, bubble time, 13:96. And they are away. Hopkins in the middle of the track looking really good. She's already put together some great running this year. To her outside, it is Swindle. But Cassidy Hopkins finding another gear and pulling away. Fabulous finish for her. She'll take an easy big Q for Bullis. Can you imagine a team that has produced more power athletes at this high school level? 13:48 for Hopkins. Swindle will take the second big Q position in 13:60.
Shocker there. Bullis on top again. Let's take a look at Cassidy Hopkins. She looked absolutely wonderful. Sophia Swindle also got off to a very good start from the Lawrenceville school, but it was just all Hopkins. And especially towards these final 8 and 9 and 10 hurdle, she was just able to pull out the win and pull away very cleanly as well.
She just looks, again, all business-like. She just looks like she's stepping over those hurdles, like exerting an annoyingly small amount of energy. I'm sure, I know it's a big effort. I'm not trying to take away, but the way it looks is just so smooth, controlled, calm. Smooth operator there in the form of Cassidy Hopkins. And the Bullis teammates, you know, they train together, they travel together. This is such a family unit as much as it is, you know, an academic and an athletic program.
Absolutely.
We're going to move on to our third and final semifinal of this championship girls 100-meter hurdles. In lane number 2, it is going to be Elizabeth Yaboa Cody. In 2 and 3, it'll be Taylor Foster. In 4, Anna Weil. Naomi Booker will start in 5. Taylor Cox in 6. Dallas Guy in 7. Isabel Evans in 8. And Carrie Van Noy is going to start in lane number 9. And we have our defending champion in the form of Taylor Cox out of Union Catholic starting in lane number 6. She won last year in 13:38. She also won the 60-meter hurdles at New Balance Nationals indoors this year. Can she make it a three-peat?
And we talked about the showmanship of these girls that we love to see, and Taylor Cox is no stranger to it at all. She loves to show up, show out, and look great doing it in her New Balance kit.
Again, look good, feel good, right?
Run good.
Run good. That's the completion of that trio for sure. Just some movement there, so the athletes will stand up. Looked as though maybe out on the outside there, Evans just not quite happy with her hurdle, with her block setup, I should say. So fortunately, a green card to the field. No one at fault. These athletes will reset, take a beat, and try this thing again. Again, we talked about the professionalism. They're about to, many of them, move on to the collegiate experience and then some of them the international experience. And having the wherewithal to say, I'm not quite ready. I'm going to just trust myself, put my hand up, and give myself the best opportunity to take advantage. And this time they're away cleanly. Cox running very well, so too to her inside, Naomi Booker. Booker with the faster time out of qualifying. Cox looking strong as well. Now Cox starts to pull away. Cox advancing well through the back half of this race, and she's going to cover that last 50 meters faster than any other athlete. 13:40 for Taylor Cox, and that is a fantastic run for her. It's just outside of the time she ran last year, 13:38 to take the win. That 13:38 a meet record, and to come within 200ths of it here in the semifinals a year later, and to look that cool about it says a lot.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Taylor Cox is just used to winning. There she is in the neon green. She looks absolutely wonderful. She's a little bit of one of the shorter athletes, but that doesn't matter at all because she's very powerful. Her foot speed in between the hurdles is what makes up the difference for her. I wouldn't be surprised if she has a really fast 100-meter time as well because she's just extremely quick on her feet. She's going to be going to UGA in the fall. She's very happy with her run. This will be her last New Balance Nationals competition.
So Cox and Booker coming away with the big cues. They're going to be joined in that final by Spain, Hopkins, Reed, Swindle, and then with the little cues, it will be Guy and Van Noy.
And next up on the track, we're going to be heading to the oval runners, and that's the 400-meter runners. We're going to start with the freshman boys 400. Now, this is a time final, meaning that these sections are intended to go faster and faster as the time goes on. So we have 14 total sections. And on paper, you can do whatever you want, technically. We can get the fastest time out of the first heat. You never know. But according to their PRs and their marks beforehand, it will go slowest to fastest. There's just plenty to be excited about from these guys. I just know that they have, hopefully they're hydrating. It's about 90 degrees here in sunny Philadelphia. A little windy, not too bad, not too crazy. But we know for the 400, there are no wind-aided times, meaning that they're going to feel the wind regardless. And this event is set to go off in about 5 minutes for the freshman boys 400.
Quick update from the field. Girls and boys triple jump. Approaching about the halfway mark. If you look over the scoreboard, you'll see some updates. But on the girls' side, Eleanor Cooper from McDonough High School in Maryland is leading the way. 12.76, 41 feet, 10 and a half inches. That was her first round jump. Charlotte Dixon from Mississippi is in second at 12.27, 40 feet, 3 and a quarter inches in the second round. And Peyton Jones from Willis High School in Maryland jumped 40 feet in her first round to be in third place currently. On the boys' side, currently is Maggie Brigham from Georgia, and he went 14.97, 49 feet, 1.5 inches to lead the way. Muhammad Sharif is on his heels.
All right, we are about to start Heat 1 out of 14 for the freshman boys 400. Out of lane 4 is Santiago Arbolero de Mio from Bullis. Eli Turner in lane 5. Out of lane 6 is Joseph Russell. Lane 7, Xavier Sheffo. Lane 8, Mason Hardrick. And lane 9, Tolu Ogunaki. And these guys are off. Something that we have to get a little bit used to is that here at Franklin Field, the curves are pretty long, but those straights are pretty short. And it's still pretty even right now, but moving well in the white top. That's Joseph Russell. Down the backstretch, Xavier Sheffo is also moving well. But Joseph Russell is moving really well out of lane 6. And he has the lead right now as he's going into the final 150 of his race. And coming up really strong is Eli Turner as well, but it is all Joseph Russell from Eldersburg Track and Field. Will he hold on? He absolutely will. Joseph Russell, 51.8, a respectable time to start out these 400s. Eli Turner getting second with 52.36. Let's take another look at it. He was moving pretty hard down the backstretch, trying to make up that stagger. Set himself up nice now as he's coming down the home stretch, and he takes the pretty easy win. Relatively easy. Of course, 400s hurt. Now we're going to keep on pushing right along. To section number 2. Out of lane 1, we have Sharpless. Lane 2, we have Marks. 3, Moore. 4, Capre. 5, Ormsby. 6, Breyer. 7, Joyner. 8, Conforti. And 9, Jassa. And if you didn't already know, you stay in your lane all the way around. These guys are off. Clean start. Saw some of them getting a little bit mixed up with the start, but we are good. And already making up that stagger is Julian Conforti from Madison Club out there in lane 8. And they're running into a bit of a headwind on the backstretch, but he's looking pretty good. Still Julian Conforti taking that lead as he has 200 left to go. Trying to catch him is Jaden Joyner out of lane 7 as well. And here comes Jalen Joyner, who ends up taking over Conforti. And it is now Jalen Joyner down the home stretch. He is just trying to hang on. Jaden Joyner takes the win, 51-28. Our fastest time so far. And if we take another look at it, Conforti was moving really good. He got out really hard. But what I liked about Jaden Joyner is that he was running his own race, and he ran 51-28. He didn't panic when Conforti got out pretty hard. He remained composed and relaxed. And Jaden Joyner will now have the fastest time of the freshman boys 400 so far, but we still have plenty more heats to go. That was just heat 2. We still have 14. Now, lane 1 is Quasi Dobson. Lane 2, Ethan Holden. Lane 3, Bryce Johnson. Lane 4, Jordan Etheridge. 5, Shannon Palmer. 6, Shane Rogers. 7, Marco Parody. 8, Travis Dillon. And 9, Grant Merlot. And out of those outside lanes, it is Travis Dillon moving really well out of Plantation Heat, but also making up the stagger is Shane Rogers. But right now, it looks like it is all Travis Dillon. But to his outside, not letting him have it any easier, is Grant Merlot. And then to their inside, it is Shannon Palmer running really well out of lane 5. Shannon Palmer just hitting the gas. This final 120. Shannon Palmer, will he be able to hold it? And he will. And he takes to the top of these results. 50.80. Running for the Spirit of Prix. What a fantastic track club name. Prix from Steve Prefontaine. And Shannon Palmer just dug deep. As you can see, he didn't necessarily get out the hardest, and he knew that. Like I said, they do have a slight headwind on that backstretch. But he was just powering through, using his arms, bobbing his head a little bit. The 400 hertz, man, do what you got to do. And taking second place to Shannon Palmer was Grant Merlot with 51.22. These heats are intended to keep getting faster, and that's exactly what's been happening. Next up, out of lane 1, we have Chandler Gresham Lewis. Lane 2, Jeree Pierre. 3, Dean Mustakas. 5, Brylan Strotter. 4, actually. 5, Isaac Smith. 6, Brad LaForest. 7, Rise Jones. Michael Hellman at 8. And then Tamer Didashi out of 9. And these guys are off. And moving really well out of lane 5 is Isaac Smith. And Isaac Smith still moving really well, but now here comes the rest of the field, and out of the inside lane, all the way in lane 1 is Chandler Gresham Lewis. And it's Chandler Gresham Lewis in lane 1. And it's hard to see, but also out of lane 8 moving well is Michael Hellman. And will it be Tendashi also moving us really well out of lane 9, but it was Chandler Gresham Lewis was able to hold on for the win out of lane 1, 50.67. Fantastic running from him, and he has now shot himself to the top of these rankings. Him, Michael Hellman, and Tamer Didashi all did. And as you can see, he was just charging, moving really, really well that home stretch. Not even sure if you could really see Tamer Didashi all the way out there in lane 9. Pretty tough to see. But 50.67 is now the time to beat. We still have 10 more sections to go. Each section meant to get progressively faster. And out of section number 5, we will have some empty lanes out of 9 and 2. So starting off with lane 1, Jonathan Torres. 3, Braden Dominguez. 4, Rylan Harlow. 5, Deshaun Withers. 6, Ethan Yim. 7, Joe Rencilo. And 8, Michael Duarte. These guys are told to stand up. Maybe they saw a couple of the guys moving just a little bit too much. And they're going to get another shot. No yellow cards, no reds. All right, Heat 5 is now underway. Still pretty even, the first 50. Nobody has made up the stagger too much, but moving really well out of lane 3 is Braden Dominguez. He's on the inside of that railing. But now they hit that home stretch, but there's some pretty heavy headwind. But Braden Dominguez moving really well. Still out of lane 3, but on those outside lanes moving good too is Michael Duarte and Joe Rencilio. And then Ethan Yim out of lane 6. Yim, Rencilio. Rencilio will now take the lead, and it looks like he will now take the win. 51-21. And then that will officially be 51-27. Braden Dominguez, 52-17. Let's take another look at it. Braden Dominguez out of lane 3 was moving really well, but so was Yim and Rencilio. And Rencilio just hit another gear that last 50 and just took it all the way home. And that time will place him sitting in 6th right now. Pretty good running out of him. Still the leading time is Chandler Gresham Lewis, who is at a Heat 4, running 50.67. Now section 6. 1, Kenneth Adams. 2, Elijah Baker. 3, Julian Kurlander. 4, Mason Fideli. 5, Anthony Taylor. 6, Jet Craycraft. 7, Russell Granice. 8, Daniel Palas. And 9, Edgar Jimenez Torres. And it looks like Julian Kurlander out of lane 3 is not there, so that lane will be empty. All right, clean start from these guys. This is Heat 6 out of 14. And moving really well on that outside lane is Daniel Palas and Jimenez Torres. But Russell Granice out of lane 7 from New Jersey is also racing really well. And then out of lane 4, it's Mason Fidel. He has now taken over as your new leader with about 1:20 left to go, but gunning for him at a lane 2 is Elijah Baker. Elijah Baker moving up strong. Elijah Baker moving up strong in that inside lane, but then all the way to the outside, Russell Granese. And it's going to be Granese who ends up taking that win with 51 flat. He's happy with that one, as he should be. I mean, he's dug pretty deep that last 50 when Lactic is supposed to be holding you back. He ran right through it. Russell Granese, 51 flat in that time, puts him in 5th position. Let's take another look at it. He ended up taking his foot off of the gas there just a little bit, and they ended up catching him, but then he was able to just hit a completely different gear the last 30 and run through the line very strong. And Mason Fidel was second with 51.50. Now, we are halfway there. Section 7 out of 14. We have Braylon Brooks in 1, Yoder Anthony 2, Carter Lyons 3, Massimo Young 4, Jaden Glipsy 5, Kylan Chavez 6, Isaac Richardson 7, Jalen Brudage 8, and Isaiah Wingfield 9. And moving really well out of lane 8 for the Vikings, that's Jalen Brudage. He has already made up the stagger on Wingfield. And Brundage is moving really well as he now has 200 meters to go. Look at how relaxed he looks. It's all Jalen Brundage completely clearing the field, but we're going to see if he's able to hold on, because the little buddy called lactic acid usually comes around this time now. Jalen Brundage moving really well. In second behind him is Isaac Richardson. Also moving really well out of lane 1 is Braylon Brooks, but it's all Jalen Brundage. Good surge from Braylon Brooks out of lane 1, but it'll be all Jalen Brundage who ends up getting the win for section 7, 51-35.
Still Chandler Gresham Lewis that has the fastest time at 50.67.
Let's take another look at it. He got out so hard, and he seemed so composed. And I wouldn't even say the lactic hopped on him too tough at all. He looked really good. He started to rely more and more on his arms towards the end. He started to get really long. That's usually the telltale sign that he is in pain. But Braylon Brooks got second with 51.55. That 51.3 from Jalen Brundage puts him in 11th position. Still the time to beat is 50.67 we saw at a section number 4 from Chandler Gresham Lewis. So it's looking like you have to break 51 in order to make it into at least the top 5. Now to section number 8, Nicholas Curtin in 1, Luca Patosa in 4, Kenneth Nwadek in 5, Lucas Doherty 6, Daniel Slater 7, Caleb Young 8, and then Cade Lavelle in 9. And right away it is Caleb Young from Episcopal Academy, looking very strong, already made the stagger up, but working hard is Daniel Slater to his inside. But Cade Lavelle looks really, really good. Also, keep your eye on Luca Patosa. And now making an insane surge is Luca Patosa. It looks like Patosa will take this win, 50.24 officially. And this is his home state out of Pennsylvania. An amazing surge. That last 50 for sure.
So nobody put a boys high jump at 2
And getting second was Caleb Young, also a really great run, 50.64. And as you can see, Caleb Young was leading. He got out super hard. He wanted to take this run from the front, but look at that surge from Potosa in that last 100. Potosa 50.24, and then Caleb Young 50.64. Now off to section number 9 out of 14. Jace Willis in 1. Nasir Camille out of lane 3. Sebastian Ruth 4. Jack Walden 5. Lamonte Davis 6. Patrick Logan 7. Axel Azaro 8. And then Caden Schiller out of lane 9. And already making up the stagger and some really good gains is Lamonte Davis out of lane 6 for the Panthers. That is Lamonte Davis looking very good. To his outside, Caden Schiller also moving really well. Now he's starting to feel that company. Let's see if he's just going to go ahead and go with him. I mean, there's only 150 left to go, so if you're going to go, you got to go now. And speaking of going now, out of lane 1, Jace Willis moving really well. The pain starting to set in on Davis. Will Davis be able to hold on? He is getting tons of company. And then out of lane 3, a late surge, Nasir Camille. And Nasir Camille will end up taking it. 50.76. And then Jack Walden, 50.86. That 50.76 will end up being the 5th fastest time. And let's take another look at it. Davis was moving so well, but you could tell that it just started to hurt this last 50. The head started bobbling, and that's when it was time to strike. And Nasir Camille came out of nowhere and surged through that finish line. And that was section 9. We have Jack Walden getting second with 50.86. But we're going to keep on trekking right along to set 10, Kate.
Lots of fantastic racing already on track, and lots more to come as well. So section number 9, as you said, Serenity.
All right, here we go with E10, all 14 of these freshmen.
And section number 10 is off and rolling. Antonio still out of lane 1. Dominic Kozlowski out of 3. Bell in 4. Morin 6. Harvey in 7. Jabat in 8. And then Lumia in 9. Still moving really well right now out of lane 8 is Liam Minerva Jabat. But to his inside, out of lane 3, also moving really well, is Dominic Kozlowski. Kozlowski is moving up really well right now. Will he be able to catch Jabat? And I'm sure Jabat doesn't even see him yet, and he is just surging through. He was able to outlean him, and he was able to get the fastest time of the day for the freshman boys 400 with 49.9.
We've talked so much about how it's difficult for us even here in the booth. I mean, we're on site, Serenity, and it's hard to see sometimes in that lane 8, lane 9 position. So too on the track. I mean, it's still a 9-lane track, but it feels bigger. It's a harder line of sight, especially in that shadow there against the inside. But again, the sneak attack and just powering away over that last 20 meters or so. Fantastic win out of section number 10, and we are going to keep rolling, like you said, towards the faster and faster races as we go. Confirmation of results, 49.91, so under 50 seconds there for the win, courtesy of Nervo Jabat, and that is our first sub-50 clocking of the day. So we expect to see many more as we keep rolling here, and we're going to see section 11 of 14 on track now. That group is going to include Victor Schmidt, Javen Davis, Bryce Calderon, Darnell Myers, Amos Payne, Yeshua McKinley, Kellen Sutherland, and Xavier Twyman. And we're away cleanly. We do have a scratch out of lane number 6, but still a very stacked field on track. Really good start to the outside there in lane 7 by Yeshua McKinley.
And McKinley moving really, really well down that backstretch, and they just got a gust of wind right to the face just now, but he's still moving really well from the McNara Mustangs, but to his outside also moving well. I know Sutherland feels McKinley. It is Sutherland, it's McKinley. And it looks like the Mustangs are still moving really well, and that's Yeshua McKinley.
And it's a tight battle between them, but look to lane 3 as well, because this is going to be a bit of a, again, surprise attack courtesy of Calderon on the inside, and I do think that Calderon just came across for that one. In fact, he has that win, I should say, out of the Eagles Track Club courtesy of the Bronx, New York, and really nicely timed. I'm not sure he looks all that happy with it. Maybe it's the time, 50-22. But this was a really stellar run from the inside.
I mean, it could be from the time, it could be from the way he ran it, or just how it felt in general, but he did not seem to be that happy with it. But he looked really good that last 50, just charging through, relying on his arms to push him through.
So Calderon is going to take the win in that section, 50-22, significantly ahead of Payne in the end, 50-59, and that will slot Calderon into second overall. Nervo Jabat still maintains that top position, 49.91, and we are getting, again, faster and faster in theory as we go. Moving into section 12 now. Blake Williams, Max Leland, Quinton Orizaba, Jai Jackson, Ryan Foster, Ben Hepner, Tevin Williams, Markai Anderson, and Owen Traggart are going to occupy your 12th timed final here. And it does appear as we have maybe a late scratch, but look at the move on the outside there. I believe that's Anderson out of lane 8.
Anderson is moving well, but also making up the stagger pretty well is Ryan Foster out of lane 5. He knows that if he sets him up good, he will be in good position that final 150. Ryan Foster still moving really, really well as he is now starting to come up on Anderson on that outside lane.
Yeah, Foster, again, taking advantage of that more inside position. This is the preferred lane, of course, and look at him move. He is just pulling away from the field. A good run on the inside by Williams as well. And on the outside, again, we're a bit blind to him, but it is going to be Foster taking the win. I do think that maybe it was the outside charge of Orizaba who was able to come across for second, but Foster likes it. That is a 49.57. We now have two guys well under 50 seconds, especially in the form of the South Carolinian Ryan Foster, 49.57.
And look at the way he was just moving. He was aggressive from the very beginning. He knows that he had to throw down something fast in order to remain on the top of these time finals. And he looks so strong, especially moving that last 50.
Well, that is the time to beat, and we don't have a lot of running left here. Serenity, we've talked about it all weekend. The wind swirling, that's what happens here at Franklin Field, and those flags blowing a little bit. But on that one-lap race, of course, that means you're going to have it in your face a little bit, behind you a little bit. And we are getting ready now for what should be one of our faster sections. Looks as though we might have lane 4 open. Oh, and now a bit of a recall there. Let's lane 5 open and a recall. We'll wait to see what happened.
And it looks kind of tough to see what happened. But from where I can see, the official He's holding up a green card, which is good. Green is good.
Green is good. That means go. And we will try to go again here. Kingston Mighty, Tyson Hardy, Jonathan Newton, Malcolm Brown, Reich Meyer, Adrian Woodward, Riker Wright, and John Cody. And this time we're away well. Again, lane 5 is open, but that is not going to matter much for these athletes. It is lane number 7. That is Woodward, who is cruising his way through that opening 100 meters.
Adrian Woodward put himself in pretty good position. He wanted to go ahead and make up the stagger, but then it seemed like he kind of stopped just a little bit, took his foot off of the gas, and now to his inside, making up the stagger is Reich Meyer.
And it looks as though Meyer's presence just sort of woke up Woodward yet again. He's working hard to keep in contact, but now in lane number 4, this is Malcolm Brown. Malcolm Brown putting his name on high notice here. He is going to cruise his way into the lead, and again with another gear change on the outside. That is Woodward, but it was in the end Brown taking the win there, 48-76. Adrian Woodward not far behind, less than a tenth of a second separating these two. Woodward in 48.85, and Newton crosses the line in third. But Serenity, that was a cat and mouse game every step of the race.
It definitely was. I think Woodward was trying to figure out what type of race he wanted to run, and it seemed like he was kind of running everybody else's race, just trying to go with them and then not go with them. But he ran really, really well and ended up finishing off with 48.85. But I'm sure it could have been a win, but he still ran really well. Malcolm Brown ended up taking the win from him, though, with 48.76.
Well, we're getting faster, and we're also getting ever closer to that meet record. That meet record set back 2 years ago, 48.52 from Abbas Hunter out of Episcopal Academy. And if anyone can contest it, it is going to be this group of 8 guys. We're going to have Wyatt Gramillion, Justin Greathouse, Terrence Dorsey, Daniel Hoff. Now, Hoff last year was second in the middle school 400 and 50.14. We'll have Ryan Hartz, Michael Swanson, Gideon Newton, Damani Roberts, and Stylianos Kutob. And Swanson in lane 6 with a really good start. And he's going to be one to keep an eye on because he won in a new meet record last year at the middle school boys race in 49.60.
And Michael Swanson moving really, really well. But to his outside is Gideon Newton running really, really well as well. He knew that Michael Swanson was going to take this one out hard, and he is going with him, especially this final 150. It is all Newton and all Swanson.
Well, their strides are perfectly matched. Now the advantage on the inside to Swanson as he starts to pull away, but the arm goes up a little bit. He had a little bit of trouble staying on his feet there. These two swimming in lactic but maintaining form. Here comes Swanson, here comes Newton. Swanson with the advantage, and it is going to be in lane 6. Michael Swanson making it 2 for 2. Middle school record and champion, and now it is going to be freshman champion and record as well, 47.82. Well, that is the first time that we have had a freshman go under the 48-second mark, and he does it in style.
He absolutely did do it in style, Kate. Let's take another look at Swanson, and Newton was just pushing him. They were side by side and stride for stride all the way through about 350 meters. And Michael Swanson just looked so strong. As you can see, those arms started to get pretty long towards the end there. That's the telltale sign that he was tired, but he looked fantastic.
Well, it's worth noting that Newton, who kept that pressure on Swanson every step of that race, also went under the previous meet record. He runs 48.26. Again, that former meet record, 48.52, set 2 years ago. And these guys are in a class of their own. Brilliant running. We had 4 guys under 49, 1 under 48. What a tone to set as we move now into our freshman girls 400 meters. We are going to have 12 sections, again, progressing on time with each section.
And now off to section 1 of the freshman girls 400. We have Fiona Corbett, we have Kendall Aska, Angelina Press out of lane 5, and then out of lane 7, Yasmin Willie, and then finally Nyla Lovelace Crump out of lane 8. 6, 9, 1, and 2 are vacant and moving really well in the outside. That's Nyla Lovelace Crump. And it's also Yasmin Willie out of lane 7, making up the stagger now on Crump. But Crump is not going to let her have it easily at all. She is deciding to go with her. Crump overtaking the lead right back. And now as Nyla Lovelace Crump comes through that final 150, it is her and Yasmin Willie, stride for stride. In the shadow there, will it be Crump? Will it be Willie? It looks like it will be Crump who will take this win. And for section 1, way to run fast. 59.95, just dipping under that 1 minute mark. Yasmin Willie with a minute 35. And just Crump just needing, well, being out there by herself in lane 9. She needed some competition. She needed somebody to come up on her, and that's exactly what Willie did. But she went with her. She didn't panic too much. She just began to accelerate, and she took it that final 150. Off to section 2. It's Tori Montgomery out of 1. Drew Kakua out of 2. Sahana Bradley in 3. Alyssa Gardner in 5. Cora Vandergroot in 6. Gabby Banukor in 7. Deborah Oldike in 8. And Chloe Silman in 9. And it looks like there's a no-show from lane 4. And right away, out of lane 8, that's Deborah Obadike. And Deborah Obadike moving really well out there by herself, but also moving pretty good is lane 1 and Tori Montgomery. If she just keeps on moving hard and keeps on pumping her arms, she could end up catching Owadike, and that's exactly what's happening. Out of lane 1 and lane 9, the battle is between the inside and the outside lane. Montgomery, Owadike, it looks like Montgomery just starting to really feel the effects of making up that stagger, and it will be Owadike, and Montgomery ends up getting passed right there at the end by Sahana Bradley. And it will be Owadike with 59.71. Sahana Bradley just skimming, getting right under that 1 minute mark with 59.99. But Ms. Deborah Owadike took it out so strong from the very beginning, decided to run this race completely from the front. But Tori Montgomery did well, too, out of lane 1. She did the best that she could, but that last 50, that lactic acid ended up getting to her. And she will finish 3rd behind Bradley, who ended up coming up on that final 20. And here goes those results. 59.71 from Deborah Owadike, and then Sahana Bradley, 59.99, and Tori Montgomery, a minute 31. Deborah Owadike now takes to the top of the results with 59.71. Now these sections are meant to get faster as we go. And as we move on to section number 3, 7, 9, and 2 will all be empty. Out of lane 1, Juliet Hodge. Lane 2, Jessie Rentholt. 4, Kara O'Halloran. 5, Sienna Carson. 6, Erin Chisholm. And then 8, Sierra Currid. Still pretty even as we go around this first curve into the backstretch. Sienna Carson is moving really good, and she is now starting to put the pedal to the metal as she is going into her final 200 of this race. Sienna Carson. Excuse me, correction, that's Erin Chisholm out of lane 7, moving really well. And Erin Chisholm, it will be all Erin Chisholm who will take section 3 with 58.94. The first time we have seen anybody dip under 59 for these freshman girls 400. And Sienna Carson got second with 59.50. And then Kara Olharian also dipped under a minute with 59.80. Moving right along, section 4 out of 12. Mackenzie Means out of 1. Samaya Milborn in 2. Ariana Henry in 3. Kiera Peak in 4. Jana Alexander in 5. Elizabeth McLaren in 6. Julia Covey 7. Juliana Goodman, excuse me, in 8. And Hannah DePestel in 9. And these ladies are off. And immediately Julia Covey deciding to make up that stagger. Why wait for it? And also moving really well out of lane 3 is Ariana Henry from Vitesse. She's on the inside of that railing. And coming around the curve now, Julia Covey at a lane 7, but here comes Ariana Henry from Vitesse, and Ariana Henry now overtakes that lead. Ariana Henry from the inside of the railing, pumping those arms, moving that head, and she will take section 4 of 12. Now dipping under the 58. Well, actually, no, right there officially it's 58.09. She's happy with that one. She should be. 58.09. She now takes to the top of these results. And right behind her was Jana Alexander with 59.08. Let's take another look at it. She was in the inside of that rail. So it's hard, I'm sure, for her to think if she's making up the stagger at all, but she definitely was. Ariana Henry with a beautiful run of 58.09.
Taking a look here at the official results for this fourth section of the girls 400-meter freshman. It is, as you said, Henry at 58.09. And that will be the time to beat. And out of section number 3, it is still Chisholm's 58.94 holding up for second. As we take a look now at our athletes for section number 5, it's going to be Shapiro, Ramirez, Sagan, Edwards, Elberg, Gates, Stanford, Pratt, and Trevelyan. And it's pretty astounding to think about how fast these freshmen are running.
It absolutely is, Kate. I mean, and these ladies are off in section 5 out of 12. And it looks like pretty immediately out of lane 4 is Hope Edwards running really well. Hope Edwards moving really well now coming into the final 200. Also moving good out of lane 8 is Leighton Staten. But it is all Hope Edwards looking really good. She has now gapped the rest of the field. It is all Hope Edwards. I mean, she has seen what these other ladies have done in these sections, and she knows that she needs to go faster than that. And that's exactly what Hope Edwards is doing as she now comes down her final 50. And she's going to take section 5.
That was such impressive running. Look, the field comes across. They're fighting hard together. But from Morristown, New Jersey, Hope Edwards runs away with this thing. Enormous improvement on the overall standings. 56-56 for her. Leighton Stanford, 59-59. And that will move those two into 1st and 7th, respectively. So we're going to toss things down to Candace Edwards, who's with the winner of the freshman boys 400 meters, Michael Swanson, with a new meet record.
47.82, and he's joined by Candace Price.
Yes, meet record. Who sprints the last 10 meters of a 400?
Me.
And what was that about?
Just trusting the process.
And when you came over here, you told me about this guy.
Mikey's here because he asked me to be here. He's a wonderful young man that has an it factor. College coaches need to be out the lookout for this young man.
And when I see you clean and dapper, you look like a man of details. What did he execute with those details in that 400?
Did exactly what I said. I said I needed a smooth run, the 250, set it up with 80 to go. We had 2 Alabama boys fighting in the home stretch. It was a wonderful show.
Hey, that seemed like a little bit too much top secret. Keep that down. Congratulations, 400-meter freshman champion. Give it up for New Balance champion!
Enormous new meet record there, courtesy of Michael Swanson. And I have to apologize to Miss Candace down on the infield because we're buddies. And I don't know who Candace Edwards is, but that was Candace Price with that fantastic interview. She's such a crowd favorite. Great to see. So we're moving on to our halfway point here in the freshman girls 400-meter timed finals. Section number 6 is going to have Juliana Pierce, Olivia Noel, Alexa Lesnicki, Julia Carswell, Zoe Lockwood, Kira Tomlinson, Taylor DeClute, London Pulley, and Mafada Kuruma. Time to beat right now, 56-56. We have a whole slew of runners, 13 of them under the 1-minute barrier. We're gonna get a whole bunch more here, I'm sure, in this next section, and really good movement on the outside there versus Pulley and Kuruma.
London Pulley right away was trying to make up the stagger on Kuruma, but Kuruma is just not letting it happen. But Pulley's still moving really, really well. It's London Pulley out of lane 8. All London Pulley.
And Pulley now starting to pulley away from the competition to her outside. You can tell that this is a lot of lactic working against both of these runners, but look at how much gap they have on the rest of the field. It's a really good push from the inside, courtesy of Juliana Pierce. And this is where things get difficult because it's so hard to see what's happening on the outside of that track, but it is Pulley coming away with the win here in 58-52. And that is a fantastic run there by the freshman out of Baltimore, Maryland. Kuruma came across in 59-39. And then it was Pierce, again, moving well in lane 1. That's such a tough spot. You can speak better to that than I can, Serenity, contesting lane 8 to lane 1.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's just a mental game all the way in lane 1. You feel so far away from the field. But the battle was up in front at a lane 8 and lane 9 with London Pulley and Kuruma. But they're also a pretty difficult spot to be in as well because they don't see anybody. But really great running from these ladies.
And we are just getting faster. So that phenomenal time by Hope Edwards, that's where Edwards came from. I know that
where Edwards came from.
It's Candace Price. It's Hope Edwards. 2 very speedy ladies in their own right. We're going to keep moving on now with our next section of these timed finals in the freshmen. Section 7 of 12. It is going to be Amira Trainum in lane 1. In 2 is Ryan Gadlin. In 3, Catherine DePietro. Alea Grotini will go in 4. Danielle Wheeler in 5. Sophia De Vincentis in 7. It looks as though we have a scratch in lane 6. Ayana Lee will start in 8. And Madeline Jeanson will round things out in lane number 9. And as we've seen time and again, really good start on the outside, but so too in the green kit. I believe that's De Vincentis in lane number 7. She is moving well.
Also moving pretty good out of lane 1 is Amira Trenham. She has a lot of stagger to make up, but she ended up doing good that first 100, but the race is all ahead of her out of lane 7. Sophia De Vincentis moving really good.
And she's going to pull away heading into the final turn. She's got all kinds of threat from behind. To your point, Trainham finding another gear as well. So too on lane 4. That is Grotini running well. Look at the tall figure in yellow powering in the form of Gladlin in lane number 2. The competition is going to come from 4, though. It's going to be Grotini. It's going to be Grotini with a late push, and she is going to take the win. Perfectly timed surge there for the freshman out of Greenville, North Carolina, and she is absolutely all smiles about it.
You know what I think is happening with these athletes, Kate, is that they're getting a pretty hefty headwind into this backstretch. So they're trying to figure out where their positioning is. That's why we keep seeing this surge, this final 200 to 150, because now it's kind of like they're getting their bearings back.
Well, she sure did. She got her bearings back, and then, like you said, it's that push-pull of the wind, pushing you, bringing you into the home stretch. But it could not have been a more perfectly timed close there for our winner, Grotini. That is going to slot her into second overall. We still only have one athlete under the 57-second mark. That is Hope Edwards. And we are churning right along now. Section number 8 on track. This is going to feature Peyton Richardson, Deanna Spears, Mayla Robinson, Erilyn Kimball, Leanna Corey, Kiana Hayes, Riley Smith, Aliyah Rudolph, and Carmen Johnson. Fairly evenly matched start there. And in the yellow in lane 6, Kiana Hayes moving really fast.
Aliyah Rudolph as well looks pretty confident in her run right now. Making a very gradual kick now. I'm sorry, Riley Smith in lane 7 actually making a pretty gradual kick now. But here it comes. She's starting to finally hit that wall.
And that's where the bear jumps on your back, as they say, look at the surge now on the inside. The field is coming. Corey is the athlete in that blue out of lane number 5, in the yellow in lane number 5. And then to her outside looks to be Smith finding another gear now. I wonder if Smith changed lanes because she, I thought, was in lane number 7. Anyway, it matters not. Smith is going to come away with a decisive win. In fact, almost a full second ahead of Corey. So 57.19 for the Fayetteville, Georgia athlete. At the end of the day, she'll take home top marks in this section, and that swift time is going to move her into second overall in the compiled results.
And here's another, it does look like we had 2 athletes in lane 7. We had 2 athletes in lane 7. That's where the confusion was, Kate. We don't want to tell on anybody. But
No, you didn't hear it from us. We're not snitches. Because I heard they get stitches, and that's not what we want. But at the end of the day, it was a really great run there by Riley Smith, taking top marks. And we are going to move on to section number 9. That time from Hope Edwards. It's held up. So now we move on to section number 9. And this is going to feature Alice Brediger, Ariana Alford, Camilla Francis, Adaya Arango, Gracie Reed, Lucy Bird, Abigail Bilodeau, Willorda Fresnel, and Amaya Curry. Wow, and a really quick surge there by Fresnel on the outside in the white.
But keep your eye on Adaya Arango. She also runs in the 800. She ran in the 800 yesterday, the 4x8 as well, so she has some racing on her legs already. But out in lane 7, she is still out really, really well. That's Abigail Belado. But here comes Arango just like that. I mean, she has the strength of running the 800. Let's see if she has the speed of the 4, because she is getting some competition now.
Well, in competition in the form on the outside there in 6 of Lucy Bird. Again, like you said, we saw so many of these athletes in action in the SMR, also in the 4x8 last night. And so they've got some fatigue in their legs. It's starting to show, but it's affecting both of them. And Bird with the advantage coming into the home stretch. I think it's going to pay off for her. And it is Lucy Bird who is going to take the win here. 58-44 for her, and Arango holds on really well, did everything she could to get herself into contention, but 58-67 she'll have to settle for. It's going to put them back into about 8th and 12th in the standings overall, and we've only got a couple of time sections left to go. So we're going to throw things down to Candace Price with Vance Harris, our high jump champion.
So one of our more recently crowned champions is Vance Harris in a championship boys high jump, and he's down trackside with Candace Price.
Recently crowned, you're still sweating. I heard you jump backwards, 6'9.5"? What's that looking like?
Man, just backwards, you feel me? Like, I don't know what to say, just backwards.
Well, I do know what to say. You're a national champion, and congratulations. I want you to talk about the people that supported you to get you to this moment.
First and foremost, I want to thank God, of course. That's the only person you could really thank the most. So I want to talk about my mother, my coaches, and my family back home. Going in, I didn't really want to I don't want to put too much pressure on myself, but eventually I realized it's for them. So I went out there, had fun.
And you know what happens when you use pressure? Diamonds. Congratulations, national champion.
Thank you.
Give it up, New Balance, for your national champion, the newest diamond on the block.
Thank you, Candace. Congrats, Vance Harris, your championship boys high jump winner, 2:07.69.5. And we will turn our attention to the track from the freshman girls 40 meters, heat number 10.
Moving right along now, we have a couple of scratches here in section number 10 in the form of lanes 8 and 1, but it's still going to be a very fast one on track. It is Molden, Siner, Levine, Owusu, Taylor, Kuhl, and Hutchinson on track in section number 10 of 12. All right, who do you like here, Serenity?
Sanaya Taylor out of lane 6 from Dudley is moving really well right now, but also moving good is still these outside lanes with Brianna Cole and Kennedy Hutchinson as well. But I gotta give some credit out of lane 3. Riley Siner is running really good as well. Let's see if Siner is able to continue to make up the stagger like she already has. I mean, this final 150, it looks like she's just continuously accelerating.
This has been a pretty evenly and interestingly matched race to this point. Some back and forth, like you said, on the inside of that rail in 3, Siner, and it's hard because we can hardly see on the very outside there Hutchinson. Hutchinson giving chase, but it is going to be Siner coming across the line. We have our second sub-57 clocking of the day, and she absolutely likes it. That is some swagger on display right now.
56.18 from Riley Siner, and then Kennedy Hutchinson as well, 56.63, looking very good. I mean, like I said, I got to give some credit to these inside lanes because Franklin Field is a tough one. You feel so far away from the field, but she knew exactly what she was going to do because once you start getting around that final curve, that's when you could really see where you are, and that's when you just start to rely on those arms.
So the time's getting faster. We have 2 athletes from that section under 57, Siner and Hutchinson, Molden at 57.34. So in the compiled results, that means that 57.19 is sitting in 4th at the moment. We are in our penultimate heat, 11 of 12. The other Arango sister, Amira Arenga, starting in lane 1. Madison Barnes in lane number 2. In 3, it's going to be Victoria Curry. In 4, Savannah Clark. 5 is Naomi Haler. 6 is Rachel Stepp. In 7 is Peyton Buchanan. Brooklyn Ford will occupy lane 8, and Adriana Mapp starts in 9. Clark out of 4 is a scratch.
Arenga, another one of those 800-meter twin sisters who we saw last night in the 4x800. Let's see if they can bring that strength.
We saw her last night. We also saw her last year in the middle school 400. She was 7th overall in 58.39 and certainly capable of improving on that this year as a freshman.
And what a blazing start from her out of lane 1. She knows that she has a ton of room to make up because these girls are going. Because the races right now all in the front with Brooklyn Ford in 8 and Adriana Mapp in 9. But they just have the rest of the field coming for them along with Arango. They also have Victoria Curry coming, and they also have Naomi Haller.
So the battle on the outside, but what you're about to see as we pull wide here, there is Arango. She's a shorter athlete, and that is going to be to her advantage on that inside line. And she is finding her stride now. She's so powerful. She's going to be under some threat in lane number 3 there, courtesy of Victoria Curry. Curry doing everything she can. The outside is blind, but it's going to be Arango taking the win. Amira Arango again, one of our Arango twins out of New Jersey, and she is going to add her name to the sub-57 club. And hard to read that. Doesn't look all that happy with it, but that was a really excellent run. That's going to put her into 3rd overall with only 1 section remaining.
You know what you call that, Kate? You call that exhaustion from the fact that it's 90 degrees out here. You just ran a 400 after a very long weekend, but she looked absolutely fantastic. Like I said, and lane 1 is such an intimidating lane on this field out of all tracks, really. But she looked really good. She used her 800-meter endurance to propel her all the way through this run. We've already seen her on the track numerous times this weekend.
And that lactic accumulation is real. I don't have to tell you, Serenity. You know better than anyone. But it is Arango at 56.59, and then just behind her, 56.89 for Curry. And we are now entering our final section of the day. And this is going to feature some standouts, including in lane number 5, set to take to the track. And I'm hoping that she's there. And she is. I can see her. Chriselle Campbell of Bullis. She won the middle school 400 last year in a meet record of 55.75 as an 8th grader. She was 3rd at New Balance Nationals indoors in the freshman 400 this year, and she is being buttressed on both sides by lots of talent. In lane number 1, it is Aliyah Nelms of Alabama. Anaya Davis is going to go in number 2 out of Georgia. She was 8th in the freshman 400 hurdles this weekend. Sydney Sherrod starts in 3 out of Georgia. Mina Abdul-Bassar starts in 4 out of Ohio. The aforementioned Chriselle Campbell goes in lane 5, 3rd at New Balance indoors. 1st in the middle school race last year. Kai Culpepper is going to start in lane 6 from Florida. Sarah Marshall from Georgia goes in 7. Janae Coleman 2nd at New Balance Nationals indoors in the freshman 400 this year at 56.24. She will start in lane 8. And rounding out your field, Vanessa Waite from Florida is going to occupy lane number 9. And we do have the fastest time in the country this year in lane 6, courtesy of Kai Culpepper, 52.92 as a freshman. What can these girls throw down here in this fastest section?
And as these girls are off, 7 and 9 are both empty, but already making up the stagger ridiculously fast. And that is out of lane 6. That is Kai Culpepper. Like you said, she came in with the leading time of 52.9, and she looks absolutely blazing right now as she's coming around her final 150.
Well, look, that is almost 2 full seconds under the meet record. That was Kennedy Brown from Bullis, 54.67. That is the time to beat, and this girl is on a mission. This is Culpepper running away. The only contest is to her inside. courtesy of Chriselle Campbell. Again, the middle school winner from last year, but not to be beaten. It is going to be Kai Culpepper. It's going to be a new meet record. It's going to be one of the fastest times we have ever seen by a freshman over this distance. Absolutely stunning performance there by Kai Culpepper. 52.80. That is stellar running.
Kai Culpepper from Bullish just looked absolutely unstoppable. I mean, what can we say? Coach Jolie is doing something right time and time again. And we're going to take another look at it. It's like her race strategy is just completely different from the rest of the field. It looks like she's running basically a 200 compared to everybody else. She looks so strong. Nothing but arms, nothing but form. I have no notes, Kate. She looks absolutely wonderful as she came around.
No notes from Serenity?
No
I don't
notes.
know, man. That is high praise. And absolutely, that's such a good point because you know what? We see some of these younger runners and they're like, oh, they're inexperienced. They're treating it like a 200. They're going to fade. This girl just got faster. That was absolutely sensational. 52.80. That is going to be a very difficult time to beat moving forward. And kudos to Chriselle Campbell as well. Again, the middle school champion last year, moving up in distance or moving up in age, the freshman category meet record, and she is under the old meet record as well. But top marks go to our winner, Culpepper, as we get ready for our championship boys 400.
We're just rolling right on through. Just so many 400s. I mean, I'm loving it right now. I'm like a kid in a candy store. And moving really, really well out of the outside lanes is Deli. And he looks really, really good out of lane 8. But to his inside, also looking well, is Isaiah Perry. And it's Perry, Deli. They both look fantastic, but it looks like it is Isaiah Perry who ends up taking over as the leader. But as I say that, here comes Benoit Deli, just like that, and he outleans Isaiah Perry. And what a way to start off this championship boys 400. Benoit Deli from Atlanta, 49.13, and then Isaiah Perry, 49.24. He's the winner of the first section, so technically he's the winner of everything right now, but we still have so many fast guys yet to come. Like we said, we have 15 heats. And here's another look at Deli and Perry. Both moving really, really well. And they were still together that final 100. But it'll be all Benoit Deli. And as we keep on moving right along to section 2. The clapping you hear in the stadium. They're also triple jumping right now. Leader for that is Kamaria Quarter with 29.93. But we're going to keep on rolling right along for these championship boys 400. Out of lane 1, we have Jermaine Nelson. Lane 2, we have Alo Khaled. Lane 3, Chinazara Kosa Okapala. Lane 4 is Brian Ravas Jr. 5 is Caden Rusk. 6 is Kalala Makanayi. 7 is Keem Tamaka. 8 is Chad Carmichael. And 9 is Deshaun Watson. These sections are meant to get faster as we keep on going. This is section 2 right now. And moving pretty good right now is Kim Tamaka. But out there by himself in lane 9 is Deshaun Austin. And he knows that he's going to feel these guys eventually, but he's hoping that he does not. But moving really, really well out of that inside lane. Lane number 2 is Alo Khaled. And it looks like it is Alo Khaled. But giving him a run for his money out of lane 6 is Kalai Makani. And Olo Kaladi takes the win with 48-36. Kala Makanani got second with 48-40. Let's take another look at it. It was pretty even. I mean, shout out to Deshaun Austin for taking it out pretty strong out there in lane 9, but the rest of the field just continued to catch up to him. And Ala Kaladi out of lane 2 was able to get the win. Now the time to beat is 48-36. Now these sections are meant to get faster, but like I said, anything can happen. We will see our track phenom of Quincy Wilson in section number 15 later on. May have heard of him, may not have. New Balance, NIL athlete, Olympian. Great kid all around. But now we turn our attention to section number 3 out of 15. And these guys are off. And getting off to a pretty fast start already. Out of lane 8 is Amari Taylor from El Paso, Texas. But to his inside is Amari Burrow from the Carolina Cavaliers. Amari Burrow. And moving really, really well out of those inside lanes. That's Javen Henderson out of lane 3. Javen Henderson out of 3 will take the win of section number 3, 47-5. Javen Henderson, 47-67. Braylon Greer, 48-18. He was really just chilling on that backstretch, really not going at the rest of the race just ahead of him, but he knew what he had in the tank, and that was a kick. He looked so strong that final 50. He didn't even look tired. And section number 4 next. Out of lane 1 is Isaiah Nombre. Lane 2, Carson Owens. Lane 3, Xavier Ybarro. Lane 4, Diego Pereira. Lane 5, Tanner Kaufman. Lane 6, Mark Macario. Lane 7, Sebastian Cadron. Lane 8, Ben Wheeler. Lane 9 is Vijay Carrier. So section 4 out of 15. And they are on and popping. And making up the stagger very quickly out of lane 6 is Mark Macario. Out of St. Augustine Prep. And then 8 and 9, there's a battle between Wheeler and Carrier. But here comes Mark Macario. And as I say that, from the inside of the rail, Xavier Ybarro moving really, really well, but in the all-white kit out of lane 4, Diego Pereira. There's a race out of 4 and 1 between Nombre and Piero. 47-72 from Isaiah Nombre out of lane number 1. And that goes to the number 2 time overall. These guys are not playing around because they know what is waiting for them out of Heat 15. And that is Quincy Wilson, the 400-meter phenom. They want their time to stick because these times are supposed to be getting faster as they go. We're going to keep on trekking right along section 5 out of 15. More 400s on the way. My favorite thing, I mean, I was a 400 runner myself, so I thoroughly enjoy talking about 400s, watching 400s, and especially right here at New Balance Nationals, where these kids just year after year are just getting insanely faster. And I have nicknamed it track inflation. Well, I didn't. I saw it on Twitter. Now on to the track again, section 5. Chris Harden out of 1, Alec Cruz in 2, Caden Guidry 3, Femi Ayen Badego out of 4, Kane Wright in 5, Jacob Ruff in 6, Chris Kaminsindu in 7, Christopher Cheatham in 8, and Blake Hunter in 9. And moving really well in the outside lane, that is lane 8, Christopher Cheatham. But also moving really well out of 9 is Blake Hunter. These guys are now coming down the home stretch there. And who wants to take it? It looks like coming up really strong is Kane Wright out of 5. But also on the inside of that railing at a lane 3, Caden Guidry. It's Caden Guidry. Will he be able to hold on because he has some pressure from Kane Wright? Caden Guidry and Wright. And who is it going to be? It will be Caden Guidry with 48.40 and Jacob Ruff with 48.58 officially. Really solid running from these guys. And that will put Caden Guidry at number 9th overall. Let's take another look at it. He was just moving so well, but he was getting some pressure towards the end there. He was able to hold on though. Now section 6 out of 15. In 1 we have Jacob Martin. 2, Brendan Robbins. 3, Kinley Poole. 4, Jonas Fraun. 5, Donovan Ferguson. 6, Demarius Chrisman. 7, DeMarcus Lewis. 8, Micah Walker. And 9, Curvitson Kleger. Let's keep our eyes on Donovan Ferguson from the Hurricanes out of lane 5. And they're off nice and clean. And moving really well from Archbishop Carroll is Jonas Fraun. But it's still pretty even from everyone. Out of lane 8, that's Michael Walker. trying to walk some people down. But then out of lane 6 is Demarius Chrisman. And he was just bounding this final 150. Like, it's looking like it's hurting already, but we're going to see if he's going to be able to hold it. But from Archbishop Carroll, that's Jonas Frond. And it is very even coming down this last 100, but all the way from the inside, Jacob Martin in lane 1. Jacob Martin out of lane 1 will take section 6 with 48.31.
Second in 49.27, and Jonas Frone third in 49.47. We are getting ready.
And we will be taking it down trackside with Kai Culpepper. She's down there with Candace Price. What a fantastic run from her. She beat a new meet record. Now, unfortunately, we do not have that interview over the stream. But Kai Culpepper did very, very well. She ran 52.80 as a freshman. But we're going to take it back down to the track where we have a couple empty lanes with 1, 9, 8, and 2. But out of lane 3 is Logan Ferron for Damari Caldwell. 5, Carter Sola. 6, Alex Poge. And then 7, Brian Smith II. These guys are getting in their
Over to the 100 area, please. Ethan Rich.
And lane number 7, Brian Smith moving really well on the outside lane. But Damari Caldwell, we saw him in the SMR running the 800-meter leg. And he looks fantastic right now as he is now starting to make up the stagger on the rest of the field. That is Damari Caldwell looking really well. He has started to rely on nothing but arms. He has the speed, but will he be able to hold on? Because they are now coming for him. From Motor City Track Club, Damari Caldwell. And he will be able to hold on. 47.98. And that will now go down to, will go up to 48.18 officially. And that will place him number 4 right now in the overall standings. Javen Henderson still taking the cake with 47.67 out of that third heat. But Damari Caldwell looked absolutely wonderful. Like I said, he has the 800 meters strength and looks like he has the 400 meters speed as well. Now on to section 8. Out of 15, we have Carter Soloway in 1, Noah Harris in 2, Avery McCray in 4, Evan Joseph in 5, Malik Rogers in 6, Alexander Lambert in 7, Jaden Taylor in 8, and then Jalen Anthony in 9. Lane 3 is empty, and these guys are off of the Championship Boys 400. Getting off to a really good start for Bullets is Alexander Lambert. Alex Lambert moving really well. But to the inside of him is Evan Joseph In lane 5, will Alex Lambert be able to hold on? Alex Lambert hitting another gear when he starts to feel the rest of the field coming for him. It is Alex Lambert and Evan Joseph. Lambert getting some company now. Lambert getting some company from Jaden Taylor from Coastal Georgia. And it'll be Jalen Taylor, 48.07. And Alex Lambert will have to settle for a second with 48.20. And Jaden Taylor is tired. I mean, how can you not be? Happy, satisfied, Jaden? You don't really know yet. But taken out really hard was Alex Lambert from Bullis right there, the taller athlete. But Jaden Taylor really just dug deep and was able to pull out this win. Just narrowly out-leaning him. We're going to keep on moseying on around to section number 9. Out of lane 1, we have Kyle Greenleaf. Lane 2, Colton Smith. 3 is Miles Lyons. 4 is Liam Runkle. 5 is Kyrie Bonner. 6 is Wade Leventis. 7 is Braden Thaxter. 8, Stefan Dodo. And then 9, Nishant Tammy. And these guys are off. It's kind of almost a full field of everybody wearing black here. I mean, not really the best choice when it's so hot out here, but these guys are moving really, really good right now. Still pretty even, but from what I see, it looks like Liam Runkle out of lane 4 is moving pretty well. But to his outside is Kyrie Bonner. Liam Runkle moving well, but to their inside with the longer stride is Miles Lyons just going for it now, but to their outside, all the way out in lane 7 is Braden Thaxter, or possibly lane 8 actually, Stefan Dodo. And it is Dodo, 46.98. The only time we have seen to dip under 47 is Stefan Dodo from the Blue Devils. Stefan Dodo from Toronto, Canada. Shout out to Kate. 46.98 for it to be the first time under 47, Kate.
Well, that's a big deal. All the kudos to Stefan Dodo. And again, that Blue Devils Track Club out of Toronto. I'm sure some of you are listening to me. I'm going to give you a little bit of a shout out. And you did hear that shout out as a Canadian on site here.
We love Canada.
It's been a thrilling race, and so great to see all these. You know, there's athletes representing lots of different countries here too, we should say. Even some of these athletes who compete for the American high school system, they come from other countries. Internationally, they've represented those countries at the U18, the U20 level.
Yeah.
And it's another example of how strong things are here at New Balance Nationals and why people turn up time and again. And Serenity, you've been carrying us through here. It's been fantastic. I know this is an event that you hold near and dear to your heart.
Absolutely.
And you've raced in this stadium yourself.
No, I actually have never raced here.
That's right. You just missed the chance.
Yeah, I mean, the University of Texas stopped taking their athletes as soon as I got in.
Don't take it personally. I don't think it was intended for you.
No, I definitely won't. But these guys have just been killing it, and we are now in section 10 out of 15, continuously getting faster, as we can see from that last heat.
So this is going to be Evan Badami, Khalid Burton, Noah Hopesdales, Dennis Jackson, Cameron Snyder, Cameron Browser, Owen Janettos, Jaden Wilson, and Grant Steffens taking to the track. Really strong move there on the outside in lane 9, and so too in lane number 6, courtesy of Cameron Browser.
And Cameron Browser moving really, really well so far. And he looks very confident in his run as well, as he has now, I want to say, kind of done the perfect race strategy here. If he could just hold on to it, he is pushing this final 150 with the longest stride out of the field. Cameron Bowser looks absolutely fantastic right now. Let's see if he'll be able to hold on. He started to lean forward a little bit, courtesy of it being a 400, and it hurts.
It hurts indeed, and that was a really strong hold by Cameron Browser, the junior out of Vienna, Virginia. He likes it. He's cheesing for the camera a little bit. He's saying, all right, boys, come and get me. I've laid down the mark. You know what's up. This is what you have to come and chase now.
Love to see it. And there he is. He got out insanely fast that first 250, and he just was hoping that momentum would carry him along or the strength of his training, and that's exactly what happened. He now places himself in the second position with 47.06.
And I'd say it was probably a combination of both of those things. Really, really strong running. So that's going to slot him into second overall in the compiled results. It remains Stefan Dodo of the Blue Devils. And we are going to move now on to our 11th of 15 timed finals. It looks as though we might have a scratch here in lane number 8. So a few scratches here in the form of Jalen Jackson in lane number 6, as well as Dylan Kyler in lane number 8. Really fast start on the outside, and again, as we've mentioned, sometimes you're just running scared, and that's what seems to be happening here from Gabriel McLaughlin.
Absolutely, but in the USA uniform out of lane 5, that's Michael Rice Jr. moving really well. But to his inside is Brandon Murray from Blazing Bobcats. It's still pretty even now, and now it seems like everybody is just deciding to go right now. I mean, and that's exactly what you need to do. Out of lane 3, Wilfred Coisio.
And this is an amazing battle developing on either side of that rail. In lane 3, it is Kwiku coming through for the win, but just barely. He was under pressure. Arms go up, saying, I don't know what just happened, but I think I won. He gets himself under 47 seconds.
Oh, and the you can't see me? Okay, all right. Come on, Wilfred. I love to see it. 46.94. Let's go ahead and take a second look at it. And he was just moving really good from the beginning, yes, but everybody was. That's why it was just so tough to see who was who at this point. But as he's starting to come around that final 100, his arms just look really good. And as you can see to his outside, the bobbing it ahead of Michael Rice, but he stayed really relaxed. And that's why Kwiku was able to take the win.
So that time is going to slot him into the lead position. He is our second athlete under 47 seconds, and we have 3 left to go. So coming up on track now, we're going to see our 12th timed final. This is going to be Abbas Hunter starting in 1, Nick Keller in 2, Aiden Petterkin in 3. In lane 4, it's going to be Braden Kane out of Windsor, Ontario. Jalen Martin for Detroit, Michigan, just on the other side of the river, is going to start in 5. Brennan McCabe from Connecticut goes in 6. Kofi Rossi in 7. And Favor Alawabi goes in lane number 8. And a really quick start there by Rossi in 7. And so too in the middle of the track. I think that's Martin who's just making some moves on the field.
Alawabi just looking very relaxed out there in lane 8, but yes, you're right. Out of lane 5 as well, though, Jalen Martin looks really good. And now it looks like he's about to enter into his acceleration, and yes, absolutely he did. He stepped his foot on the gas, and that's all Jalen Martin right now.
Well, it's like he just came alive all of a sudden. Like you said, stepped on the gas and just like turned on the afterburners. This is a stellar run. Now, has he done too much too soon? Because look to the inside there in lane 3. That is Petterkin. And then in lane 1, Abbas Hunter out of nowhere. I said turn on the afterburners for Petterkin and Hunter, but Martin and Petterkin. But talk about Hunter on that inside.
Yeah, Hunter looked Oh, he just denied the water and everything. You know what? The nerve of these kids, you need to hydrate. No, but Abaz Hunter looked absolutely fantastic. I mean, there he is. He was kind of chilling, I would say, that backstretch, just trying to figure out his footing and figure out where he was. But that final 100, when he knows that it's going to start hurting for everybody else, he's like, this is the moment when I need to strike. And he was able to run right through the line. Didn't even get tight at the end there.
So we are moving right along. Here it is: Johnson, Boyer, Apple, Perkins, Gums, Lee, Smith, Herbert, Hebert, and Garcia. And it is a big battle developing on the outside of the track in lane number 7 with Smith in that purple kit. He is putting the screws to the field.
He absolutely is, but going with him is Sam Hebert. And now he is deciding to overtake him, and it is now Sam Hebert out of lane 8. But we're going to see if Hebert is going to be able to hold this lead that he has right now.
And this is a hard thing for him to do because, again, to the inside, he does have that close of Smith, but Hebert finds another gear and cruises his way across the line. He was under threat the entire time. You got to love that hairstyle. He is showing up. Again, what was it? Look good, feel good, run good.
Absolutely.
All right, Serenity, that's going to be my motto from now on. I love it. I think that's what we're seeing here.
What other thing can an Olympian use as a motto? Look good, feel good, run good. But look, Hebert looks really, really good here. He was moving. I know, you could tell that it was faster than he would have wanted to go, especially that first 200, but he just went with it instead, which was really good because he knows that it's going to start hurting for everybody, at least the last 100. So at what point can he just excel faster than everybody else, but like you were saying, or just be the last one to die, really?
That's it. You know, and again, a 400 is not that different from an 800. I know it's double the distance, but it's about who can die the least in that last 50, 60 meters. It's not necessarily about who's running the fastest. It's who's running the least slowest, if you will. So again, we are into our penultimate section now. Heat 14 out of 15. Getting faster and faster, and this one's going to be exciting as well. So as we move into this penultimate section, it is Lawrence Forsman, Dante Long, Henry Risser, Jackson Miller, Malachi Taylor, Christian Witcher, Samuel Lamalfa, Rondre Austin, and Giovanni John Pierre. Time to beat 46.94. And that was set in section number 11. We do have a few open lanes here. It looks as though Dante Long is not going to take to lane number 2. We're away cleanly, and this is set to be a really fast one. These guys know what's coming up in the form of Quincy Wilson and friends, so they have to lay down as fast as they can on the outside there. Rondre Austin, Motor City Track Club, Detroit turns up every time, and that neon kit is powering away from the field.
Austin looks absolutely fantastic as we are now going into that final 200, but we're going to see if he's going to be able to hold it because he has a lot of guys coming for him in the form of Samuel Lamalfa as well. And now as Austin is rounding out that final 150.
And Jackson Miller moving really well in the blue just on the outside of that rail. As you mentioned, in lane number 6, Witcher cruising well too, but it is going to be Witcher. And now on the inside, look at this Serenity in lane 3. Henry Risser putting the gears to the field, but at the end of the day, it is going to be Rondre Austin holding things off. Motor City, this is another grouping that just shows us how to get the job done.
Yeah.
He is, again, just loving the camera. making us remember his name.
He's definitely going to feel the effects of that a little bit later. He's still feeling the adrenaline right now, but he looked really good. He got his first 200 started really fast. And he looked really, really good at this final 100 as well. And pretty much out of camera view for us, but he was able to get the win.
Well, we are saving the best for last, as our in-stadium announcer Dave Milner says. Rondre Austin puts himself in second overall there with that time. And we are getting set for what is set to be one of the most exciting races of the day. This is Heat 15, our fastest section of the Championship Boys 400-meter time finals. Starting in lane 1, he was 8th last year in 47.09 from Maryland. This is set to be Lamonte Johnson. In lane number 2, from Washington, D.C., this is Jaden DeLeon representing the house. In lane number 3, he was 7th last year in 47.09 out of right here, Bryn Mawr, Pennsylvania. This is Abe Lloyd. He was 2nd at New Balance Nationals indoors. He was 5th last year in this race in 47 flat. This is Andrew Salvoden. A very familiar name from the standout crew of Bullis in Maryland. 3rd at New Balance Nationals indoors this year. This is Cameron Homer. How long do we have to introduce this next young man? He is the defending national champion indoors and outdoors. Meet records at both. If you can hear us, you can hear the noise in the crowd. Olympian Quincy Wilson. In lane number 8, Joshua Shelton of Beast Mode in Texas is going to come in ranked 9th in the country with a 45.93. And rounding out your field, it is going to be 46.08 to win the New Jersey State Championships earlier in June. This is Alexander Osayemi of Clayton, New Jersey. Serenity, you are our 400-meter standout. You're going to take the call here, but what a field.
I mean, you're absolutely right, Kate. What can we expect from Quincy Wilson? That's one of my favorite topics of conversation. What can we expect from Quincy today? He already has the meet record with 45.13, but I mean, he must feel a ton of pressure coming onto the track every single time. Being a New Balance athlete, also being an Olympian, also being a standout athlete that he is, what can he do today?
Well, here's the thing. Obviously, he already holds the meet record, right? He won last year in a U.S. number 1, 45.13. That kind of seems like child's play at this point, to be honest. But the only person who can say that is someone like Quincy Wilson. I had the honor of interviewing this guy after his race last year. The swagger on this young man, and I call him a young man because last year he was a child.
Yeah.
He has moved up. You know what I said to him? I said, are we going to see a sophomore at the Olympic team in Paris? And he smiled at me, goes, maybe. And I said, no, sir. The answer is yes, we are going to. And when it came to the interview, he said, hell yeah, we are. And that swagger has continued with every step that this man has taken on the track. I'm going to call him a man. I'm going to call him a young man. He has developed in an enormous way, and of course, all eyes are going to be on him. He is in a very deep field, though, as well, Serenity, not to take anything away from these other runners. This is going to be a very fast race.
And right now, Kate, you can hear a pin drop in this stadium. All eyes are on Quincy Wilson out of lane 6. And they are off to the outside of Quincy Wilson. Lane 7 is empty, but Quincy is getting off to a pretty solid start. But to his inside, Cameron Homer from Bullis, his own teammate, is also getting off to a pretty hot start as well. But this is where Quincy usually starts to come alive, is especially this final 200.
Well, look, his teammate is putting him under pressure. He's only a 10th grader himself. He has seen what his now older teammate has done at that age group. But now comes Quincy Wilson, the class of the field.
Here comes Quincy Wilson. What will he run today? This final 120, he has the foot speed. He runs the 200, but this is his baby right here. And look at that crowd cheering in the phenom of Quincy Wilson all the way to this finish line. What will he run? And it is 45:32. Unofficially, it will go up to 45:37. What a fantastic run from Quincy.
Well, listen to this. We said that sometimes 45:13 is a high schooler. And when I say sometimes, only in the case of Quincy Wilson does that seem like a little bit of child's play. That goes to show you exactly how fast he ran last year, because Serenity, that is about a quarter of a second slower than what he threw down last year as a 10th grader. So he has not eclipsed his own his own meet record, I should say, but he still got the job done in style. And look at that, 45:37 for Wilson, 46:33 is second place. So that is almost a full second in a 400. That is eons.
No, it absolutely is. But what I like is that he's been able to run already. We saw him in the 4x2 just yesterday, which is really good for him. So he's felt the track. He's used to it. He already is, of course. But Quincy looked really, really good. And we're going to hopefully take another look at it. And here we are. He just had a fantastic start. But where he really just comes alive is that final 200. But he did really hone in on the backstretch, and that's what I like to see.
And it was his teammate, Cameron Homer, who kept him honest. And I think that counts so much. They know each other's chemistry. They work hard in practice. They work hard in training. This is where Quincy, and you know what's so interesting? The lean back has shifted forward just a little bit. We've seen that head back almost running, you know, like, again, I don't want to diminish him, but a little bit childlike in the past. And it's worked for him, right? Like,
I'm glad you mentioned that, Kate. I mean, Quincy's form has kind of gone viral along with his running. I mean, when you're as fast as you are as a high schooler, people are going, the internet coaches, if you will, are going to get on his form. But he was still young, but he looked definitely different this time. You really didn't start to see the lean back or the wild arms, at least until like the last 20, and that's when it really started to hurt the most.
And that's what you expect to see. Again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Although, that being said, if you're the best, you only have yourself to compete with.
Yeah.
So may as well make some little changes here and there to continue getting yourself even better and better. And you know what? Again, look at this is almost sort of like, I don't know, like a zombie moment.
I mean,
like hands,
the hands trying to grab him. But it's the fans as a high schooler. He has fans with other high schoolers. I mean, what does that say about Quincy Wilson?
He has fans with collegiates. He has fans with pros.
He has a fan in me. I'm a fan of Quincy.
There you go. Me too. Here we are. We're your fans. We're in the stands. Come see us, Quincy. We love you.
Cuba wants your help on the triple jump runway. She's currently in third place at 12.76, 41 feet 10 and a half inches. She's got 16 centimeters to make up, see if she can get the lead. Oh, and that's a foul, so she will not move up.
And we will now head back to the track after seeing the Quincy Wilson. We still have plenty more amazing races to come, and that's the championship girls 400-meter dash. This is section 1 out of 14. So like I said, I'm just a kid in the candy store talking about all these 400-meter ladies. And from inside to out, Nyla Phillips out of lane 1, Makai Thompson out of 2, Mariah Roberts out of 3, Skylar Maxwell in lane 4, Gianni Whaley out of 5, Chelsea Muna out of 6, Abria Thompson in 7, Ariana Allen in 8, and then Bridget Cannon in 9.
12.93, 42 feet, 5 1/4 inches. That was her second round jump. So no improvement, but congratulations to Canaria Corda from Nashville, Tennessee. She is your championship girls triple jump winner.
That was a good job by Matthew Cazavallo from Peterborough, Ontario. He's currently in 5th place.
All right, and these ladies are just waiting to start here. We don't want to start them too early. They're set to go off at 5:47 Eastern Time. We have a hard rule here at New Balance Nationals Outdoor. We do not start any event 10 minutes earlier. Just want to make sure all of the ladies are here and set. And then we will hear from Quincy Wilson pretty soon here.
All right, folks. Next event on the track will be the championship girls 400 meters, but we have that a little bit ahead of schedule because we are so efficient here at New Balance Nationals.
So we're still a bit ahead of schedule. So these ladies have been given a chance to kind of shake some of their nerves out a little bit, reset, not just stand in front of the blocks, which is pretty intimidating place. I know I used to be really, really nervous when I would run the 400, so. But then again, I'd be ready to just go. I need to get it out the way before I change my mind and want to run off the track. But we're here at the beautiful Franklin Field. Temperatures are finally starting to cool down as we are getting into the late evening time. I mean, well, it was 90. It's now 88. So, I mean, cooled down by 2 degrees, but a little bit cooler now as the sun is beginning to set at just beautiful, beautiful Franklin Field. This is not an exaggeration. If anybody has not visited this field, you absolutely should. It's one of the oldest stadiums in America, and I want to say still the only one that has a full-size football field in the middle of it, which is really cool in itself, but it does take some adjustments. We saw some of those adjustments earlier in the 4x1 where they were starting pretty much in the middle of the curve. That is just all to make sure everything is still correct. It also makes their curves pretty long and their straights pretty short. And a pretty sizable crowd as well. I mean, just throughout the entire day, even last night too, where we had the 4x8s. We were out there pretty late. It was about 9:45 p.m. and the crowd was still out there. So the crowd is here. The crowd is loud. And we are off for section 1. Thompson, Roberts, Maxwell, Whaley, Muna, Thompson, Allen, and Cannon. And moving really well out of the inside lane in lane 1 is Nyla Phillips. But on the outside, Abria Thompson. But it's still pretty even, but lane 1 is just pushing this pace. Nyla Phillips in the neon bottoms, running really well. But now it looks like Skylar Maxwell from Rhode Island with 56.47. And because that was the first heat, that will be the fastest time. And there goes those results. Skylar Maxwell, 56.47. But now we will hear from the track phenom Quincy Wilson, who is being interviewed by Parker Valby, the 6-time NCAA champion, NCAA record holder, Bowerman finalist. Parker Valby will be interviewing the track phenom and your championship boys 400-meter winner, Quincy Wilson. They are now down trackside. Let's hear what they have to say.
Here with your winner, I'm here with your boys 400-meter winner, Quincy Wilson. How was the race?
It was honestly really good. Came out here, executed the race. I feel extra strong right now, so I'm super blessed. And y'all seeing I'm starting to work. My last 100 was a killer.
How did it feel to defend your title here?
No, it feels good. I think I'm a 6 out of 7 national something like that. 5 out of 6 national champion at New Balance, so I'm super blessed.
Too many lost count. What did the atmosphere feel like here in this stadium with all these fans who came here to see you?
No, when I was in there about to go out, I seen the fans. They were all packed. So I'm super blessed for everyone that came out. We got the 4x4 tomorrow, so come out here. We're going to try to touch that national record again.
All right, thank you, Quincy. Great job.
Appreciate it.
All right, Quincy Wilson, everybody, yet another national title.
Well, that's an interesting interviewer. I love seeing great track athletes talking to other great track athletes. What a way to go. And Parker is no stranger to New Balance Nationals. But what a fantastic run from Quincy. But we're going to go ahead and head back trackside for section 2 of the Championship Girls 400. Addison Young in lane 1, Jada Hawkins in 2, Andrea Gross in 4, in 3 actually, Jasmine Vasquez in 4, Zariah Brown in 6, Olivia Allen in 8, and then Grace Niembo in 9. Lane 7 and 5 are missing, but these ladies are now heading into that backstretch. It's Olivia Allen making up the stagger pretty well on Nyambo. But to her inside is Zariah Brown. And now it looks like it is all Zariah Brown for the time being. She's moving really, really well. But coming up to her inside is Addison Young out of lane 1. It's Brown and Young. Brown and Young, and it looks like Young is edging her just out and will get to the line first. 56:47, so now she ties for the fastest time of the field with Skylar Maxwell. And now let's take another look at it. I mean, Addison Young was just really running the long game here. Obviously, all the way out of lane 1. Having a battle out with somebody all the way out there in lane 8 can be pretty tough. Well, lane 6 can be pretty tough. There goes those results. It was Zariah Brown in second with 56.93.
Also, just hosting a jump away on the infield, I believe we have another national champion.
And now we are off to section 3. And out of lane 1, it's Claire Pantuck. Lane 2, Joy on Uwachek. Lane 4, Melanie Schmidt. Jada Irwin in 5, Ann Hodge in 6. Crystal Benito in 7, Kendall Hall in 8, and then Layla Carpenter in 9. And then moving well right now is Jada Irwin. Jada Irwin in the white top, purple bottom. She's still running pretty well right now. She's one of the taller athletes, so her stride is a bit longer than the rest of the field. And she's running well right now, especially with 1:20 to go. But now moving up really good out of lane 2 is Joy on Uwachet. But it is still all Jada Irwin. Oh no, correction. Jada Irwin was caught at the last second. It was Joy on Yewichi with 57.32, and then Jada Irwin with 57.33. To take section 3 out of 14. Now off to section 4. Out of lane 1, Ruth Ayuk Takor. Lane 2, Julia Grant. Lane 3, Tashika Thomas. Lane 4, Rebecca Berge. Lane 5, Lila Ortiz. Lane 6, Amiri Torrio. Lane 7, Paige Evans. Lane 8, Rachel Tobert. And then lane 9, Anna Toy. Looks to be a pretty full field from where I'm looking at the moment. And these ladies are off. And moving good is Emery Torrio. Out of lane 6. Emery Torrio. Emery Torrio starting to feel the effects of that wind just a little bit, but she's still moving really well. But then to her inside out of lane 3 is Tashika Thompson. Or excuse me, lane 2, Julia Grant. Tashika Thompson is starting to fade now, but it is still all Emery Torrio. Emery Torrio, Julia Grant came down to the wire there, but it's Emery Torrio with 55.84 and Paige Evans 56 flat. Julia Grant ended up getting 56.01. She got third. And that was a fast heat, but we're going to go ahead and throw it down trackside with Kamiria Corder, who won triple jump, the championship girls triple jump, with 12.93.
You've been at New Balance before. This is not an unfamiliar territory. What is familiar is winning, and this is your first title. What made the difference this year?
I just executed everything I was practicing in practice, and it all showed today.
So you had your best jump in jump number 2, and that's unusual to hold on. So what gave you the confidence to come in and be able to jump that far in jump number 2?
Just being focused and knowing that I can jump and win, and I did, and I'm very happy about that.
Well, we're very happy for you. Folks in stands, let's give it up for Kamiria Corder, your New Balance National Champion. Well done.
Thank you, Kate. And big congratulations to her. All right, we focus our attention back on section 5. Samantha Osai-Key, Marina Scott out of 3, Mariah Durnay out of 4, Hannah Barr out of 5, Jada Johnson in 6, and Nia Wright in 7, and then finally Jordan Moody out of 8. And Jada Johnson is moving really well out of 6, but it is a tight one out of 5, 6, and 7. And it looks like now taking the reins is Hannah Barr. Hannah Barr in the lead right off of the turn, but now coming up is Samantha Osai-Key. But it's Hannah Barr out of lane 5. She's an athlete out of Texas. That's Hannah Barr. And Hannah Barr just using her arm strength towards the end there. And she now takes the top mark with 55.46 out of section number 5. And right behind her was Jada Johnson. And let's take another look at it. Hannah Barr is right there with the white top, black bottoms. A little bit of a taller statue athlete. And she just looks so powerful coming down that last 50. When normally 400s are supposed to burn and hurt that last 50. And it may have for her, but she was able to push through it. And then it was actually Mariah Durnay in 56.89 right behind her. But a pretty substantial win for Hannah Barr. Now section 6. McFadden, Stevens, Finn, Seaman, Portasio, Roberts, Scott, Poland, and Allen in section 6. And moving really well is Renaya Scott from D. Lawrenceville School out of lane 7. Brianna Scott still moving really well, but to her outside is Michaela Pollard. In Poland Scott. It's between Poland and Scott right now. And now it's looking like Poland is pulling away and defending her home turf. It looks like it's Michaela Poland who's going to take this win. 55-46 with the time to beat, and she was well under that with 55-12. She just looked extremely powerful. 55-12. But now we're going to head trackside where Kate Van Buskirk has our championship boys triple jump winner of Aiden Bryant, who won with the mark of 15.60.
One out of the second jump, and now you, Aiden, one out of the second jump as well. What makes the difference in the second jump here?
I definitely think that it's on the first attempt, you don't really get a clap very often, and then the second attempt, you have all that adrenaline making you excited, and coming through getting that clap is probably one of the biggest things on that second attempt.
I love it. So you won as a freshman, you were third as a sophomore, won now as a junior, and we're going to break the record, right? We're going to make it a win next year as well.
Yeah, trying to go 1-3-1-1. That's the goal.
1-3-1-1, and he likes the clap. So folks in stands, let's give him a clap. Aiden is your New Balance Nationals Outdoor Champion.
Thank you.
All right, nice job, Franklin Field. You are a big part of that victory.
Thanks so much, Kate. All right, we're going to head back trackside for the 400s. As we're now in section 7. We have Kayla Lanick in 1. Jania Barnes in 2. Sophia Killen in 3. Janelle Davis in 4. Zalea Ramsey in 5. Seda Asayobai in 6. Funny enough, Serenity Johnson in 7, and then Serenity Harvey in 8. And then Tomi Olusanya in 9. Lanes 6, 8, and 2 are empty. But as we are now rounding out to the final 200, it looks like still in the lead right now is Tomi Olusanya out there in lane 9. She is running for her life by herself. But now to her inside, out of 5 is Zalaya Ramsey. Zalaya Ramsey from Virginia. And now it's Ramsey. Zalaya Ramsey with a commanding win, 56-63. Won't be enough to put her in the top 5, but still a pretty solid win from her. The intent is to get faster as we go, because we still have an amazing event, amazing race in heat number 14. Now, Section 8, we have Chloe Neeson, Caliste Rash, Adrienne Bowden, Kiri Mitchell, Anaya Holder, Madison Rhodes, Kayla Vargas, Sierra Costa, Jalen Jackson. And making up that stagger with the commanding first 200 is Madison Rhodes. But right on her heel is Kayla Vieras, not letting her get too far ahead at all. Madison Rhodes, will she respond? Because she is definitely feeling that pressure. from Valeris. And now it looks like Madison Rose has been able to pull away. Madison Rose out of Memphis, Tennessee. It's Madison Rhodes who is going to take section 8 out of 14. Adrian Bowden getting second with 56.63. But Madison Rhodes 55.67 to take that win. Let's take another look at it. This is when she began to open up that lead. She started to cycle the arms just a little bit, courtesy of being tired from running a 400, but this is when she began to just gap the rest of the field. A powerful finish from her. All right, heat number 9. We have lane 5 and lane 8 empty. We have Tate winning, Kropo, Hudson, Merriman, Truster, and Myrie. Getting out to a pretty solid start is Nina Trusty. But then out of lane 3 is Lauren Kropo out of Connecticut. And now here she comes. To pan out, there she goes. That's Lauren Kropo out of lane 3 from the inside of that railing. She looks good. Still moving pretty solid. She has a bit of a headwind right now going down that last home stretch, but she is now starting to get some company from her outside. She's starting to get some company from Cameron Merriman. But Lauren Kropo was able to hold on for the win, 55.62. And Cameron Merriman was coming in hot, 55.72. Let's take another look at it. She's not really in camera shot right now, but she will eventually. There she is. And she just started to get so much pressure from Merriman. All right, we're going to keep on moving right along section 10. We have Gabrielle Bozeth, Giselle Loss, Gabriella Netwall, Paige Wilson, Ava Weiss, Deshauna Kellogg, Zoe Dorsey, and Hallie Olivio. Looks like a pretty full heat besides lane 1. And these ladies are off. Fantastic shot there of Franklin Field. Still pretty even there. But right on the outside of that rail, side of lane 4 is Gabriella Netwall from Liberty. But she may have made up that stagger a little bit too soon, because now to her inside, hit the gas, is Giselle loose. And there goes Giselle Loss. Giselle looks really, really good right now with her long stride. She's relying on her arms heavy right now. And she is just bouncing and bounding all the way to the line. I know it was starting to feel further away, but now she just hit the fastest time we've seen so far with 54.81. Giselle Loss. now has the time to beat after 10 heats. And here's another look at it. She was just bounding all the way to the line. And right behind her is Ava Weiss, 55.36. And these sections are starting to get a bit faster, which is exactly what we love to see. And now on to section 11. We have a scratch out of lane 6, but Justin McDaniel out of 1, Zena Ray out of 2, Gina Soto out of 3, Carter Torrance in 4, Taylor Riley in 5, Marielle Seaberger in 7, Carrie Kresser in 8, and Kennedy Woods out of 9. And making up the stagger extremely quick right now is out of lane 2 is Zena Ray. But still out there on the outside by herself is Kennedy Woods. And now starting to get some company is Taylor Riley, starting to make up some of that stagger now. Taylor Riley from Maryland running really, really well right now. She looks good. Will she dip under that 54 mark? And she will just miss it. Still a commanding lead, and she tops the top of the charts right now for the fastest we've seen for the Championship Girls 400 with 54.47. All right, y'all. 3 more heats still to come, with the fastest one being the final heat. Last one, best one. But these ladies have been moving very good. There goes the results from the last heat. That's Taylor Riley, who took the ranks with 54.47. Carter Torrance right behind her, 55.10, which got her 3rd. Now on to section 12. At lane 1, we have Haley Donovan. Lane 2, Maya Wafford. Lane 3, Lena Barberry. Lane 4, Haley Donovan. Lane 5, Brennan Barnett. Lane 6, Samaya Yorish. Lane 7, Justice Sanders. Lane 8, Alexis Mahem. And then lane 9, Julia Wallace. And these ladies are on and popping. Justice Sanders from the Renegades is moving really well so far, but now to her inside, the ladies are charging. It's Brianna Barnett from Vitesse. Brianne Barnett from Vitesse. From New York, but she feels the pressure from her outside from Samaya Yorish and Justice Sanders. But Brianne Barnett, it's Barnett. Sanders charging. Barnett. Will Sanders catch up? Barnett is looking really strong right now, and Sanders is beginning to fade. But getting some pressure from that inside also. At a lane 2 was Maya Wayford coming up pretty strong too. But it's all Brianne Barnett with 54.41 to now take the top of these rankings. Clock's a 54.41. Maya Wayford 54.62. Will take the second rankings now. And that was a pretty tough run from Brianne Barnett. She was really starting to get that pressure, but she responded accordingly.
All right, so heat number 13 is on the track next. From inside out, we'll have Nevaeh Burns from Motor City Track Club, Tresha Davis from Maryland, Omema Anyanwu from Zionsville, Indiana, Patience Grant from Goose Creek, South Carolina, Sydney Kuhn from Saginaw, Michigan, Journey Belcher from Tallahassee, Florida, Kennedy Brown from Bullis High School in Pennsylvania, Maryland.
All right. Section 13 of 14. This one is going to be a fast one. We have Nevaeh Burns from Motor City Track Club in lane 2. Omema Anyanwu from lane 3. From Zionsville, Indiana. Patience Grant in lane 4 from Statford Track. Sydney Kuhn in lane 5. Journey Belcher in 6 from Tallahassee Speed. Kennedy Brown in 7 from Bullis. Taylor Aska in 8. We've seen her all weekend. And then Chloe Elder in 9. Taylor Aska moving really well right now from Union Catholic out of lane 8. We've seen her run so far in the 100. And she's moving really well right now in those outside lanes, but she's getting some pressure from Kennedy Brown from Bullis. But also moving pretty well is Nevaeh Burns from Motor City Track Club out of lane 2. Taylor Aska starting to fade now. Kennedy Brown starting to come up. But then to their inside, she has even more company from Journey Belcher. But now they are now down the home stretch. And it looks like out of lane 2, Nevaeh Burns from Motor City Track Club. Nevaeh Burns, is she going to be able to hold on? And she will. Nevaeh Burns, 53.44. Nevaeh Burns takes the cake for this one from Motor City Track Club, 53.44, the first one to dip under 54. And then Kennedy Brown from Bullis, 53.94. Sydney Kuhn, 53.99. But let's take another look at it. She was just gaining and inching, chomping away at the competition. It was a really tough position to be in, especially out of lane 2, but she was able to do it. But now section 13 of 14, and now section 14 is going to be even more exciting, Kate.
Well, we saw the excitement on the boys' side, and it's going to be thrilling on the girls as well.
The championship girls 400 meters are our last and fastest teams. This is the fastest.
So again, on the championship girls' side, the meet record 52.41, Adeja Hodge from 2 years ago. And the girls to contest that title and that championship record are starting in lane number 1, Nakira Hudson of Montverde Academy in Florida. Lane 2 is a scratch, so in 3 it is Madison Brister Wesley. She's out of Georgia. She was second last year. She's a top returner in 53.83. Lane number 4, we saw Bullis all over this track this weekend. This is Sydney Sutton, set a PR of 52.91 this season, won 400 at Nationals indoors. Wearing hip number 5, Elise Cooper. She is out of Maryland. She's a University of Texas commit, and she has a laundry list of titles longer than we can get to right now, but it is going to keep things interesting with Cooper in the race. Wearing hip number 6, she won the 400-meter hurdles yesterday in a new meet record from Voorhees, New Jersey. This is Natalie Dumas. Wearing hip number 7, the Afterburners Youth Track out of Texas. This is Bailey Miner. From Chesapeake, Virginia, wearing hip number 8, she was second in the 400 at indoors. This is Sophie Rambo. And last but certainly not least, rounding out your absolutely stacked field from Fort Worth, Texas, the senior from Athletic Performance. This is Skylar Brazel. Serenity, I mean, we knew the guys' race was going to be exciting, but when you have a standout like Lindsey Wilson, it just takes a tiny bit out of the excitement of the actual competition. We got standouts here, but they're standouts across the board. That makes it so much more exciting for me.
You know, it absolutely does. Elise Cooper, the University of Texas commit, she's going to be going out of lane 5. She jogged a 22.90. That was the easiest 22.9 I've ever seen, Kate. And she looked absolutely fantastic. And it's just the idea that she got a chance to run already. gives her a slight advantage. You would think is a disadvantage because she might be tired, but not for an athlete like Elise Cooper. I mean, her 400-meter speed and endurance is just out of this world.
And we've seen those athletes before where, you're right, like it does take a little bit out of your legs, but in some ways it actually injects them with more speed. There's that recoil in the musculature. There's also the level of confidence that you gain from coming off of something really big like that. And, you know, talk about heart. It's all about heart at this point because, again, these girls are really, really beautifully matched. You see Dumas there, again, setting that record in the 400 hurdles yesterday, and she said, I'm coming back for the 4, and guess what? She's coming back for the flat 8 as well.
Wow. I mean, talk about rounds and rounds. It's been so great seeing her compete this entire weekend. She ran 55 just yesterday.
Well, again, you could pretty much choose any one of these ladies to take top marks. Serenity, again, you are the standout, the superstar, and the pro here at this event, and I can't wait to watch it unfold. Sit back and be a spectator here. It's going to be thrilling.
Cooper goes in 5, Dumas in 6, and Sutton in 4. And these ladies are off already. Already moving really, really well. As you guys can see, Elise Cooper, she's the tallest athlete in this field, and she has that 200-meter flat speed, and she is racing really well. But somebody who's not letting her have it easy, and that's Natalie Dumas. She has that 400 hurdle endurance.
Dumas is just like the Energizer Bunny. She keeps going and going and going. Now, she does probably not see that there is some threat from Bullis on the inside in the form of Sydney Sutton as well, but Dumas has the advantage off the turn. There are a lot of girls still in contest.
And this is where Elise Cooper comes alive. That final 150, she's trying to gain, but Sydney Sutton is also gaining on Natalie Dumas. She's starting to close that gap. Dumas is still really, really strong, but you can see the pain on her face. But Sydney Sutton from Bullis does not outlean Natalie Dumas, and Dumas ends up taking a fall, but will she end up getting the win? Yes, she does. Kate, 51-15. Natalie Dumas, after setting a meet record, and ended up going the #1 time as a high schooler in the 400 hurdles. She's already run the 800. I mean, it's insane. Natalie Dumas, 51-15. Sydney Sutton, 51-23. We're going crazy up here, Kate.
I don't lose words very often, Serenity. It's taken me a while to find some. Listen. We saw 52.99 in the form of Olivia Williams last year. We saw 52.41 in the form of a Deja Hodge. It is hard to put yourself in that kind of company. Okay, sub 52, not just sub 52, 51.15.
And look at her from the very beginning. She knew that she had some heat in this race with her. She had Sutton behind her. She had Cooper behind her, but she held her own, and that's exactly how a 400 hurdler is supposed to do. She has that endurance, and she absolutely held it, but she knew that she was going to have to go toe-to-toe with these girls at the end.
She is up against some of the best runners, not only in the country, but in the world at this age group, and she absolutely held on. In fact, so much so that, look, she has this dive at the finish line. We haven't even mentioned this. I hope she's all right. I'm sure she is. Talk about commitment, and that means that actually what happened was Sutton was able to break the tape, but Dumas is going to be the one who takes it home.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, the national record goes back to 2002, before some of these girls were born. In fact, most of them. And that is held by one Miss Sonia Richards at 50.69. We have not seen a high schooler get this close to 51 flat or better ever. And Dumas, I mean, it's, again, annoying how relaxed she looks right now.
I mean, when you're running that fast, I know we were like, well, I hope she's okay. I know she fell, but I'm sure when she saw that time, she's like, I'm fine. Everybody is perfectly fine. I got the win, 51-1-4. You could have asked if anything better. I mean, she's already run on the SMR. She's already done the 400-meter hurdles. I mean, goodness gracious. They're as running on this girl's legs, and she is a beast. I hate to say it, but I also love to say it. She reminds me of somebody named Sydney McLaughlin-Lebroni, who knows how to do it all, and they just have that grit to win.
Absolutely. And you know what? This is battle wounds.
Yeah.
There's this red mark on her chest from having fallen on the track. She earned that mark. This is battle wounds, and she has taken top marks yet again. I said it about Quincy, right? He was a boy last year. He's a man this year. This girl is now a woman with swagger.
No, she absolutely is, and we will be seeing her contest in the 800 tomorrow. This girl is having a full weekend. She's trying to just suck the most out of this weekend as she can for her junior year. I am absolutely impressed.
Well, and that's the other thing. She's a junior. She's got another year of competition ahead of her. And again, we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. Let these athletes enjoy and relish all of what's come to them. But what a performance. And Serenity, it has been an absolute pleasure working with you. Thank you for all of your expertise. Again, no one better to take the calls on these quarter-mile races than Ms. Serenity. It's been great. And we're going to see you more tomorrow, hear from you more tomorrow.
Absolutely. I'll be right here in these stands watching these miles. Kate, thank you so much. Really excited to see what these ladies still have left, and some of these guys too.
Perfect. All right, we'll chat with you soon.
All right, folks, here we go with our first championship boys 1 mile.
So we are underway now, shifting gears literally and figuratively from those thrilling 400-meter races now into the full mile. And these are the timed final championship boys 1 mile races. In section number 1, we have Max Zhang, Jack Dowd, Ryan Moody, Atlee Finney, Hugo Hamnet, Alex Rodriguez, Jackson Farmer, Shea McCusker, Amos Press, Alexander Jones, Kenneth Alonso, Agano Swimmer, and Andrew Wright. So that is Jack Dowd off to the early lead. And about 63 seconds through that opening lap, that was a 63.5 for the senior out of New Jersey. And tucked right on his shoulder, stalking his every move, is Kenneth Alonso. Alonso with that long stride, looking pretty relaxed right now. So as the miles continue to play out on track here, Dowd looking strong, the rest of the field following suit. And we're going to throw it down to Candace Price with our 2-time meet record holder now, Natalie Dumas, in the championship girls 400 meters.
51.14 to win the championship girls 400 meters.
A bit of a wardrobe malfunction, but that's okay. These are good problems to have, right?
Yeah.
All right, so we were just talking. The 400 hurdles, the 800. What is the toughest between the hurdles and the 8?
I mean, they're both pretty hard. I'd probably say the 800 because when it goes for distance, I think that's the hardest you can get.
Absolutely, and we're just talking about this trifecta you're putting on here. You can't just train for this. How do you prepare to execute this?
I mean, honestly, it's a big mental game, and I mean, I got tripped indoor, which was a little upsetting, but I came out here to win it again.
You came out here and dove across that line. What was that thought?
I mean, my legs just gave out. I didn't know I was running that fast of a time, and they just fell over.
Well, when you win the 400 in style and you do some meet records, your legs get tired, wouldn't you say?
I mean, yeah, they get tired, but it's all thanks to God.
Amen to that. Congratulations. Give this girl a prop. She's back-to-back national champion. Congratulations.
Well, Candace bringing the energy every time, and Dumas bringing the results. Fabulous performance there. Another meet record, 51.14 in the flat 4 after taking the 400 hurdle record as well. What a killer weekend it's been for her. So Jack Dowd continues to lead here, or he was, I should say, at the last split. They were through the half mile in 2:09.59. That was a 64-second clocking. And now Rodriguez has moved himself into the lead. And on the outside, that looks like the Don Bosco athlete moving his way up as well. So it's been clicking down with each lap. 65 for the first lap, 64 for the second, 63 for the third. And now a real battle on between the top two, and they are continuing to pull away. This is impressive running. It's not often that you see the third lap of a mile faster than any other lap. And in fact, our leader looks like he might be gunning for home, thinking that this is the end of the race. And it is the end of the race. 4:14 unofficially on the clock. I got a lap behind myself there with the excitement from that interview. So that was a fantastic finish there and a really quick closing lap for Jack Dowd, who ended up coming back for the win. 62, so this was great running. 63, 65, 64, 62 for him. 62 flat that last lap. 4:15.49 for the standout from Ramsey, New Jersey. And then Alex Rodriguez, the junior from Illinois, takes second position there in 4:16.80. Dowd, this is sometimes a coach's worst nightmare as an athlete who clicks their watch at each lap. Now, that means that he was looking for a good time, and a good time he had indeed. Also a strong performance from a tactical standpoint. Big gap in the end, back to Rodriguez, the better part of 1.5 seconds. And then Amos Prez will round out the top three at 4:18.9. We had 4 guys under 4:20. Kenneth Alonso joins that crew at 4:19.54. That's the time to beat in the early days here at the completion of one of 10 timed finals. Taking a look at our field for our second section, we have Emmett Johnson, Gabriel Cardenas, Andy Condon, Henry Baker, Carson DeBoer, Connor King, Trevin Lounsbury, Seamus O'Driscoll, Dallas Reeves, Reynolds Young, Riley Hubish, Joshua Toth from Massachusetts there, Crew McDaniel from Hudson, Ohio, Jonah Workman, Matthew Thurman, Robert Leonard, and Orlando Sandoval is going to round out your field. Section 2 of the Championship Boys 1 mile timed finals. Again, the time to beat, early days, 4:15.49. And these guys stringing out single file fairly early here around the bottom of the track. So just a hair outside of 60 seconds for that opening lap. Again, stringing these runners out single file here. Our early leader looking to put some gap on the rest of the field. And that is Henry Baker from Raleigh, North Carolina, the junior. Running with lots of confidence up front. Tucked in the middle there in that bright kid, that's Thurman. And Matthew Thurman out in the middle of the track there, looks pretty relaxed. To the inside, he's got some company, and no one really interested in taking on a contest for the front. Henry Baker opened up in 60.91. That was about a half a second over Toth and Thurman, Leonard, McDaniel, and Workman, who are all working together. Sandoval off the back of that pack. As they approach the halfway mark here, they've slowed a bit, so 2:06 unofficially through that half mile mark. So 60 seconds, that very swift opening lap, followed by a 66 flat for Baker, who continues to be your leader, but now the pack has caught him. And that looks to be Thurman, who's going to swing around the outside with just over 700 meters remaining. It's Thurman and then Robert Leonard in the blue from Alexandria, Virginia. Looked like he was trying to make a move, but then thought better of it as they approached the turn. Tucked back in. That's a sensible thing to do. Conserve as much energy as possible, knowing that this pace is going to start winding up over this last 500 meters. Everyone working hard to stay on their feet, arms swinging up and out. Thurman on the inside with the lead position, but now to his outside. That is Riley Hubish of Ithaca, New York, and Hubish sat back in the pack biding his time, but he is going to be in the pole position at the bell, and Hubish will hear that bell at 3:14 on the clock. That was a 64 clocking for him. He's had the most consistent pacing of anyone in this field, 64, 65, 64. Jonah Workman has moved his way into second and now makes a brave pass on the outside to take over this second section, and he is absolutely powering away with this thing. And in fact, that is Johnson just ahead of Hubish and Workman. So Emmett Johnson of East Burke, Vermont, turning himself into a 400-meter runner over this closing lap of this mile race. He's come alive out of nowhere, and he is going to have a huge cushion of advantage into the home stretch. Emmett Johnson, the senior from St. Johnsbury Track Club in Vermont, is going to be your Section 2 winner. And it's going to be just enough to get himself at the top of the compiled results after two sections. 4:14.82 for Johnson, courtesy of a 60-second final lap. Brave and smart running there by the senior from Vermont. Workman crosses the line in second, 4:16.56. And then it was Riley Hubish finishing in third in 4:17.32. So it will be Johnson at the top of the compiled results. Dowd out of section number 1 will keep himself up there as well in second spot with 4:15.49, and Workman slots into third at 4:16.56. Lots of shoulders being thrown. Like I said, anyone who says that mid-distance running is not a contact sport has never competed in a track mile. But at the end of the day, Johnson doing a great job of getting himself out of trouble and securely at the front of this pack. Powering for home, going to the arms, maintaining form, and being rewarded with a Section 2 victory.
All right, thank you, Kate Van Buskirk. This is Dave Milner signing on now, and we are on to Heat 3 of the Championship Boys Mile. So the time to beat so far from the first two heats, the 4:14.82 by Emmett Johnson you just saw out of Heat 2. Runners in this third heat are as follows: Ethan Schalk, Will Wells, Jake McGee, Quinn Eliasson, Matthew Giardina, Adrian Stechschlut, Finley Lum, Lucas Amador, Rowan Carr, Christian Menunos, Ethan Esposito, Marcus Valenzuela, Ty Sgambati, John Templeton, and Michael McNew. Lucas Amador, no stranger to this meet. He's been the middle school champion here before, just a freshman here. So fast opening clip. They were about 62 seconds through the opening quarter. So Amador, the freshman, right up there on the shoulder of the leader. Still waiting for our splits to pop up on the screen. They're about 62 seconds through the first quarter mile. Coming up to 700 meters now. And at 880 yards, pace has settled in a little bit. We're about 2:08, so 4:16 pace. So it's Ethan Esposito in second place, and he is hot on the heels of Lucas Amador, who's leading the way. So it's the freshman putting it to the upperclassmen here. Lucas Amador won the middle school mile at this meet last year. Okay, we got some splits up finally. 210 through 809 meters. So like I said, we're about 208. 2:05 through 880 yards, so we're tracking around 4:16, 4:17 pace. So most of the field still in contention as we reach the bell in 3:15. So all of these runners had to run faster than this just to make this meet, so this is going to be a bit of a sit and kick type race here. Not quite what we expected in one of these early heats. But it's Michael McNew from Virginia Beach who is the first to play his cards, and he leads with a little over 200 meters left now. And Michael McNew gone early and gone hard. We'll see if this pays off. In second place is Ethan Esposito from Florida, and he is leading that chase pack. But it's Michael McNew leading into the home stretch. He needs Franklin Field to help him out because he looks like he's pretty gassed. Can he hold on for the win? Michael McNew leading. He's got about 20 meters if he can just hang on. I don't know if he knows. Oh, he got that. He's going to get that just in time. 4:16.94, 61.85 close for the junior from Virginia Beach. It was Finley Lum that was coming hard, closed with a 60.5 to get second. But there's Michael McNew, your champion. So they see Esposito leading early on. And then this was the move by Michael McNew. He went with about 300 meters left, struck out early. And there you see him coming down the home stretch, barely hanging on for the victory, with Lum coming hard at the end.
Competitors in our fourth section include Samson Palmer, Jackson Lamb, Carter Beasley, Jace Works, Brock Yoder, Emmett Engelhart, Noah Douglas, Owen Lacey, Graham Pulfrey, Casey Carlos, Andrew Esparza, Thomas Esenvisky, Sean Reith, Andrew Harding, Thomas Field, Keegan Decker, and Mick Temple. Time to beat right now, 4:14.82, courtesy of that second section of Emmett Johnson's performance from St. Johnsbury. That is Sean Reith. He's had some fantastic performances in the past. The freshman sections of New Balance Nationals. He's still just a freshman himself, competing in the championship section here. 62.29 for his opening lap. Jace Works sits just behind him. a hair back, I should say, in 102.52, and then 102.74 for Douglas. After a pretty swift opening lap, things are kind of bunching up behind our leaders. Wind has picked up a little bit in Stadium, which will do wonders in terms of reducing the heat, but makes things challenging if you're in the front of this race. Sean Reith out of Ohio, Illinois. He's got a 4:14.67 to his name. That's from back in April at the Carolina Distance Festival. Carnival, I should say. And pardon me, that is a 1,600 meter mark. So they're through halfway now in 2:07.60. That was a 65.09. Jace Works now taking over the lead as Sean Reith falls back. He's a 4:19 runner, I should say. So our leader Works working hard to gap the rest of the field, and he's doing so successfully coming down the back stretch. He's a tall runner. Took his time getting to the front of this pack and now is moving very well with about 600 meters to go. And now he's got some company. That is Thomas Isanovsky out of New York. Isanovsky now moving up on the outside. It'll be those two as they approach the bell. On the inside, Works looks very controlled. He's holding the shorter line on this race, forcing Isanovsky to go wide around him if he's going to pass. And in fact, really smart running here by Works, occupying the middle of that first lane, making it all the more difficult for any challenger to surpass him. And Works felt that little bit of falter in his competitors and has taken it to his advantage. It's just over 200 meters separating him from a finish line. So Jace Works, the junior from Columbus, is going to make his way towards a section win surely here in the fourth timed final of the championship boys 1 mile. There's a big challenge coming from behind, but I just think that our chasers are going to run out of track here. Jace Works timing it perfectly, making the long push for home, and he is going to come away with a win. And surely a new leading time here of 4:11.07, 59.71 that close. Fabulous performance there for the junior. Palmer crosses in second in 4:13.35. And Carter Beasley makes a hard push from Bentonville, Arkansas over the closing quarter to come through in 4:14.03. It was all Jace Works, though, again, with that long push. 350 meters out, and he never looked back. See him tucked in second there. He really allowed the field to sort of play out, get a sense of what the pacing was going to be like, not take charge too soon, but once he did it in a big way. He's in the lead here. He's under some threat with just over 500 meters to go. But turning over that last lap in that 59-second split made all the difference, and he's going to win in 4:11.07. That is the time to beat.
All right, thank you, Kate, for filling in there. We are now going to move on to heat number 5 of the championship boys 1 mile. We're getting faster as we go. And Jace Works now has that time to beat, 4:11.07. So 15 runners towing the line for section 5 here. So they'll run the first 150 meters or so in these alleys and then break for the line. So in this section we've got Brody Watt Jameson Tenopure, Elijah Wharton, Stephen Schubert, Jack Wilcox, Sam Leone, Connor Polion, Ty Rosengarten, Owen Conklin, Maximilian Sodrinsky, Dallin Harrington, Colby Flynn, Maddox Roach, and Thomas Ray. So early leader is Dallin Harrington from American Fork, Utah. He's there in the white top, and he's towing this field through about 62.5 through the opening 440 yards, so running just under 410 pace. Right behind him is the Ohio senior, Ty Rosengarten, and then it's James Tenopure from Cary, Illinois in third place. But Harrington now got a bit of a gap over the field. This is an aggressive piece of running by him. Jameson Tenopure has moved into second. He's trying to bridge that gap. So it's Harrington and Tenopure, Utah and Illinois out in front, leading the way here in Section 5. So here we go. We are at 880 yards, reached in about 2:05, so 4:10 pace. Pretty healthy tempo here. But nobody else really seeming to want a piece of the action. It's just these two out in front, Harrington and Tenopure from Utah and Illinois, respectively. Now starting to bridge the gap a little bit is the Californian Stephen Schubert from San Jose, and now he's moved up to join the leaders, and he's taken Brody Watt from New Jersey with him. So my suspicion is the pace lagged a little bit between 800 meters and 1,000, allowing that lead duo to now grow to 6 runners. And now we got to move on the outside. It's Brody Watt, was that? Taking the lead. Stephen Schubert, James Tenopure, and Dallin Harrington now. Elijah Wharton from Tennessee is moving up the field nicely. He's now into 5th place. But it's all Brody Watt out in front. Rocking the shades with 200 meters left. It's Watt, Schubert, and Tenopure, your top 3. Or was that Ty Rosengarten? Actually, it's Ty Rosengarten, and now Schubert has taken the lead again. It's Stephen Schubert from San Jose, California. That's going to take this section. And let's keep an eye on the clock. Is it faster than the previous heat? 4:11.07 was the time to be, and he clocks 4:11.67, so just outside. In fact, it gets corrected here on my screen to 4:11.70, but good for second place overall and a 59.13 close by the Californian. Brody Watt came through for second, 4:12.78. And then Jameson Tenopure was third, clocking 4:15.36. And there you see Stephen Schubert, all the way from the left coast, San Jose, California. And you see the early leader here from American Fork. That was Dallin Harrington. He was the one who set the tempo early, got this thing going. And then it was Brody Watt that made the big move at the bell. But Watt was eventually overhauled by a well-timed kick by Stephen Schubert from California. So 4:11.70 his winning time. He slides into second place overall after 5 heats. So we're halfway through these 10 championship boys heats, getting faster as we go. As we now bring the boys for heat 6 onto the track. And we'll have Kirill Arnold and Nathan Gartner, Thomas Mooney, Teddy Foster, Isaac Opperman, Max Malloy, Eric Pancala, Michael Brown, William Reeves, James Gurley, Jackson Davis, Dylan Devine, Claudel Sherry, George Lawson, Teddy Hoylo, Wells Peterson, and Colin Murray. So 17 runners in this one. Oh, I'm not sure what happened there. We'll try this again. All right, so we're cleanly away this time, at least so far. This is heat 6, take 2. So your early leader from the DC Cadets is Kirill Arnold. Running in second place right now early on is Wells Peterson from San Antonio. So Kirill Arnold leading the way here. It's a fast early tempo. And we are right around 59.8 through the opening 440 yards. This is aggressive running by the Washington, D.C. junior. Claudel Cherry from North Rockland High School is hot on his heels. North Rockland, the high school, the fantastic runner Caitlin Tui attended. Wells Peterson from San Antonio, Texas is in third. And it looks like in fourth place, that's Eric Pancala from West River, Maryland. Kirill Arnold continues to lead. It's an aggressive piece of running by him, but he looks composed and confident. He was about 2:028 through 880 yards. But Kirill Arnold continues to lead. Claudel Cherry looking really relaxed in second place, wearing hip number 13 in the red and black. All right, with about 450 yards to go, it is Kirill Arnold running with great confidence. Peterson, Pancala, and Teddy Foster are the three queued up behind him. But Kirill Arnold running strongly still. That's a hard way to do it, all out in front by yourself. And now it looks like Pancala from Maryland. And Eric Pancala now moves into the lead with 200 meters remaining. And the Maryland senior has stamped his authority on this in the last furlong, and he comes around the turn with about a 15-meter lead, and doesn't look like he's going to get caught. Kirill Arnold fading fast. And here comes Eric Penkala from Maryland. And here comes Penkala with a beautifully timed kick. Is he going to get under 4:10? Yes, he does. 4:09.69 is the corrected time on my screen. Cordell Cherry 4:12.94 in second place. And it was Wells Peterson that came through for third, clocking 4:14.83. Eric Penkala, a beautifully executed race with a 60.7 close. Leads Franklin Field with the win, clocking 4:09.69. And here you see Kirill Arnold, your early leader, towing the field through halfway. And there you see the move. It was with about 200 meters left. Eric Penkala from West River, Maryland. And he comes down the home stretch with a gear nobody else can match. So there you see confirmation of the results. Penkala for the win. Cordell Cherry was second. Wells Peterson third. And Penkala has the time to beat after 6 heats at 4:09.69 as we get ready for heat number 7. There's John Nathan Lawrence, TJ Swall, Kenan Byers, Owen Scott, John Bianchi, Seth Connor, Owen Martin, Eli Odkin, Nolan McGregor, Maxwell Miracle, Nate Johnson, Shane Leslie, Henry Dixon, Benjamin Berman, Matthew Dodds, Silas Gartner, and Carson Williams. So it looks like Owen Scott is your early leader, a senior from Ohio. And it's a fast opening clip, 62 seconds through the first 440 yards. So we're looking about 4:08, 4:09 clocking if they can maintain this rhythm. Matthew Dodds is leading now, the junior from IMG Academy in Florida. Owen Scott still in second place. And now moving up on the outside, pick number 6, that's Seth Connor from the fantastically named Scramble Legs Track Club. So Matthew Dodds from IMG Academy leads the way at 700 meters. And he's opened up with a bit of a gap now on the rest of the field. Looks like he's going to come through 880 yards in about 2:04.5, 4:09 pace. And Matthew Dodds now has about a 12-meter gap on the rest of the field. Henry Dixon from Michigan has moved up into second. So it's Matthew Dodds leading the way. And he is looking composed and confident up in front. The junior from IMG Academy, Seth Connor, was in second. He's being passed by Henry Dixon now, the Michigan senior in second place. And Dixon is now reeling in Dodds a little bit with about 450 meters remaining now. So Dodds leads at the bell, reached in 3:08. Henry Dixon about a second behind, and then Owen Martin from Connecticut has moved up into third now to lead that big chase pack. But it's Matthew Dodds with the target on his back, and Henry Dixon drawing his bow and arrow. And he's got Dodds in his sights with a little over 200 meters left. It looks like Dodds has another gear to shift into here if he needs it to hold off Dixon. It's Dodds and Dixon. Florida against Michigan coming around the last turn. Dixon tries to get around him, and Dodds says, no, not today. Matthew Dodds has led most of this race. And he's going to lead to the finish line, I think. 4:09.60. That, I believe, is his first time going sub 4:10. 61.6 close. And he goes to the top of the pile so far. 4:09.67, 2 hundredths of a second ahead of the clocking by Eric Pankala in the previous heat. So Matthew Dodds all smiles. That was a painful way to do it. He ran most of that from the front. So here you see the early stages. This was Owen Scott was your early leader. Dodds went into the front just before the halfway mark. And there you see down the home stretch, Dodds holding off the challenge of Henry Dixon from Michigan. But the Florida junior gets the win, 4:09.67, and he is top of the standings after 7 heats. We've got 3 more heats to come, getting faster as we go. So heat 8 is lined up on the track, ready to roll. 4:09.67, time to beat. All right, here we go. Heat number 8 is underway. It's a hot evening here in Philadelphia. 86 degrees currently, and that's in the shade. It's a lot warmer down on the track. So just 12 runners in this 8th section after a few scratches. Got Jonah Tang, Cooper Hollinger, Caden Livermore, Graham Heinrich, Nick Sanders, Alex Fisher, Justin Landis, Alex Pelov, Maxwell Friedrich, William Smidus, Ethan Olds, and Caleb Tenney. So it's Ethan Olds that led through the quarter, reached in 61.5. So this is a good deal faster than the previous heat. Maxwell Friedrich and Nick Sanders right up there also. So we're coming up to the half mile right now, and it is still fast. 2:045, so right around 4:09 pace. So still Ethan Olds leading. So Ethan Olds, Graham Heinrich, Max Friedrich, Nick Sanders, all up there. We're about 2:04 through halfway, so we're running about 4:08, 4:09 pace right now. And we've got a nice pack gathering for this one. These guys getting after it in heat number 8. We've got 2 heats after this. We should, in theory, be getting faster as we go and getting closer and closer to scaring the 4-minute barrier in the next 15 minutes or so. All right, with 200 meters to go, it's turned into a 2-horse race. It's Alex Fisher and Graham Heinrich that have pulled away from the field. It's Alex Fisher coming down the home stretch. It looks like he's going to get the win here in Section 8. But here's a late run on the outside. Oh, and Fisher looks like he might get past, and he does. It's Ethan Olds, who led early on in the race, came back with a 59.3 close to win that section in 4:10.71. Alex Fisher, 4:10.88. Jonah Tang, 4:11.35. So they see Olds leading early on with Maxwell Friedrich of Ohio alongside him. Olds still leading at that point. And then it was Alex Fisher who led down the home stretch before Olds came back with a really strong last 50 or 60 meters. So they see confirmation of the results. Ethan Olds gets the win, 4:10.71. Alex Fisher, 4:10.88 in second. And then Jonah Tang, 4:11.35. So heat number 9 just got recalled. So that gives me time to tell you who's running. Kate Cresswell wears hip number 1 on the inside from North Carolina. That's Kaylin D'Onofrio, Caden Evans, Carby Gibson, Jacob Dorsch, Aiden Antonio, Zach Youngblood, Matthew Schroff, Tristan Yoda, Sabi Hume, Benjamin Wynn, Graham Tomori, and Brady Mullen. Graham Tomori had a really good run, the Canadian, in the 5,000 meters on Thursday evening to place second, I believe. Zach Youngblood from Chattanooga, Tennessee, or Lookout Mountain to be exact. He wears hip number 9. Keep an eye out for him. Didn't have the greatest run in the 2 miles last night, but he is a better miler, and he is the Penn Relays mile champion here at Franklin Field from back in April with a 55-second close. It was an impressive piece of running by the Tennessee senior. So he wears hip number 9. Keep an eye out for him. Zach Youngblood that's leading early on, I believe. And this was a little bit faster. We were around 61 seconds through the first quarter, and Zach Youngblood leading the way, wearing the bright yellow singlet. Graham Tomori from Ontario, Canada is in second. He's wearing the purple singlet. And then it looks like Matthew Schroff in third from Ohio. Actually, that's not Matthew Schroff. It was Caden Evans that moved up into third. So it's Zach Youngblood, Graham Tomori, Caden Evans is your top 3. Now Caden Evans has moved on to the shoulder of Youngblood. And now Caden Evans moving into the lead, 700 meters in. So it's Caden Evans in the front. Zach Youngblood still in second. Graham Tamori has fallen back to about 4th or 5th. We're about 2:04.8 through 880 yards. So running just under 4:10 pace. Matthew Schroff is running in 3rd place, the Ohio senior. Brady Mullen from Louisiana has moved up the field nicely. But still anybody's race with 600 meters left. And it looks like Caden Evans is trying to keep this honest and draw the sting perhaps out of Zach Youngblood. Youngblood now, sensing the pace is lagging, gets in front. He doesn't want it to be this slow. He's looking to get after it. And Youngblood, the Chattanoogan, moves back into the lead with 500 meters remaining. And he has made a decisive move, and he's dropped the entire field. It's been a big push this last 200 meters for Zach Youngblood. We'll see what that split was, but that was about a 61 second 3rd lap, and Zach Youngblood is leaving this field behind. It was a 61.3 3rd lap for Youngblood. And Zach Youngblood running like he stole something down the back stretch. 200 meters to go now, reached in 3:33. Zach Youngblood could well be getting a new personal best here. So here comes Youngblood. 4:08.51 is his, 4:07.98 is his personal best. He is going to be under that, surely. This is fast. It's going to be around 4:04, 4:05. And Youngblood gets a new personal best, 4:05.08, with a 58.1 close. Youngblood goes 61 to 63, 61.58. Gets the win in 4:05.08. Kalen D'Onofrio from Bloomington, Indiana was second, 4:08.46. Matthew Schroff came through for third, 4:08.91. And there you see Zach Youngblood, the pride of Chattanooga. So that was a much better run for Youngblood than he had in the 2 miles earlier in the meet. And there you see confirmation of the rest of the results. Kalen D'Onofrio, 4:08.46. was in second place as we get ready for our fast section coming up next. So these are the runners lining up for heat number 10. So wearing hip number 1 from Highland, Utah will be Riker Bement. He's a 4:06 runner, part of the team that placed third in the 4x1 here on Thursday. Noah Stroman from Wichita Falls, Texas, wears hip number 2. He was 10th last year as a sophomore. From Florida, Andrew Barrasett from Gulf Breeze Track Club, 4:05.89 is his personal best this year. Hip number 5 from Florence, South Carolina. He's the South Carolina state champion, Caleb Burrows. Hip number 6 from Kansas City, Missouri is Henry Acorn. Anchored his team to second place in the 4x8 last night. Hip number 7 from Milton, Ontario, north of the border, 5th in the 2 miles just a couple of nights ago. Brody Clark from Milton. From Bentonville, Arkansas, he's got a personal best of 4:04.27. It's Brian Burns. From Durham, North Carolina, ran 4:05.25 at the Carolina Distance Carnival back in the end of April. Philip Bloom. The Pennsylvania state champion at 1,600 meters, Carter Smith from Lewistown. And he was second in the Penn Relays mile that Zach Youngblood won earlier this season. from Ridgewood, New Jersey. He's the New Jersey State Champion at 3,200. He's also got 403 this season, Luke Pash. Another 403 exponent from Iowa, Caleb Tenpass. Hit number 13 from Pittsburgh, North Carolina. Third at the New Balance National Indoor 2 miles earlier this year. He's a state champ at 16 and 3,200, Jack Anstrom. And last, but by no means least, from Montreal, Canada, defending indoor 1 mile champion. And he's had a great season so far. He's gone 342 and 148 for 1,500 and 800 respectively, is Robin Lefebvre. So Lefebvre probably comes in as the favorite. He is the defending New Balance National Indoor 1 mile champion, and he has had a great season so far this year. So he's from Montreal, Quebec. Will it be 2 national championships in a row for the Canadian? So Lefebvre this season has gone 148.63 over 800 meters. And then he improved that to 148.26 just last week. And he's also gone 222 for 1,000 meters indoors, 344 for 1,500 meters outdoors, and then 401.61 for the mile. So he comes in the class of the field. Seems like he could probably win it any way he wants, but he's going to have his hands full. This is a solid field. Caleb Burrows is an interesting story. He's 800-meter champion for South Carolina. He also won the 1,600, and I believe he won the javelin at the state meet. Not a triple you see very often. So your early leader is Caleb Tenpass from Iowa, fresh off a 403 mile earlier this year. So Tenpass from Des Moines Christian School in Urbandale, just a junior. He went 401.44 3 weeks ago. And it's he that tows the field through. Pretty fast opening clip. We're right around 60 flat through the opening quarter. So Tenpass leading, coming into the backstretch now. Andrew Barasett from Florida is in second place. And then in third, it's Carter Smith from Lewistown, Pennsylvania. Looks like Brian Burns is in fourth, the Arkansas runner. So pretty strung out. Tenpass takes a look behind to see if there's anybody with him, and they're not really with him. Everybody else about 5-6 meters back now. So we come through right at 2 flat, 2.2 flat 0.5 through 880 yards. The meet record is 3:59 flat. None of these guys have ever broken 4 minutes. So will we see any of them join the sub-4 club? Caleb Tenpass is the one that's getting after it. Nobody else seems really willing to help out with the labor up front right now. But we are on pace, 229, 230 through 1,000 meters. Caleb Tenpass looking strong, composed, confident in front. He's got 500 meters remaining now. There's still Barasett from Florida, whose better event is really the 2 mile, but he is showing that he's a versatile runner here. And he's in second. Robin Lefebvre moving up. Robin Lefebvre up to second place now. And here comes Lefebvre into the lead. And Carter Smith moving up now. Carter Smith slides into second place, but it's Robin Lefebvre, the Canadian, leading with about 160 meters to go now. And Smith having the race of his life. Keep an eye on the clock. We got 3:46 with 100 meters to go. It's Carter Smith from Lewistown, Pennsylvania, just a junior, having the race of his life. He's already overhauled Lefebvre. It doesn't look like Lefebvre's going to claw him back. Carter Smith, let's keep an eye on the clock. It's going to be just outside 4 minutes, 4:01:13, but it's a massive personal best for Carter Smith. A 58.8 close. 4:02:07 for Robin Lefebvre in second. And then Brody Clark, 4:04:14. Canadians going 2 and 3 here. But Carter Smith, a bit of a surprise package there. So Smith wins it 4:01:20. Robin Lefebvre 4:02:07. Brody Clark 4:04:14. And you can see exactly how much that took out of the Pennsylvania junior Carter Smith, but he's all smiles now. It was Caleb Tempass from Iowa that really got things going, and then everybody that ran a personal best owes him a pat on the back or a shake of the hand, because he was the one who made this potentially a sub 4 minute race, or at least a race that yielded a lot of personal bests. And then you see Robin Lefebvre's move about 350 meters out. And he looked good until about 150, but Carter Smith just looked more relaxed, more composed, and he timed his kick absolutely perfectly, and he's rewarded with the victory, and he is your New Balance Nationals outdoor champion. So we're going to switch gears now and move on to the girls' championship miles. So we'll have 9 heats, getting faster as we go. Now you see confirmation of the boys' results from section 10. Right here in this first section of the girls' race, we'll have Elise Renholt, Kayla Folks, Natalie Fouts, Lily Good, Mia Rent, Isabel Monahan, Audrey Crowder, Annie Alkema, Kenya Leach, Samantha Nietzsche, Vivian Kelly, Eliza Keith, Maeve Smith, and Gabriela Pelov. Alright, so coming up to the completion of the first quarter mile, and we're right around 70.5 seconds. So 4:42 pace. Kenya Leach, the sophomore from Indiana, is leading the way. Natalie Fouts from Ohio is in second place. Vivian Kelly from Washington, D.C. is in third. All right, so 700 meters in. It looks like it's still Kenya Leach leading the way. Natalie Fouts and Vivian Kelly. So we're still rolling. Our 4:45 pace. The pace has settled in a little bit on this second lap. fact, it settled in a lot. We were a good deal slower on that second lap. That was 75. So right around 226 through 880 yards, so 452 pace. So it's Maeve Smith from New Jersey that has moved into the lead. And Maeve Smith opening a bit of a gap now on the field. The senior from Ocean City. Maeve Smith heading to Villanova in the fall. And Maeve Smith running away with this one. So it's the Ocean City, New Jersey senior headed to Villanova in the fall, and she has taken this race by the scruff of the neck, and she is going to lead 300 meters to go now. And it's Maeve Smith with Vivian Kelly and Konya Leach. Natalie Fouts in fourth, and then Kayla Folks in fifth place. But it's the Maeve Smith show right now with 150 left. And it looks like we're going to see around a 450, 451 clocking. And that'd be a new personal best if she can pull it off. She's a better 3,200 meter runner than she is a mile runner. But here comes Maeve Smith down the home stretch. It's going to be just outside 450, 453.25. And they see the rest of the results pop up. 456.31 for Audrey Crowder, and then 458.05 for Vivian Kelly to round out the top three. All right, so there you see confirmation of the results from Section 1. We've got 9 heats of this Championship Girls Mile, getting faster as we go, or at least in theory. Got that time to beat as we roll into Heat 2, 453.27. And there you see the girls lined up for Heat number 2. We've got Jordan Banter, Claire Bonneau, Annie Kshashkovsky, Claire Dunphy, Naomi Douglas, Larkin Taylor, Haley Johnson, Kylan Brady, McKee Kent, Vivian Osfeld, Macy Tu, Eleanor Barco, Reese Garnica, Courtney Kane, Naomi Witt, Altera Robinson, Georgie Helmers, who's a really strong 2-mile runner, and then Lily O'Brien. So 18 runners in this second heat. Pretty big field. All right, so they're off cleanly away. Let's hope this gets strung out because this is a big field. So leading the way early on, it is Georgie Helmers from North Carolina. one of the top 2-milers in the nation. And she was in the championship seeded section of that race last night. All right, so we're about to take it down to infield, and Kate Van Buskirk is down there.
Sid, our winner just told me that he actually likes the 800 better, but you have to like the mile a little more after tonight.
I mean, yeah, I think the mile hurts a little more, but it's rewarding. It's a rewarding event.
The more you hurt, the more you're rewarded. And you're from right here in Pennsylvania. It must be really special running in front of a home crowd at Franklin Field. How does that feel?
Oh, it definitely is. Penn Relays this year, I got second, and I didn't let that out of my head, and then I used that as motivation today.
Well, a two-time Pennsylvania state champ and now a New Balance National Outdoor Champion in the 1 mile. Congratulations, my friend. Let's give it up for Carter.
All right, thank you, Kate Van Buskirk. So Carter Smith goes one better than his last appearance here at Franklin Field, where he was second at Penn Relays, and he wins when it counts in June. And a new personal best for him, 4:01:20. We return to the girls 1 mile, and they are approaching the halfway mark. I think that's Georgie Helmers still leading the way, right around 2:26.5 through 880 yards. We're looking at about a 4:53 pace if they maintain this clip. Jordan Banter from Colorado Springs has moved up into second, and then Larkin Taylor from Carmel, Indiana, is now in third. So it's Helmers, Banter, Taylor leading the way here. 1,100 meters in to this second heat of the championship girls mile. All right, so we're coming up 250 meters left, and it's Macy 2 leading the way. Occupying second place, Larkin Taylor. And it's 2 and Taylor. They've got away from the rest of the field, and they go under the scoreboard, meaning they have 150 meters left. And Larkin Taylor, the sophomore from Carmel, Indiana, is going to enter the home stretch first. It's going to be close to that 4:53 we saw in the previous heat. Strong finish. It's going to be 4:50, just under 4:52. Larkin Taylor clocks 4:51.95. We'll see if that gets corrected. Actually, it gets corrected to 4:52.02. Regardless, a fantastic run by Larkin Taylor. 69.3 for the close for her. Macy 2, 4:55.21. Larkin Taylor now has the time to beat after 2 of our 9 sections. All right, section 3 is next on the track. We're underway. We've got Rowan Barry, Elizabeth Trent, Nora Hushagen, Emilia Alvazzi, Eden Alexander, Deanna Hudson, Grace Fritzman, Addison Velakoop, Anna Pollett, Kaylee Kaiser, Summer Muxlow, Ava Peters, Sarah Roberts, Caitlin Egley, Brooke Greenwell, and Bryn Baltershot. Bryn had a good race in the 2 miles just the other night. She hails from just outside of Nashville, Tennessee. The early leader is Elizabeth Trent from Virginia, and she's gone into the lead confidently, and she's taken Nora Hushagen from Minnesota with her. So it's Trent and Hushagen from Virginia and Minnesota leading the way right now. And this one gone out quite a bit more aggressively. We were right around 71.5, 72 through 440 yards. So looking at a 446, 448 type clocking if we can maintain this tempo. So if you're just tuning in, you're watching Heat 3 of the Championship Girls Mile. We've got 9 heats, getting faster as we go, building up to our finale, Heat 9, that should see a very, very strong field challenge the meet record set by Sadie Engelhardt. That time is 4:37.04. But right now, you're watching Heat 3, and these girls are chasing the 4:52.02 set by Larkin Taylor of Indiana from the second section. All right, so still Elizabeth Trent leading the way. Caitlin Egley from Michigan, the sophomore, has moved up into second. Bryn Baltershot moving well, also in third place, as is Sarah Roberts from Connecticut. So pretty much everybody still in contention. Trent still leading after 1,000 meters, reaching about 3:04. Pace does look like it has slowed a little bit on this third lap as the pack is now bunching up a little bit. Nobody really wanted to play their cards just yet. So it's Egley from Michigan leading at the bell, but no big moves yet. Deanna Hudson is off her shoulder, the Ohio senior, and now it's starting to wind up a little bit with 300 meters left. Deanna Hudson trying to work her way into the lead, coming up on the outside. That's Annabelle Pollett from Carmel, Indiana. But Egley trying to hold off this attack from behind her. Now Pollett and Hudson move in front. Hudson now is in the front. It's Hudson and Pollitt down the home stretch. It looks like Annabelle Pollitt, the sophomore from Indiana, has moved into a decisive lead with a little over 80 meters remaining. And here comes Pollitt. Annabelle Pollitt is going to take the win, 4:53.63. Gets corrected to 4:53.65, so that's the third fastest time thus far. Deanna Hudson came through for second, 4:54.38. Elizabeth Trent held on for third, clocking 4:55.67, but a 68.5 final circuit brings Annabelle Pollitt home for the win. As we get set for section 4, AC Pollitt grabbing a drink. It's a breezy evening. It's hot. It's about 86 degrees. But it's hotter on the track. Now the sun is finally going down a little bit. It is feeling a little more pleasant. It was certainly very hot down on the track a couple of hours ago. Felt more like 95 degrees. But now it's turning into a more bearable evening for these milers. So heat number 4 is on the track. We've got Iris Latta, Morella Vermani, Lily Park, Avery Chatham, Lauren Vermani, Savannah Moya, Hannah Hyla, Julia Score, Laurel Driscoll, Neve Keitel, Lexi Colboom, Callie Buxbaum, Morgan Miller, Emma Patrick, Anna Prusak, and Kayla Devine. So Iris Latta, part of the amazing quartet, actually a quintet, there's 5 of them, of Latta sisters from San Antonio, Texas. Iris just a freshman. She wears hip number 1. It looks like your early leader is Julia Score from Noblesville, Indiana. So we are 72 seconds through the opening quarter, so a little bit faster than the heats that have preceded it. Julia Score from Indiana leading the way. Lexi Colbaum also from Indiana right behind her. And then Hannah Hyla from Lake Oswego, Oregon in third place. So still Julia Score in the blue singlet and the black tops leading the way. Colbaum off her shoulder. Morella Vermani has moved up into about third or fourth place. It's Hannah Hyla that's running wide and now just edging into the lead. So that was a 74.8. Hannah, the sister of Chloe Hyla, one of the better 3,200 and 1,600 runners in the country. And Hannah's having a great run here. 600 meters out. She has taken this race by the scruff of the neck. And off her right shoulder is Morella Vermani. And then moving into the mix for the first time is Anna Prusak from Shaker Heights. She's running wide. She's the one wearing the sort of teal-colored top and the black shorts, running on the outside of lane 1, who now slides into third place. But it's Vermani, Hyla, and Prusak now getting away. And we are through 3/4 of a mile, right around 3:39. It's Mirella Vermani who has taken the lead. And she's the first to play her cards. Mirella Vermani is committed now. And she is striking for home 300 meters out. It's a big move by her. It looks like she's gone into overdrive. She's pumping her arms. Big, powerful strides. Now, is this something she can maintain? Prusak doesn't look like she can match this. Callie Buxbaum looks strong in third place, but she's left it too late, surely, to catch Vermani, even though she might catch Prusak. Mirella Vermani looks like she's struggling a little bit coming into the home stretch, but she's built up a nice little margin. Buxbaum is charging hard, but I don't think she has enough real estate with which to secure the win. I think Mirella Vermani is going to hold on for the win, albeit a slender one. So 4:52.26 is Vermani's winning time. Very evenly paced run. She went 72, 74, 71, 72. So Vermani's 4:52.26 puts her second in the overall rankings. Time to beat is still 4:52.02, set by Larkin Taylor from heat number 2. So there you see confirmation of the results. Mirella Vermani, 4:52.26. Callie Buxbaum, 4:52.96. Anna Prusak, 4:54.19. So this is Heat 5. We've got Eva Solinsky, Ivy Slavinsky, Heidi Harmeyer, Maya Easterwood, Elizabeth Healy, Caitlin Reese, Savannah Miller, Gwen Hamilton, Leah Pennick, Grace Aldrich, Claire Palmer, Madeline McCartney, and Jessica Abbott. So it's Caitlin Reese that leads early on. We are about 72 seconds through the opening quarter, so it's 4:48 pace. Savannah Miller from Indianapolis is in second. Grace Aldrich in third right now. So there's a nice shot. Reese on the rail, and Miller to her outside. Aldrich is wearing the pink. That looks like Maya Easterwood coming up to join the party up front. Easterwood wearing a long sleeve shirt under her singlet. Unusual choice given the temperature here tonight. The sun is finally going down, but it is hot. It's still well into the mid-80s here at historic Franklin Field. So Easterwood moves into the lead. The sophomore from Texas. So 2:26 through halfway. So that was the 74 split. Actually 75. So we're about 2:27.5 through 880 yards, so 4:55 pace. So this heat not as fast as we would have expected. We get a big move on the outside, running really, really wide into lane 3. That is Jessica Abbott from Manalapan, New Jersey. So we are coming up to 3/4 of a mile. There's Aldrich, Easterwood, Reese, Miller, Pennick all in there. Aldrich leading ever so slightly. That was a 73.5. So it's Aldrich wearing the pink and black. Easterwood wearing the long sleeve shirt under her top in second place on the rail. And then running wide in third place, that's Eva Selensky. Selensky from Bismarck, North Dakota. And then Elizabeth Healy trying to challenge for the lead, coming around the turn. It's Selensky and Healy. Selensky's going to lead into the final stretch. And it's Eva Selensky, the senior from Bismarck, North Dakota, that's leading down the home stretch. But here comes Elizabeth Healy on the outside. Elizabeth Healy from Durham, North Carolina is going to get the win. 69.5 close for Healy brings her home across the line first. And a time of 4:51.80. So that's the fastest time so far. We have 4 more heats. All right, so heat number 6 is on the track. We've got Anna Bokias, Patrick Grundel, Elena Pierce, Maeve Going, Mabel George, Abby Mesfin, Kylie DeFusco, Alexandra Bird, Clark Goranson, Annie Moniz, Peyton Van Diest, Alana Williams, Ali Horner,